clasped his hands together and said with a determined look, "My crime cannot be redeemed by death. But I beg the general to give me a chance." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Xuan hit his head directly to the ground. Forehead. The sudden scene made everyone stunned. "Wang Xuan, what are you doing?" Zi Qinhao frowned and said, "Get up first and tell me, what happened in the northern mountains?" "No," Wang Xuan said resolutely, "the situation is urgent. I beg the general to mobilize the war army immediately, send troops to the demon tribe, and take the fortress directly." Boom. Never stop until your words are shocking. Wang Xuan's words made everyone present tremble in body and even in soul. The same is true for Zi Qinhao. Send troops to the demon tribe and take the fortress directly. Wang Xuan, you are crazy. Xuanyuan Long's angry roar rang out immediately. Wang Xuan didn't care. He looked at Zi Qinhao with a determined look and said resolutely, "I am willing to be the vanguard. If I can't save Master Yi, I will die to apologize." Chapter 227, The Great Wealth King. I am willing to be the vanguard. If I cannot save Master Yi, I will die as a token of my guilt. Wang Xuan's words were firm and resolute, especially the last 4 words, which were so powerful that the 11 high-level warriors present trembled instinctively, and looked at Wang Xuan with eyes full of surprise and shock. This guy is simply crazy. Not only the 11 generals, but Zi Qinhao is no exception. The atmosphere was dead silent and weird. Without waiting for Zi Qinhao to speak, Xuanyuan Long looked directly at Wang Xuan and angrily said, "Wang Xuan, you challenged me to a fight above your level. Do you know what you are doing? What's more? A full-scale attack on the demon tribe's base." Xuanyuan Long's voice was a little confused. After a pause, he continued, "One move can affect the whole body. Once we launch a large-scale attack on the Purple Emperor's base, the other demon emperors will not sit idly by. At that time, the other 2 generals of my Tianfeng War Department will definitely join the battle. Once the war starts, it will surely be a world-shattering war. In the previous battle, although our human race defeated the demon race and caused heavy losses to the demon race, it did not hurt the Purple Emperor. If we attack the demon race's base at this time, I attack and they defend. The demon race has an absolute advantage. How can we fight them? Besides, on the battlefield between the demons and the beasts, our human race is equally strong as the demons and the beasts. It can be said that they are in a 3-way confrontation. Just because the beasts didn't attack before doesn't mean they will never attack. If the beasts wait for an opportunity and suddenly attack when we are both injured in the battle with the demons, what should our human race do? I admit that young Master Yi has done a great service to our human race by killing the Purple Emperor's son. If we can save him, we will save him. We must save him. Even if he is captured by the demons, we will not give up on him. However, we can think of other ways, instead of being as impulsive as you are now. We can't let my soldiers lose their lives in vain because of him. If we want to fight, it's not now. You understand?" Xuanyuan Long's resounding voice, filled with anger and rebuke, echoed in the ears of everyone present and also in Wang Xuan's mind. Wang Xuan was stunned. A single move affects the entire body. He naturally understood, and he was also clear about everything Xuanyuan Long said. The human race, the demon race, and the wild beasts were in a 3-way balance of power, and the 3 sides were equally powerful. This was why there had been no large-scale wars between the 3 races for so many years. First, their strength is equal and neither can do anything to the other. Second, no one wants to be taken advantage of by a third party. But it's different now. 14 demon kings, which is equivalent to 1/3 of the top forces under the Purple Emperor. Now that the 14 demon kings have fallen, it can be said that the demon clan has been fundamentally shaken. If we don't fight now, when will we fight? What's more, Ye Bufan was captured by the demon tribe. However, Wang Xuan also knew that he was too impatient and rushed to ask for battle before explaining clearly what had happened in the northern mountains and the situation of the demon tribe. Wang Xuan immediately glanced at Xuanyuan Long, then at Zi Qinhao, and said resolutely, "Commander, General, I am rude. However, I still implore you to send troops." In the previous battle in the northern mountains, 14 demon kings of the demon race fell. If we don't fight now, when will we fight? What? As soon as Wang Xuan finished speaking, a cry of surprise rang out. Brush. Xuanyuan Long squatted down, grabbed Wang Xuan by the collar, looked him straight in the eye and said, 14 demon kings of the demon race fell in the northern mountains, is that true? It's absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. Wang Xuan nodded. Hiss. Suddenly, everyone present took a deep breath. 14 demon kings fell. Happy event, great joy. Everyone present had an irrepressible smile and joy on their faces, but after just a moment, they regained their composure, and their expressions all had a hint of contemplation. If Wang Xuan's proposal just now was not feasible, then now. There are a total of more than 40 demon kings under the Purple Emperor's command, which is comparable to the number of Divine Yuan realm people on the War Department's side. Moreover, no matter whether they are demon kings or Divine Yuan, they are the top combat forces of both sides. Now we have lost 1/3 of our top strength in one go. Opportunity, once in a lifetime. Zi Qinhao frowned, looked at Wang Xuan solemnly and said, Wang Xuan, I now order you to stand up immediately and tell us everything that happened in the northern mountains in detail. Don't leave out anything. 14 demon kings fell. In the past 10 years, the number of demon kings who have fallen might not be that high even if all the demon kings who have fallen are added together. Moreover, the deaths of these 14 demon kings were too strange and too sudden, so Zi Qinhao had to ask. Forehead. After Zi Qinhao finished speaking, all the generals present were stunned. They woke up suddenly. Yes, this time the battle between humans and demons lasted only a few hours from the beginning to now. How come 14 demon kings died in the northern mountains all at once? Swish, swish, swish. A series of puzzled and inquiring looks instantly fell on Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan was also stunned. Yes, General. Afterwards, he responded, stood up, looked at Zi Qinhao and said, at that time, in the northern mountains. When Wang Xuan met Ye Bufan had been surrounded by the demons, and Qin Yao had also been captured by the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King. He was not very clear about what had happened before, so he could only start from here. However, as soon as Wang Xuan opened his mouth, he was interrupted. Wang Xuan, are you saying that Ziyan Zanying, a demon king, is holding a Gui Yuan realm warrior of my war department hostage to threaten a human in the Ning Yuan realm? Is he sick? Or are you simply playing tricks on us? A 4-star warrior looked at Wang Xuan and questioned. The demon king could have captured a condensation realm cultivator and just attacked directly. Why would he need to threaten him? What's more, he captured a return to origin realm cultivator and used that as a threat. It sounds weird no matter how you listen to it. The 4-star generals were like this, and the other generals were no exception. They all frowned and looked at Wang Xuan with a hint of doubt in their eyes. Shut up. Zi Qinhao glared at the 4-star general, then looked at Wang Xuan, frowned and said, Wang Xuan, you continue. Yes. Wang Xuan responded and continued, I also couldn't figure it out at the time, but I didn't ask any more questions. I was ready to help, but was rejected by Master Yi. Master Yi even threatened me that if I dared to help, he would fight me to the death. He would kill all the members of the combat unit present and kill them all. Asshole. Is this kid sick? You saved him, but he didn't want to. And he wants to kill you in return. Arrogant, simply arrogant. Shut up. The generals were dissatisfied and Zi Qinhao shouted angrily. He swept everyone with a cold look and said, if anyone says one more word, get out of here. Wang Xuan, please continue. As Zi Qinhao spoke, the generals naturally did not dare to speak again. Wang Xuan continued, at that time, I couldn't figure it out either, and that's why I didn't dare to take action. But young Master Yi didn't stop and continued to slaughter the monsters, threatening that no monsters in the northern mountains would be able to leave today. He even reminded Ziyan Zanying several times to kill Qin Yao. As Wang Xuan spoke, all the generals were confused and speechless. This kid is simply sick. Zi Qinhao frowned. Is he stalling for time? Forehead. Suddenly, Wang Xuan was stunned. General, how did you know? Are you really stalling for time? Looking at Wang Xuan and listening to his words, all the generals present were instinctively startled, with a hint of astonishment on their faces. Delayed time. Why? Under the circumstances at that time, according to what Wang Xuan said, Ye Bufan even rejected and stopped the rescue efforts of nearly 10,000 troops from the combat unit. What was the point of him delaying time? Zi Qinhao ignored him, and did not explain. Instead, he looked at Wang Xuan and said, you continue. Yes. Wang Xuan responded and continued, at that time, I didn't know that Master Yi was trying to delay time. I only knew that although he had amazing fighting power and even killed the enemy without any chance of fighting back when surrounded by nearly 10,000 monsters, he was definitely no match for the monsters. So, after the Purple Flame Black Eagle sect's 9 demon kings, I had no choice but to give up Qin Yao and rescue young Master Yi. However, just as I was about to take action, a person suddenly appeared in midair. One person. Everyone was stunned. Wang Xuan continued, we have no idea how, where, or when this person appeared. We only know that after he arrived, no one, whether from the human race or the demon race, could move an inch. As soon as Wang Xuan finished speaking, Zi Qinhao's pupils shrank, his brows furrowed, and he said, spatial confinement, divine martial venerable. Shenwu Zun. All the generals were stunned. Yes. Wang Xuan responded. Hiss. Suddenly, everyone gasped. Under the divine might, we are all ants. In the entire Shenwu continent, there are only a few known Shenwu realm masters among the human race. Apart from intimidating the demons and wild beasts, these people almost always stay away from the world. Now, a divine martial master suddenly appeared in the northern mountains. Combining Wang Xuan's previous description and Zi Qinhao's conjecture, all the generals present instantly concluded that this divine martial master was probably coming for Ye Bufan. He was waiting for this divine and powerful lord. This is also true. Wang Xuan continued, it was only after this divine martial master appeared that we realized that young Master Yi had been stalling for time in order to wait for this divine martial master. Later, Wang Xuan recounted what happened after Qian Duoduo arrived. It's him. Zi Qinhao was shocked. Forehead. Wang Xuan was stunned for a moment, and looked at Zi Qinhao in astonishment and asked, General, do you know this divine martial master? Swish, swish, swish. The others also looked at Zi Qinhao. This is the divine martial lord. Zi Qinhao's mouth twitched at first, and then he sighed. I have never met him, but his name is well known. How many people in the world don't know him? Forehead. Hearing this, everyone on the battlefield was stunned again. Especially Wang Xuan. How many people in the world don't know the name of Qian Duoduo? How come he doesn't feel anything? Afterwards, Wang Xuan couldn't help but looked at Zi Qinhao and asked instinctively, General, he is. More than 10 years ago, the great Qian king of wealth. Boom. Never stop until your words are shocking. As soon as Zi Qinhao finished speaking, everyone present trembled. Is it him? A burst of exclamations rang out instantly. Chapter 228, Battle. More than 10 years ago, the Human Empire, the 81 war departments, and the 3 major martial arts academies each gave birth to a demon figure who stirred up the situation of the time. Commander of the Flying Dragon, Yi Tianshang. The rich king of Daqian Qian Longyuan. The goddess of Tianqi, Lin Luoyan. They are immortal legends and everlasting myths. The flying dragon is iron-blooded, the rich king loves money. The goddess is so beautiful that her words are worth 1,000,000 soldiers. Needless to say, Yi Tianshang was the youngest commander of the Flying Dragon War Department at that time. He was also the only commander in the past 1,000 years who led his troops into the Wangyao Mountains, went in and out 7 times, and made the demons terrified and the wild beasts retreat. His deeds had already spread throughout the 81 war departments. Even after more than 10 years, it is still not forgotten. He is a legend, a myth. He is the supreme glory of the 81st War Department. As for Qian Longyuan, he was just a prince of the Daqian Empire among the countless empires of the human race. He did not belong to the War Department, nor did he have legendary achievements like Yi Tianshang. However, his desire for money had reached an outrageous level. It was said that this guy even sold his wife. Of course, this is just a rumor and has not been confirmed. However, one thing cannot be denied, Qian Longyuan is the only person in the history of the human race who has done business in the demon race's Wangyao Mountains and the 10 forbidden forests of the wild beasts. There has never been another one in thousands of years. You know, the 3 tribes of humans, demons and barbarians have always been at war with each other to the death. Whenever they meet, they will fight. It is conceivable how difficult it is, or even impossible, to do business in the base camps of the demons and barbarians. But Qian Longyuan did it. He not only made money from the demons and wild beasts, but also let the demons and wild beasts help him make money. This is a weirdo and also a genius. Unfortunately, 11 years ago, after Yi Tianshang's death, Qian Longyuan also disappeared. In addition, even the goddess Lin Luoyan of that year is nowhere to be found. But now, Qian Longyuan appeared again. How can one not be shocked? Suddenly came back to my senses. A 4-star general suddenly said, General, how can you confirm that the divine martial master Wang Xuan met in the northern mountains was the king of wealth back then? After all, although the divine martial master Wang Xuan met had some similarities with the king of wealth, it doesn't mean anything, does it? What's more, his name is Qian Duoduo, not Qian Longyuan. Zi Qinhao's mouth twitched, and he said, I was originally a member of the Imperial Guards of the Daqian Empire, and later joined the War Department. Back then, I heard with my own ears that the King of Wealth personally proposed to the Daqian Emperor to change his name to Qian Duoduo, saying that this name suits him. It's just that the Emperor Daqian didn't agree at that time. The generals couldn't help but twitch their lips. This thing is really, General. Suddenly, Wang Xuan shouted loudly. He glanced at everyone and his sight fell on Zi Qinhao. He looked solemn and slightly dissatisfied and said, General, although the King of Wealth is a legend, shouldn't we save people first? Forehead. Everyone was stunned, then suddenly came to their senses. Only then did they remember that now was not the time to discuss the deeds of the King of Wealth. The key was to save people and suppress the demon clan. Zi Qinhao looked at Wang Xuan, frowning slightly. Wang Xuan, do you have anything else to say? Forehead. Hearing this, everyone was stunned again. Is there anything else you want to say? They looked at Zi Qinhao in surprise, then at Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan was also slightly stunned. The next second, Wang Xuan took a step forward. Under everyone's stunned gaze, he came directly to Zi Qinhao's side, leaned over and whispered in his ear, General, young Master Yi is the commander of the Flying Dragon, Yi Tianshang, the son of Marshal Yi. Never stop until your words shock people. Buzz. When Zi Qinhao heard this, his pupils shrank and his body trembled violently. Brush. His eyes fell on Wang Xuan. Really? Forehead. Seeing Zi Qinhao's extremely surprised and solemn expression, all the generals were stunned, and they all looked at Wang Xuan in astonishment. They were curious about what Wang Xuan said that made the usually calm Zi Qinhao act like this. Wang Xuan did not hesitate at all, nor did he dare to hide anything. He nodded and said, it is absolutely true. This is what the King of Wealth admitted himself. Call. Zi Qinhao couldn't help but take a deep breath. Marshal Yi's son. Just these 4 words were enough to make Zi Qinhao and even the entire Tianfeng War Department spare no effort and save him at all costs. Brush. The next second, Zi Qinhao sat directly on his general throne, brows furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. Seeing this scene, all the generals were stunned. What happened? They were curious and surprised and looked at each other, but did not ask any questions and just waited quietly. There was dead silence in the general's hall. Brush. After a moment, Zi Qinhao stood up suddenly. He glanced at everyone. Military order. The 12 warriors present all trembled at the mention of Zi Qinhao, and their expressions changed as they looked at Zi Qinhao. The next second, without the slightest hesitation, they straightened their bodies and stood proudly. Inside the general's hall, the atmosphere changed instantly. Cold and solemn. Xuanyuan Dragon. Song Yu. Zi Qinhao shouted twice. Swipe. Xuanyuan Long and one of the 3 female generals, a female general with silver armor and short hair, stepped out instantly, facing Zi Qinhao, clasped her fists, and said solemnly. Exist. Exist. Swoosh, swoosh. Zi Qinhao didn't hesitate at all and instantly threw the 2 golden tokens in his hands to Xuanyuan Long and Song Yu. The 2 of them took it in one hand and were instinctively stunned when they looked at the golden dragon token in their hands. General's order. Zi Qinhao did not hesitate at all. He looked at the 2 men and said in a deep voice, you 2 should leave immediately and inform the other 2 generals that from now on, no demon or wild beast in their battle zone will be allowed to enter our battle zone without my notification. Fight to the death, defend to the death, let them be watched to death by this general. Buzz. Zi Qinhao's words made everyone tremble. Yes, yes. Xuanyuan Long and Song Yu responded. Swoosh, swoosh. The next second, they turned and left. Zi Qinhao ignored him. He looked at the center of the general hall, and said with a stern look at the remaining 10 generals, today, God helps our human race. The demon army was injured first, and the 14 demon kings fell later. There will never be such an opportunity again. If we don't fight now, when will we fight? You all return to your respective camps immediately. Within 10 minutes, gather the troops and eliminate the wounded. Leave no one behind in any of the camps. After 10 minutes, the entire army will set out to attack the demon tribe. Forehead. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. General, attack directly without any deployment. One of the 5-star generals couldn't help but ask while looking at Zi Qinhao. The other generals were also stunned. Zi Qinhao said sternly, "There is no deployment, nor command. All the major camps will fight on their own today. This general has only one order. The 2.5 million troops do not need to pay attention to other demon tribe bases. They should attack the fortress directly and wipe out the lair of the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor in one fell swoop. Fight to the death. In one word, fight." Suddenly, the atmosphere was dead silent and everyone was stunned. "Attack the fortress directly," Wang Xuan said anxiously. "General." "Follow orders," Zi Qinhao shouted loudly. Wang Xuan hesitated slightly. "Yes." The other generals responded immediately. "Yes." Wang Xuan hesitated slightly when he saw this. "Action." Zi Qinhao waved his hand, and the 9 generals in the general hall left without hesitation. Wang Xuan glanced at Zi Qinhao, gritted his teeth, and left as well. Military orders are like mountains and cannot be violated or reversed. Watching the generals leave and the generals' hall returning to silence again, a cold light flashed in Zi Qinhao's eyes. Shadow. Suddenly, 2 words came out of his mouth. The next second, a black shadow appeared out of nowhere in the center of the hall. He knelt on one knee, faced Zi Qinhao and clasped his fists. "General." Zi Qinhao frowned and said, "You heard everything just now, right?" "General, I heard you." "Okay then." Zi Qinhao responded and said, "You should go and inform the commander immediately, quickly. Just tell him that the general needs him to send out shadow guards for reinforcement." Buzz. Hearing this, Shadow's body trembled. "General. You don't have to say anything. This general knows what you are going to say." Shadow just opened his mouth but was interrupted by Zi Qinhao. After a pause, Zi Qinhao continued, "The matter is urgent, there is no time to elaborate or explain. You only need to tell the commander 2 things. First, send out shadow guards to keep a close eye on all the 4-star and 5-star generals under my command. If they make any unusual movements, capture them directly." Buzz. Shadow's pupils shrank. Keep a close eye on 4-star and 5-star generals. There was a strange flash in his eyes as he looked at Zi Qinhao. Zi Qinhao ignored him and said, "The second thing is also the most important thing. Except for the shadow guards who are on duty, all other shadow guards should be dispatched to this general and meet with him outside the demon fortress. Moreover, this general wants their absolute command." Boom. Suddenly, Shadow's body trembled and his expression was horrified. "Shadow guard, absolute command. How is that possible? Do you know who the person captured by the demon clan is?" Zi Qinhao said in a deep voice, as if sensing Shadow's thoughts. Shadow was stunned. "Who?" "General Filong, Yi Tianshang, son of Marshal Yi." Boom. Shadow's body and even his soul trembled. "Call out." The next second, he disappeared. War. Chapter 229, Cultivating in the Demon King's Body. Yi Tianshang, the commander of the Flying Dragon Army, and the Yi family army with the immortal fighting spirit. Who can defeat the 3 armies? The blood and tears of the demons and beasts. There is a kind of legend that will never die no matter how time passes. There is a kind of myth that will remain immortal even for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. This is exactly what Yi Tianshang did. In just a few years of the War Department, he slaughtered the demons and wild beasts, creating an eternal legend and an everlasting myth. He brought the entire 81 War Department into the most glorious period in 1,000 years. His existence was destined to be remembered, and his life was destined to be respected by countless people. He is a hero. He is brilliant. He represents an era. The blood of heroes, the generals. As the son of Yi Tianshang, even if Ye Bufan is a good-for-nothing, the War Department will not leave him alone. What's more, Ye Bufan is not useless now. He is not a playboy, but the son of the Demon Emperor. Even the 14 Demon Emperors of the demon race fell because of him. This is a remarkable achievement. Department of War, how to stay out of it. Must rescue. What's worse, leaving all this aside, as long as the news that Marshal Yi's son was captured by the demon clan is passed on and leaked, there will definitely be countless soldiers and generals in the entire 81 war departments, who will rush thousands of miles without asking the reason and frantically attack the Purple Emperor's residence. Even if it means disobeying military orders, we will do it at all costs. Don't doubt it, just the 3 words, Yi Tianshang definitely have such appeal among the 81 combat departments. That is why Wang Xuan and Zi Qinhao did not dare to make this public. Because once this matter was leaked, the 81st War Department would inevitably fall into endless chaos. Most importantly, once it was leaked, the demons and barbarians might know about it. Who do the demons hate the most? Yi Tianshang. Who does the wild beast want to kill the most? Yi Tianshang. Once the demon and barbarian tribes knew about this matter and knew Ye Bufan's identity, what would they do? If they can't kill Yi Tianshang, can they kill Ye Bufan? By then, the demon tribe and the wild beast tribe will definitely put all their hatred for Yi Tianshang on Ye Bufan. It is even possible that their demon gods and wild beast gods in the divine martial realm will personally take action to retaliate against Yi Tianshang. At that time, will humans still have a chance to rescue them? At that time, even if the human race succeeded in the rescue, what would it matter? The demon tribe and the wild beast tribe will never give up. They will firmly lock Ye Bufan. It is not impossible for them to temporarily join forces for this. Unless Ye Bufan hides in one of the 3 major martial arts academies and never leaves for the rest of his life, otherwise he will definitely die. This is definitely a fight to the death. Therefore, Yi Tianshang's son is a double-edged sword for Ye Bufan. He may become Ye Bufan's amulet, but he may also cost him his life. That is why Zi Qinhao did not dare to speak out. You can only save yourself. After the shadow left, Zi Qinhao also disappeared into the general. Today, the Tianfeng War Department, under the command of Zi Qinhao, has dispatched 2.5 million troops to the Demon Clan Fortress. Fight. The smell of blood, the sticky space. You'd better let me go right now, otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. Ye Bufan roared angrily while gritting his teeth while being in a certain part of the golden scale dragon armor python's body. At this moment, in this sticky space, waves of bloody, disgusting and pungent smells filled Ye Bufan's nose, constantly stimulating him and making him want to go several times. And the sticky on my body. So disgusting. Ye Bufan struggled. Ye Bufan resisted. Unfortunately, the golden scale dragon armor python's flesh and internal organs were tightly squeezed together, squeezing Ye Bufan's body, making it impossible for Ye Bufan to move at all, let alone attack or escape. Disgusting, desperate situation. Human boy, you want me to let you go? You are dreaming. At this time, the voice of the golden-scaled dragon-armored python suddenly sounded beside Ye Bufan's ears, and the voice was full of teasing and amusement. You killed His Majesty the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon, which angered Lord Purple Emperor Demon Emperor. It is impossible for you to survive. But I still want to thank you. After all, without you, how can I have the opportunity to perform well in front of Lord Demon Emperor, hee. Also, let me remind you, don't think that your human war department will come to rescue you. We are now 500 meters above the ground, and I am always moving. You humans cannot intercept me with your abilities. I will send you directly to the Demon Emperor. Ga ga ga, son of a bitch. Hearing this, Ye Bufan cursed in his heart. He hates and he is angry. Hate your own carelessness. He was even more angry at himself for underestimating the enemy. If he had not been careless and underestimated the enemy before, and had not been fooled by the Snow Wolf Demon King, how could this golden scale dragon armored python have had the opportunity to attack and succeed? Unfortunately, it's too late to regret now. Where is Qin Yao? Ye Bufan suddenly asked in a cold voice. He clearly remembered that he and Qin Yao were swallowed by the golden-scaled dragon-armored python together, but now he couldn't see Qin Yao at all, and his body couldn't move, let alone find her. Qin Yao. Who? The golden-scaled dragon armor python was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Oh, you mean, that human warrior in the Return to Origin realm. Hee, I am digesting her. Although she has the Yuan force to protect her and resist, she can't hold on for long. Once the Yuan force is consumed, you know. By the time you meet the Demon Emperor, she will have been completely digested by me and become a part of my body." What? Hearing this, Ye Bufan's pupils shrank in shock. Then, he gritted his teeth and angrily said, "You are looking for death. Court death." The golden scale dragon armor python sneered. "Human boy, do you think that you can kill me with just a human in the condensation realm? What's more, you are still in my body." Snort. Ye Bufan snorted coldly. "If you want to touch my woman, then let's compete. Will you digest Qin Yao first, or will I refine you first?" Forehead. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, the golden scale dragon armor python was stunned. What's the meaning? Ye Bufan did not answer, nor did he pay any attention to the golden scale dragon armor python. A hint of coldness and murderous intent flashed across his eyes, and then he closed his eyes again. Martial arts tactics, operation. There are 50 great ways, 99 from heaven, and one is hidden. One is outside the way of heaven and inside the great way. The way gives birth to one, one gives birth to two, two gives birth to three, and three gives birth to all things. Heaven gives birth to one, and all things are shaped. Returning to one breaks the way, the secret of returning to one from heaven. As the inherited martial arts technique left in the divine artifact by the peerless powerful Shi Feishuan, the Tianyan Gai Ju is absolutely powerful and terrifying. With a single move of the martial arts technique, I can refine everything in the world for my own use. Flesh and blood, refine. The body of the Demon King is refined. Golden Scale Dragon Armor Python. Today, I refined you. Huff, huff, huff. In an instant, the space around Ye Bufan underwent strange changes. The thing that was originally unknown, whether it was flesh or internal organs, gradually melted away and transformed into the purest and most fundamental heaven and earth energy between heaven and earth, and then was continuously absorbed into Ye Bufan's body. Buzz. Suddenly, the golden scale dragon armored python's body trembled, and his huge body instantly stopped on the ground. His pupils shrank, and he said in shock, "Human boy, you, what are you doing?" The body changed drastically, the flesh and blood melted away. This sudden change made the golden scaled dragon armored python feel pain and panic, and even made him feel deeply frightened. Ye Bufan ignored it. Do you want to digest Qin Yao? Okay, then I will refine you. See who is faster. Roar, roar, roar. As Ye Bufan circulated his martial arts skills in the body of the golden scaled dragon armor python, its blood, flesh, and internal organs were refined one after another. Although Ye Bufan's cultivation was only at the condensation realm, he couldn't refine the golden scale dragon armor python all at once, but the strange melting and disappearance of the flesh and internal organs in the body was a pain that absolutely not everyone could endure, even if he was the Demon King. Heartbroken. Roar, roar, roar. The purple scale dragon armored python roared in pain, and his body kept shuttling and struggling in the earth. Stop, human boy, stop now. Roar. Ye Bufan ignored the purple scale dragon armor python's pain. Stop. What have you been doing so far? Let them go, I will let them go, please stop. The heart-wrenching pain came in waves, and Ye Bufan ignored him again. The purple-scaled dragon armored python could only speak hastily. If he let this human boy continue to stay in his body, he would be the one to die. Unfortunately, Ye Bufan still ignored it. Let him go. At this moment, being on the ground, without any members of the War Department, Ye Bufan was unable to summon the Jodian realm powerhouses of Linglong Pavilion. If they left the body of the purple-scaled dragon-armored python like this, Ye Bufan knew that both he and Qin Yao would surely die. Today, I will not leave. Roar. The purple-scaled dragon-armored python attacked immediately. Call out. The next second, Ye Bufan felt his body lighten, and the flesh and blood that had been squeezing him loosened instantly. At this time, Ye Bufan opened his eyes slightly and found that he should be in the intestine of the purple-scaled dragon armor python, but he was alone and did not see Qin Yao. Wow! Suddenly, the sound of flowing water came from a distance. Ye Bufan was stunned and frowned. Then, I looked in the direction of the sound. In his sight, Ye Bufan saw the gastric juice deep in his intestines rushing towards him like the water of the Yellow River. Suddenly, Ye Bufan's pupils shrank, his eyes slightly raised, and he sneered, "Want to expel me? Dream on." Brush. The next second, Ye Bufan took out a long knife, held the knife with both hands, with the tip of the knife facing downward, and without any hesitation, he stabbed down suddenly. Puff. The long knife instantly pierced the intestines and penetrated into the flesh. Roar. A shrill roar was heard from the purple-scaled dragon-armored python. His body twisted and struggled. Ye Bufan's knife directly attacked and seriously injured his internal organs. The pain penetrated deep into his bones and went straight into his soul. Ye Bufan ignored it. Paw. Gastric juice slapped on his body, but Ye Bufan didn't move at all. The next second, Ye Bufan held the long knife that had pierced into the purple-scaled dragon armor python's internal organs in his right hand, and sat cross-legged with a wicked smile on his face. Monster King of the Demon Clan. I will not leave today, and will cultivate in your body. Brush. After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan closed his eyes. Practice. Chapter 230, Enemy at the Gate. Warriors practice martial arts, absorb the vital energy of heaven and earth, transform it into force, and use it for their own benefit. However, the Tianyan Gai Ju that Ye Bufan practiced was different. It was definitely a terrifying martial art and an overbearing martial art. It was like a bandit or a robber who plundered everything between heaven and earth. As long as your cultivation was sufficient, the heaven would refine you. Roar. With painful cries, the golden scale dragon armored python struggled and resisted, trying to break free. However, Ye Bufan was inside his body, neither advancing nor retreating, as if he was firmly rooted here. Even the Demon King was helpless at this moment and could only let Ye Bufan do what he wanted. Human, I was wrong. Little brother, stop it now. As long as you stop roar I will agree to any condition you ask. Gold coins. Primal stones. Don't you humans like these the most? This emperor is willing to open your life space for you, and you can take everything. Roar. Don't go too far, little brat. I was wrong, senior, I really know I was wrong. As long as you let me go, I am willing to submit to you. The golden scale dragon armored python wailed again and again. He found that swallowing Ye Bufan alive was the most wrong decision he had ever made in his life. This human being is simply a devil. He was afraid and horrified, and he hated the Snow Wolf Demon King in his heart. If it weren't for the Wolf King's bad idea, how could he have become like this? Others are the butchers and I am the meat. Unfortunately, it's too late. Facing the golden scale dragon armor python's wailing, struggling, and begging for mercy, Ye Bufan simply ignored it. He continued to sit cross-legged, refining the golden scale dragon armor python's flesh and blood to improve his own cultivation. What's more, Ye Bufan discovered that the speed of cultivation in the Demon King's body was several times faster than that in the outside world. Is this the Demon King? This is a holy place for cultivation. At this moment, the energy in his body that was consumed in the previous battle had reached saturation, and his condition was better than ever. Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all, and directly attacked the 3-star condensation realm. As for the golden scale dragon armor python, do whatever you want. Gold coins, yuanshi. Ye Bufan has no shortage of these things. Even if he does, he has ways to get them from other places. He can rob, and rob. Why bother about the little money from the golden scale dragon armor python? Surrender yourself. Can you believe what the demons say? At this moment, if I really believed what the golden scale dragon armored python said, then I would be a fool. I was afraid that once I left his body, I would die without a burial place. Today, either you die or I die. The golden scaled dragon armored python will die. Roar. Ye Bufan completely ignored his repeated compromises and pleas for mercy. The golden scale dragon armored python was terrified and angry. He knew that this human race would never let him go. Feeling that his internal organs were constantly melting and his vitality was fading, a cruel look immediately emerged in the wild, blood-red eyes of the golden scale dragon armored python. If you don't let me live, I won't let you live either. Let's all die together. Call out. The next second, the golden scale dragon armored python turned its head, and its body broke through the surrounding stones and soil and rushed underground. 600 meters, 700 meters, 800 meters, 900 meters. The golden scaled dragon armored python made up its mind and rushed all the way underground. His idea was simple. Humans did not have the abilities of the demons. Even among the demons, few could travel underground like him. As long as he could bring this human deep underground, then even if he died, this human would not be able to escape death. Feeling his vitality weakening and his forward speed slowing down, the golden scale dragon armored python did not feel the slightest bit of frustration or fear. On the contrary, he was filled with crazy joy. He did not know how far he was from the ground, but he knew that he was definitely no less than 3,000 meters away from the ground. 3,000 meters. This human race is doomed to die. Call out. The golden scaled dragon armored python used up the last bit of its strength and rushed forward violently, breaking the surrounding soil in an instant. Suddenly, the golden scaled dragon armored python felt his whole body lighten. He was stunned instinctively, and his eyes, which were originally closed, struggled to open a crack. A dazzling light that made him feel extremely uncomfortable swept over him instantly. The golden scale dragon armored python closed his eyes instinctively, but he was shocked and stunned in his heart. This is deep underground, how can there be light? It seems long, but it is just a moment. Call out. The next second, the golden scale dragon armored python felt even more clearly that its body was suddenly falling, as if it was falling from the void. The sudden scene startled the golden scale dragon armored python. He wanted to open his eyes. He wanted to see what was going on. Unfortunately, Ye Bufan was frantically plundering and devouring his body, refining his flesh and blood, and also sapping his vitality, leaving him already on the verge of death. At this moment, he didn't even have the strength to open his eyes, and could only let his body continue to fall. It could be a second, it could be a minute. Boom! The golden-scaled dragon armored python felt his body hit the ground. Originally dying, he couldn't help but feel a pain, as if all the bones in his body were broken. The next second, the golden-scaled dragon armored python fainted. Ye Bufan knew nothing about all this. The Purple Emperor's residence, the Demon Clan's fortress. This is a giant fortress built with squares several meters long, covering an area of hundreds of thousands of square meters. It looks like a stone giant crawling on the ground, entrenched between heaven and earth. Magnificent and domineering, the entire fortress was surrounded by a 200-meter-high wall. The 200-meter-high wall was desolate, with chaotic traces that remembered the countless shocking battles that had taken place here. Moreover, although the entire fortress covered an area of hundreds of thousands of square meters, it only had one gate that was 200 meters high and 150 meters wide. This is the only entrance, which is absolutely easy to defend and difficult to attack. Of course, for the strong men in the Divine Origin realm and the Jodian realm who can fly in the air, the 200-meter-long wall is just a decoration for them. They can fly directly into the fortress. However, that can only be done in a fortress without defense, which is obviously not possible for the one in front of us. The entire fortress is divided into 3 main walls: outer, central, and inner. In addition, there are countless crisscrossing auxiliary walls and towers throughout the fortress that connect the entire fortress together. There are monsters guarding all the city towers, with a monster every 5 meters and a general every 10 meters. There are more than 100,000 of them, and they are spread throughout the entire fortress. If a strong man in the Divine Yuan realm wanted to fly into the fortress, he would definitely be attacked and surrounded by the monster garrisons, and there would be only one outcome: death. A huge fortress with an ancient atmosphere. There are countless such fortresses in the entire demon and barbarian battlefield, and the layout of each one is the same. They are now occupied by the human race, the demon race, and the barbarian beasts respectively. But like Shenchi, no one knows his origins. The sacred pond can be formed naturally. But what about the fortress? Is it also formed naturally? Impossible. This must have been man-made. It's just that these fortresses have existed for too long. The time when they were built may have been traced back to millions, tens of millions of years ago, or even longer. Therefore, there is no trace of anything about these fortresses. The sun sets and night falls. Today's demon fortress is slightly different from the past. Every demon member stationed on the city wall has a nervous, dignified and solemn look on his face. If for no other reason than that the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon was killed. As the only son of the Purple Emperor, there is no doubt that the Purple Emperor dotes on the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon. Since the Purple Emperor took charge of the fortress, the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon has never left the fortress. But just a few days ago, the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon secretly left the fortress with 3 demon kings and 5,000 elite soldiers. If it was just that, it would be nothing. The key is that today, news came that the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon was killed by the human race. As a father, how could the Purple Emperor Demon not be angry? In a rage, on the day that the Purple Lightning Barbarian Dragon left the fortress, all the 1,000 Demon Clan members who were responsible for guarding the city gate were killed by the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor. Not only that, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor also made a series of deployments, but unfortunately, they were severely damaged by the human race in the end. His son was killed and the army suffered heavy losses. Adding anger to anger, the current Purple Emperor Demon King was like a volcano that could erupt at any time. As members of the Demon Clan and even the Demon Clan garrison, they naturally dared not be careless in this situation. Because if they were not careful, a small mistake might lead to their direct destruction by the Purple Emperor Demon King. No one wants to die. Bang! Suddenly, the earth trembled slightly. Bang, bang, bang. Then, dense, dull sounds came from afar, and the sounds became one, causing the entire earth to tremble slightly. In fact, the sound was approaching rapidly, and the earth was shaking more and more violently. This scene instantly disturbed the demon garrison on the outermost city wall. They were shocked and stunned and looked in the direction of the sound. In their sight, 1,000 meters away, dust was flying, making it impossible for the demon garrison to see what it was, but it made their hearts suddenly tighten. The rolling dust was getting closer and closer. 800 meters. 700 meters. 600 meters. Boom. Suddenly, the bodies of all the demon garrison troops trembled violently. Through the flying dust, they could vaguely see one of the human race members continuing to rush towards the fortress. The demons were shocked, and a cry of surprise rang out instantly. Quick, quick, close the city gate quickly. Bang, bang, bang. The human army is approaching rapidly. Bang. The city gate had just been closed when the human army in the distance had already arrived dozens of meters away from the fortress. Under the command of Zi Qinhao, an army of 2.5 million men arrived. The human race is at the gate. Chapter 231. Ladder, Murderous Intent, Siege. Dark clouds covered the city, and silver clothes shone brightly. The 2.5 million strong army of the War Department came with incomparable murderous intent and was at the gate of the city. The silver armor was connected into one piece, flashing cold metallic light like a silver ocean. Dazzling and eye-catching. In an instant, the atmosphere became dead silent. As I breathe, the world becomes desolate. All the demon troops stationed on the fortress, without exception, opened their eyes wide at this moment, with expressions filled with nothing but shock. Human race, siege the city. A thought flashed through his mind, and he was filled with fear. Suddenly, a cry of alarm suddenly sounded from above the fortress, anxious and panicked. Quick, report to the demon emperor, the human race is coming to attack the fortress. Boom. As soon as the words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. In an instant, all the monsters came back to their senses and woke up in shock. The outermost tower of the fortress was instantly in chaos. The demons had never expected that the human race would suddenly attack the fortress. The demon race did not expect this, and neither did the human race. Previously, the War Department had dealt a heavy blow to the demon tribe, killing millions of them. It could be said that such a victory had not happened for a long time. However, before the War Department had time to celebrate, the 2.5 million troops in front of them suddenly received an order to assemble and attack the demon fortress. All this happened so suddenly that none of the 2.5 million soldiers or generals in the army had figured out what was going on. But none of this matters, the military order is as strong as a mountain: fight. What's more, as a member of the human race and a member of the War Department, it is their responsibility and mission to slay monsters and barbarians on the battlefield. No complaints, no regrets. The 2.5 million troops stared at the fortress with fiery eyes. His expression was firm and resolute. In sight, on the city wall, the demon garrison was gathering madly and a fight was about to break out. Inside the fortress, the central hall. Golden dragon throne, man in purple robe. Although he was the demon emperor of the demon clan, the purple emperor demon emperor was now in human form, with his right hand supporting his chin, sitting on the golden dragon throne. He had a stern expression and cold eyes, and the 9 purple demon patterns on his cheeks made his face look even more weird and ferocious. Even though the purple emperor demon emperor tried his best to control his emotions, the murderous intent that was looming around him couldn't help but show out. Purple lightning dragon. He was his only son and the only continuation of his bloodline, but now he was killed by humans, and by a human in the transcendent realm. This is a blood feud and even more of a shame. How could he not hate? How could he not be angry? Angry, angry, angry. Call out. At this moment, a figure rushed in rapidly from outside the hall. Bang! He knelt on one knee in the center of the hall. The purple emperor demon emperor raised his eyebrows, looked at the person who came, and said in a slightly cold tone, "Did you bring the person?" Forehead. The visitor was instinctively stunned. Then, he glanced at the purple emperor demon emperor with a startled look, and said tremblingly, "Master demon emperor, who is it?" The trembling voice was filled with tension, solemnity, and fear. Just because the purple lightning savage dragon was killed, the purple emperor demon emperor became extremely violent. Within just a few hours, no less than 10 demon kings were slaughtered by his beastly hands. Kindness. Hearing this, the purple emperor demon emperor looked at the demon race member in front of him, his brows raised, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Don't you know that I have already ordered that apart from the matter of that human race, no one else should bother me about anything else?" The visitor was shocked. He knew all this, of course, but the situation was urgent. Immediately, he said in a trembling voice, "Master Demon Emperor, the human army is coming and is now outside the fortress." What? Upon hearing this, the purple Demon Emperor's pupils shrank in shock. Brush. He stood up suddenly, staring coldly at the demon member in front of him, and said in shock, "The human race is attacking the fortress, and they are outside the city now." "Yes, it is," the visitor said in a trembling voice. "How many people?" Probably, more than 2 million. "How many?" 2 million plus. Asshole. Suddenly, the purple Demon Emperor cursed angrily. He looked at the demon clan member in front of him with cold eyes and scolded, "Zi Qinhao has only 2.5 million troops under his command. Now you tell me that the human race has more than 2 million troops approaching the city. Zi Qinhao has mobilized all his forces to attack our demon fortress. Why, there was no news at all before. What are you doing?" The purple Demon Emperor gritted his teeth, his face was ice cold, and even the murderous intent around him was stronger. The human race dispatched an army of more than 2 million. It was such a large-scale action, but his demon race had no prior information about it. How could he not be angry? The visitor was speechless. Why? He was just a demon king on the fortress gate tower, responsible only for guarding the fortress and not for observing and monitoring the human race. How could he know why? Waste, what's the point of keeping you? Brush. The next second, the purple Demon Emperor waved his hand. Buzz. The visitor's pupils suddenly shrank and his body trembled violently. Demon Emperor. Bang. The Demon King tremblingly said 3 words, and then there was a muffled sound. He didn't even have the chance to react. His whole body exploded into a ball of blood mist and disappeared between heaven and earth. Waste. The purple Demon shouted angrily. Call out. The next second, he dodged and disappeared from the spot. The human race attacks the fortress. Court death. Outside the fortress, the enemy is at the gate. The human army was entrenched outside, and the battle line was thousands of meters long. An army of 2.5 million is awe-inspiring. At the front of the army, the generals of the combat department stood proudly, ranging from 1 star to 5 stars, their cold eyes staring directly at the fortress in front of them. On the city wall, the demon garrison was gathering madly. Speed is of the essence in war. The human race would naturally not wait until the demons had assembled before attacking the city. Almost as soon as the army had finished reorganizing, a cold and solemn voice sounded. Put up a ladder. The sound of thunder shook, and the 3 words echoed throughout 1,000 miles. Swish, swish, swish. In front of the army, the generals did not hesitate at all. The moment the 3 words came down, they took a step forward and waved their hands. Bang, bang, bang. Huge monsters appeared out of nowhere in an instant. They were giant crossbows that were 10 meters long and made entirely of metal. On each crossbow, sharp arrows as thick as arms were already on the string. However, in comparison, these arrows are slightly different from ordinary arrows, because at the end of these arrows, which are as thick as arms, there is a black ladder hundreds of meters long made entirely of iron chains. The iron chain, the long ladder and the sharp arrow are all integrated into one. Outside the fortress, on the battle line of thousands of meters, in just a breath of time, tens of thousands of such giant crossbows were placed. Shocking. Put. As soon as the word sounded, it shook the earth. Put. 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 Hundreds of voices shouted at the same time. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, tens of thousands of giant crossbows were fired at the same time. Arrows as thick as arms shot out, carrying long ladders made of iron chains and attacking the fortress walls directly. Cold and strong. Bang, bang, bang. A dull, heavy voice sounded. In just a moment, the sharp arrows, each as thick as an arm, hit the top of the city wall less than half a meter away. The sharp arrow broke through the city wall, and the entire arrow body sank into the city wall, leaving only the iron chain at the other end. The soldiers of the combat department did not hesitate at all. They worked in groups of 5, pulling the other end of the chain ladder and straightening the hundreds of meters long chain ladder. At the end of the chain ladder, there were 2 sharp arrows more than 2 meters long and as thick as arms. The soldiers of the combat department directly thrust the tips of the 2 sharp arrows into the ground. Then, 2 more soldiers appeared on the side of each long iron chain ladder. They held iron hammers weighing dozens of kilograms in their hands and hit the ends of the sharp arrows directly. Bang, bang, bang. Voices rang out one after another. It's dull, heavy, and makes people tremble. In just a moment, the 2 arrows were firmly nailed into the ground. The 2-meter-long and arm-thick arrows were completely embedded in the earth. Unshakable. Everything seems long, but it is completed in an instant. On top of the more than 200-meter-high city wall, a series of iron chain ladders are firmly fixed, forming a bridge that directly leads from the outside of the fortress into the fortress wall. The demons are still gathering. The human race is ready to go. Attack the city. Suddenly, 2 words suddenly rang out between heaven and earth, like thunder. Buzz. On the city wall, the demon army trembled. Great shock and shock. The human race did not hesitate. Swish, swish, swish. 2.5 million soldiers drew their swords at the same time. At that instant, the sounds of all the blades coming out of their sheaths merged into one, like the roar of a dragon or the howl of a tiger, making the space tremble and the heaven and earth shake. The sword comes out, the demon is slain, and murderous intent surges. Kill, 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 kill. Deafening shouts of killing rang out. Bang, bang, bang. 2.5 million troops moved and charged. Holding sharp blades and stepping on iron chain ladders, they rushed towards the fortress tower and killed the demon camp. We humans should slay demons and slaughter barbarians. Do not retreat, do not be afraid. No regrets, no regrets. Climb the ladder, attack the fortress, kill. Chapter 232, half an hour to capture the fortress. The flames of war spread and a bloody battle broke out. The human combat unit climbed the ladder and attacked the fortress. The demon clan naturally could not sit there and wait for death, not to mention that they were on the city wall. As the defending side, the demon clan had an absolute geographical advantage. Faced with the soldiers of the War Department who were rushing over and trying to rush onto the city wall, as soon as they showed up, the demon garrison would attack frantically. One attack, one defense. The 2 armies fought and fought on the city wall. Although the human race had an army of 2.5 million, they had limited ladders, so it was impossible for them to fight at the same time. They could only rush to the towers one after another through the ladders. Even as the attacking side, the number of troops sent out to fight was only tens of thousands. This is true for both the human race and the demon race. The restrictions of the city walls prevent both sides from exerting their full strength, let alone a large-scale battle. For a while, the 2 sides fell into a stalemate. The human race cannot advance, and the demon race cannot retreat. The war is going on and lives are being lost. But whether it is the human race or the demon race, both sides are very clear that the 2 armies have not yet officially clashed, and the battle has just begun. At the city gate, as the only entrance to the fortress, if the human army wants to enter the fortress from the front, they must pass through the city gate. For this reason, the city gate is definitely the main target of the attack by the War Department. When some members of the War Department climbed up the ladder and tried to rush into the city tower, thousands of members of the War Department had already gathered at the city gate. Moreover, without exception, all of these people were in the condensation realm or even the return to origin realm. If you want to attack the fortress, you must first break through the city gate. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Thousands of condensation and return to origin realm warriors attacked at the same time, trying their best and holding nothing back. Their martial arts were like a violent storm pouring down on the city gate, like a prehistoric beast crashing into the city gate again and again. The city gate was shaking and trembling violently. The city gate seemed to be about to collapse. But it still stood firm. Every member of the combat unit knew that it was not so easy to break through the city gate. As the only entrance to the entire fortress, the defense of the city gate was definitely the strongest and most terrifying in the entire fortress. But it's not because of the city gate itself. After all, although the city gate itself is thick and hard, it can never withstand the crazy martial arts attacks of thousands of condensation and even return to origin realm warriors. The reason why the city gate cannot be easily broken is because there is a formation blessing inside the city gate. The formation will not be destroyed and the city gate will not be broken. However, these formations were not set up by the demons, and have nothing to do with humans or wild beasts. These formations have existed since the fortress era. The formation and the fortress are originally one and the same. It costs 100,000 stones to activate the formation once. These 100,000 yuan stones will continuously provide energy to the city gate. As long as there is 1 yuan stone left, the city gate will be unbreakable. However, as long as all the weather energy in these 100,000 yuan stones is consumed, it will be easy to break through the city gate. The formation is not a one-time thing, but is effective forever. The fortress is still there, and the formation is still there. As long as one puts 100,000 stones into the formation in advance, the formation can be activated at any time. Once the formation is activated, the city gate will enter a truly closed state. People inside can't get out, and people outside can't get in. There are two ways to enter and exit. The first method: wait for the formation itself to slowly consume the vitality of heaven and earth in the 100,000 yuan stone. However, the speed is very slow and it may not lose its effect for even a year or two. The second type: attack. Attacking the city gate will speed up the speed at which the city gate formation consumes yuanxi. The stronger the attack, the faster the consumption. Moreover, when the formation is activated, it is impossible to continue adding yuanxi to the formation. If you want to add yuanxi, you can only do so when the formation is ineffective and the city gate is opened. Therefore, attacking the city gate is actually to continuously accelerate the consumption of the formation and consume the vitality of heaven and earth in the 100,000 yuan stone. The original stone is still there and the city gate is not destroyed. If the yuanxi is useless, the city gate will be broken. Boom, 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 boom. At the city gate, warriors in the condensation and return to origin realms of the War Department attack the city gate frantically. On the city tower, the soldiers of the War Department also attacked frantically. The human race attacked with great fanfare. The demons were angry and even more furious. This time the human race's attack was too sudden, and they didn't even have any prior news about it. As a result, the demon race was caught off guard and was killed by the humans by surprise. If not for this, the demon race would not have huddled in the fortress and defended blindly. They would have already used the advantages of the fortress to launch a counterattack against the human race. The most important thing is that although the human race seems unable to attack the fortress now, it is only a matter of time. The human race will attack the fortress sooner or later. Once the 2.5 million human army enters the fortress, the demon garrison in the fortress alone will not be able to compete with the human race. If humans enter the city, the demons will be defeated. At that time, all the demon members in the entire fortress will inevitably be slaughtered by humans, and this fortress that originally belonged to the demon clan will also change hands from then on. This is definitely not what the demon clan wants to see. Now it depends on when the demon reinforcements around the fortress will arrive. As soon as the demon reinforcements arrive, they will be able to counterattack the human race, and even attack from both sides and surround and kill them. Time passes, war unfolds. Although the battle had only begun for a few minutes, both the human and the demon races felt as if tens of millions of years had passed. In front of the human army, 4-star and 5-star generals stood proudly. They stared at the fortress ahead with stern eyes, and their brows were furrowed as they watched the human attack. The demon race was already badly damaged, and with the death of 14 demon kings, this was definitely the best time for the human race to attack the demon race. They would definitely be able to inflict heavy damage on the demon race again, and even take down the fortress. However, the premise was that the human race first had to clear out the demon garrisons around the fortress, and finally join forces to take down the demon fortress in one fell swoop. Not like it is now. Attack the fortress directly. As a member of the War Department, having been in the battlefield of monsters and barbarians for more than 10 years, these generals knew very well that it was impossible to capture the fortress in a short period of time. Just like now, even though the human race has an army of 2.5 million and is far more powerful than the demon race is in the fortress and the human race has no way to deal with them. The 2.5 million army cannot play its greatest role. As time goes on, when the reinforcements of the demon tribe arrive, they will be attacked from the front and back by the demon tribe in the fortress. At that time, not to mention taking down the fortress, even escaping will be a problem. This is the wrong deployment. This is even more of a wrong command. It seems that you have the upper hand, but in fact you have already lost it. But as a member of the War Department, as a member of Zi Qinhao's command, they can question the orders of Zi Qinhao, the War Department general, and can persuade and stop him. But they cannot and must not disobey Zi Qinhao's orders. Even if they are wrong, they must execute them. If the king wants his subjects to die, they have to die. Military orders are as heavy as a mountain, no one dares to disobey them. Human race, seek death. Suddenly, a cold, furious voice swept in from inside the fortress, shaking the heaven and earth, shaking the space, and shaking the souls of every human and demon present. Call out! The purple demon emperor rushed over, and in the blink of an eye he was already above the city gate. He stood proudly, staring coldly at the human army outside the fortress. Human, you dare to attack my fortress, you are courting death. The battle suddenly came to a halt. Fighting, and death in an instant. The atmosphere was dead silent. Hee. A light laugh sounded between heaven and earth. Call out! A figure rushed over from a distance, and in an instant, Zi Qinhao appeared above the human army. He was still dressed in white, dressed like a scholar, with deep eyes and a faint smile, looking directly at the purple demon emperor in front of him. Eyes met. Zi Qinhao. The purple demon emperor roared angrily. Zi Qinhao smiled calmly and said calmly, Zi Huang, long time no see, how are you these days? I heard your son was killed. Buzz. As soon as Zi Qinhao finished speaking, everyone present trembled, and all pairs of strange eyes fell on the purple demon emperor. Whether human or demon, the atmosphere was dead silent. You. The purple demon emperor gritted his teeth, his face ferocious. Zi Qinhao was simply rubbing salt into his wounds, making him instantly furious and shouting, Zi Qinhao, you are looking for death. Hee. Zi Qinhao sneered, my general has an army of 2.5 million soldiers at the gates of the city. Today, it is still uncertain who will live and who will die. The purple demon emperor had a look of disdain on his face. Just you guys. Isn't that enough? Enough for you to come and die. Haha, is that so? Zi Huang, we have been old friends for so many years, don't you know me well? If I am not absolutely sure, do you think I will do anything reckless? Forehead. As soon as Zi Qinhao finished speaking, the purple demon emperor was stunned. His eyes rolled. He and Zi Qinhao, one is the demon emperor of the demon clan, and the other is the general of the war department. The two have been fighting in the demon battlefield for several years, and they know each other. He naturally knows that Zi Qinhao is not such a person. Before the purple demon could think more, Zi Qinhao's expression suddenly became serious. Brush. He glanced at the war department army, then looked at the war department soldiers on the iron chain ladder on the tower, and said in a loud voice, all troops listen to my orders. These 4 words shook the heaven and earth. Cold and solemn. Boom. Members of both the human and demon armies couldn't help but shudder. The purple demon emperor was also stunned. In an instant, all the human and demon eyes fell on Zi Qinhao with solemn expressions. Everyone could hear that Zi Qinhao's next order would be crucial. Zi Qinhao did not hesitate and shouted sternly, all Transcendent Realm soldiers get off the ladder, condensation and return to Origin Realm soldiers and generals replace them and go up to the tower. The divine essence breaks through the door. Everyone else, draw your bows and hold the line. The arrows will never stop raining. Brush. As soon as he finished speaking, Zi Qinhao turned his gaze and looked directly at the purple demon emperor. His expression was cold and resolute, his white clothes rustled, and his long hair moved without wind. He raised his arm and shouted. Half an hour to take over the fortress. Attack. Chapter 233, Repairing the plank road in the open, but marching through Chenkang in secret. Half an hour to take over the fortress. Never stop until your words shock people. As soon as Zi Qinhao finished speaking, everyone present, whether they were humans or demons, held their breath. Even the demon emperor Zhuang trembled and was stunned instinctively. A pair of astonished eyes stared at Zi Qinhao. What does he want to do? Take the fortress in half an hour? Crazy. This is simply impossible. In one night, it seemed like 1,000 years. After just a moment, the 4-star and 5-star generals of the War Department were the first to come back to their senses. They were still looking at Zi Qinhao with astonished eyes. They didn't know what Zi Qinhao wanted to do, but they knew that no matter whether he was right or wrong, whether Zi Qinhao was crazy or stupid, it didn't matter. Military orders are as heavy as mountains. The general has given an order and I dare not disobey it. Attack! 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 A series of cold and solemn voices rang out from the mouths of 4-star and 5-star generals. The sounds were like the roars of dragons and tigers, shaking the space in all directions. The human army suddenly woke up. War. One word was shouted by millions of people at the same time, their voices became one, shaking heaven and earth. On the iron chain ladder of the tower, the soldiers of the War Department did not hesitate at all, but retreated without advancing, and their movements were swift. In just a moment, the iron chain ladder that was originally crowded with people was empty, and there was no longer a single soldier in sight. Kill. Among the army, those in Ningyuan and Guiyuan realms rushed out. On the iron chain ladder, they walked as if on flat ground, the weapons in their hands flashing with cold light, and with murderous intent flowing, they attacked the fortress tower directly. At the city gate, the army withdrew. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More than 40 powerful men in the Divine Origin realm replaced them instantly. Although there are only more than 40 of them, and they are only one level away from the Guiyuan realm, there is definitely a world of difference between them and the previous Ningyuan realm and Guiyuan realm. The three states of concentration, condensation of origin, return to origin, and divine origin. In the Ningyuan realm, each small realm increases the strength by 10%. In Guiyuan realm, each small realm doubles the power. In the Shenyuan realm, each small realm increases the power tenfold. Each Shenyuan realm has a strength of over 10,000, and that is without using any martial arts. Once martial arts are used, the attack power of the Shenyuan realm is even more terrifying. In fortress battles in the demon battlefield, the divine Yuan realm is never in charge of the city gates. But now, on the human side, there are more people in the Shenyuan realm than the demon race, and more people in the Guiyuan realm than the demon race. The 2.5 million troops are more than 10 times the number of troops stationed in the demon fortress. The demon race has no other advantages except for the fortress line of defense. This has never happened before. Fight back. Rush out. Court death. The human race is powerful and there is no need to worry about anything else. Attack with all your strength. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. More than 40 powerful men in the Divine Origin realm did not stop at all. In front of the city gate, they fought on their own. Their violent attacks were like ferocious beasts crashing into the city gate again and again. Inside the formation, 100,000 stones were consumed rapidly. The city gate is crumbling. In a moment, the human offensive broke out in full force. The momentum is as strong as a rainbow. On the fortress tower, the demon garrison was shocked. Zi Qinhao, you want to break through my fortress within half an hour. You are just dreaming. Above the city gate, the purple demon emperor sneered and shouted to the demon garrison, defend with all your strength for me. Don't let a single human climb onto the city wall. When my reinforcements arrive, annihilate the human race. Roar, roar, roar. The roars of the monster beasts that shook the earth suddenly began. Oh, Zi Qinhao sneered. The next second, he pointed at the purple emperor demon and shouted coldly, stop. Can you stop him? When I take over the fortress, your demon reinforcements will not come to reinforce us, but to die. Release the arrows and hold the formation. The arrows will never stop raining. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Zi Qinhao finished speaking, sharp arrows shot out from the human race's 2.5 million troops and attacked the demon race's fortress directly. The sky was filled with rain of arrows and murderous intent. The monster attacked crazily. Ding ding ding. Countless sharp arrows were shot down by the demons. However, there were still some, or even a large part, of them that hit the monster's body. Blood arrows spurted out, and the monster continued to roar in pain. The purple demon emperor's expression darkened. Zi Qinhao sneered. Zi Huang, how do you feel? Don't blame me for bullying you. Although your demon race has a unique body, it is only suitable for close combat. Remote output. Hee hee. By the way, there should be no shortage of flying monsters and gifted monsters in your fortress, right? These are the monsters that give our race the most trouble. Why don't you send them out? If we send them out, they will definitely inflict heavy damage on our human race. Hearing this, the purple demon emperor couldn't help but twitch his lips. Flying monster. Gifted monster. Send your uncle. Why, you don't dare. Looking at the ferocious expression of the purple demon king, Zi Qinhao sneered. That's right, those flying demon beasts and gifted demon beasts are all your treasures, how could you bear to let them take action? After all, my human race has 2.5 million troops here, if they dare to come out, I'm afraid they won't be able to go back. You. The purple demon was furious, annoyed, and even more aggrieved. Suddenly, he roared angrily, Zi Qinhao, don't be complacent. Now your human race has more people and more power, so I will tolerate it. When the reinforcements from my demon race arrive, I will make you pay. Strength in numbers. Zi Qinhao sneered, then his face darkened. This general is relying on his large numbers to bully you today, what can you do? Not convinced. Come out and fight. You. What? You don't dare. If you don't dare, then stay in the fortress and let me attack you. A gloomy voice sounded, and Zi Qinhao sneered again. Although your demon race is physically strong, 1 or 2 arrows will not cause any harm, but your demon race is huge, and now there are hundreds of thousands of troops gathered together, entrenched inside the fortress tower, and my human race can hit them with random shots. 2.5 million troops, 1 million arrows fired at the same time, how many can you shoot down? If 1 arrow doesn't kill him, shoot 10. If 10 arrows don't kill him, shoot 100 arrows. If you don't dare to leave the city to fight, you will be slaughtered by me. If you dare to retreat, my men will immediately climb the tower and enter the fortress. Suddenly, Zi Qinhao straightened his body, looked at the purple emperor demon emperor, and shouted loudly, "Today, this general will make you miserable." The 9 words exploded like thunder, shaking the heaven and earth. You. The purple emperor demon emperor's face turned ashen. I was extremely angry and helpless. The human race has an army of 2.5 million, while there are only 300,000 demon troops stationed in the fortress. It is impossible to go out of the city to fight, which would be simply seeking death. There is no way to retreat. On the iron chain ladders on the city wall, the Ningyuan realm and Guiyuan realm warriors of the War Department are waiting there. If they are allowed to land on the city wall and enter the fortress, what will happen? Can't fight, can't retreat. They could only guard the city wall and allow humans to attack. Frustrated. Hee. Looking at the angry and aggrieved look on the face of the purple emperor demon, Zi Qinhao smiled indifferently, but said nothing more. Instead, he quietly focused on the battle in front of him. As for himself, since the purple emperor demon emperor didn't move, he naturally wouldn't move either. 500 meters northwest of the fortress, there was a group of people gathered here. They were all wearing black robes, so it was impossible to see their faces, let alone tell whether they were men or women. There were not many of them, only 93. At this moment, they stayed quietly where they were, without saying a word, but they were all looking in the direction of the demon fortress in the distance, as if they were waiting for something. Today, this general has made a mess of you. Suddenly, Ziqian's high-pitched voice came from the fortress. Buzz. The 93 people's bodies trembled instinctively. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the 92 black-robed men looked directly at the slightly shorter black-robed man in the front of the team. The black-robed leader said without hesitation, "The general is ready, ready to act. Remember, General, you can only give us half an hour. After half an hour, our human army will withdraw. At that time, we must also leave. Understand?" The cold and solemn voice is the natural sound of a woman. Clear, clear, clear. 92 black-robed men responded. Action. As soon as the leading black-robed man uttered the 2 words, the 92 black-robed men in front of him did not hesitate at all. They took a step forward and rushed towards the demon fortress. The same goes for the black-robed leader. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, these 93 men in black robes had just run less than 10 meters when they suddenly and mysteriously disappeared between heaven and earth, as if they had never appeared. 93 men approached the fortress, repairing the plank road in public and marching through Chenkang in secret. General Zi Qinhao, he never thought about taking over the demon fortress today. Chapter 234 Underground Palace 1. The dead silent space was dotted with green lights. The golden scale dragon armored python's body, which was over 30 meters long, was piled up together, motionless, and even its head was pressed under its body and disappeared. What's worse, its originally plump body was like a deflated ball, shrinking rapidly. Time passes and vitality disappears. Puff. In the originally deadly space, a strange sound suddenly sounded, and a sharp long knife pierced the body of the golden scale dragon armor python from the inside out, exposing it to the space. Then, the long knife slashed across the body of the golden scale dragon armor python again. The long sword cut the snake's body open. Puff. A head first emerged from the body of the golden scale dragon armored python. Call. Ye Bufan took a deep breath, a hint of enjoyment and obsession showing on his face. The space outside and the body of the golden scale dragon armor python were simply 2 different worlds. Then, Ye Bufan stood up again. It finally came out. With a sigh, Ye Bufan took another look at the golden scaled dragon armored python under his feet. At this moment, as a demon king, he did not have any chance of survival. Ye Bufan raised a smile. Demon king. Hee hee. Brush. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan took a step forward. Then, he grabbed the snake's tail and straightened out the more than 30-meter body of the golden scale dragon armored python that was originally piled together. The 30-meter long snake body was originally abnormally fat and plump, but now, the whole body has shriveled up and has become much thinner. Ye Bufan walked a few steps to a place where a snake's body was raised high. Puff! The long knife in his hand stabbed into the edge of the bulge on the snake's body, and then broke the snake's body. Soon, Qin Yao appeared in Ye Bufan's sight. However, Qin Yao's condition did not seem to be very good at the moment. Her beautiful eyes were tightly closed, and her beautiful face was pale. Fortunately, after Ye Bufan checked her, he found that Qin Yao was not seriously injured. She was just exhausted and fainted because of the exhaustion of her energy. Call. Ye Bufan breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, he pried open Qin Yao's mouth and stuffed a essence pill into it. Then he picked up Qin Yao, walked to the side, and gently placed her on the ground. Only at this time did Ye Bufan begin to look around. He found that he and Qin Yao were in a place similar to a square. The whole space was light green, quiet and hazy. Because of this, his vision was limited. He could only see 100 meters around him at most. Any further away, his vision would become blurry. Not only that, the vitality of heaven and earth in this space is extremely dense, definitely 3 times, or more than 3 times, that of other places. This is definitely a holy place for cultivation. However, it was because of these 2 points that Ye Bufan frowned. Although Ye Bufan was previously in the body of the golden scale dragon armored python and had no idea of the situation outside, he was clear and could feel that under his stimulation, the golden scale dragon armored python was rushing all the way to the depths of the ground. In other words, this is deep underground. Since it is deep underground, how could there be such a space? Moreover, the heaven and earth energy in this space is so rich. Most importantly, where does the light come from? It's not unusual, nor should it be. Ye Bufan frowned, and the next second, he looked up leisurely. Fuck. However, as soon as he looked up, Ye Bufan could not help but let out a cry of surprise. His sight seemed to be attracted by something and could no longer be diverted. In the sight, above the head, 9 luminous pearls shaped like human heads were suspended in the air. These 9 luminous pearls emitted a faint green light, illuminating the entire space. An absolute grand gesture. Uncanny workmanship. Gurgle. Looking at the 9 night pearls in the air, Ye Bufan couldn't help swallowing his saliva and exclaimed, "Nimma, such big night pearls." Then, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes again, and he was excited, "Baby, this is definitely a treasure. What does it mean to have a night shining pearl as big as a human head? Not to mention seeing it, I've never even heard of it." In an instant, 3 words emerged in Ye Bufan's mind, firm, resolute, and could not be shaken off, "Get it." However, after just a moment, Ye Bufan was disappointed and frustrated again, because these 9 night shining pearls were suspended in the air hundreds of meters above. Neither he nor Qin Yao was in the divine Yuan realm, and neither of them could fly in the air, so they could not get these 9 night shining pearls at all. Nima. Ye Bufan uttered a curse. The treasure is right in front of you, no one is fighting for it, no one is grabbing it, but you just can't get it. What kind of feeling is that? Frustrating and painful. Out of sight, out of mind. The mind does not think and is not troubled. Knowing that there was no way to get these 9 night pearls, Ye Bufan stopped thinking about it and continued to look at the space in front of him. Now, Ye Bufan was completely sure that he and Qin Yao were deep underground, and the space in front of them was definitely opened up by humans. Who opened up this space? Why do we need to open up this space? Ye Bufan didn't know. But Ye Bufan was sure that being able to open up such a space deep underground was definitely not something an ordinary person could do, it required an extremely powerful person. Immediately, Ye Bufan smiled foolishly. The most powerful person in the world. Underground space. What does it mean when these two are linked together? It is impossible for an extremely powerful person to have nothing better to do than to open up such a space underground. The 9 giant luminous pearls in the air alone are a feat that no ordinary person could afford. There must be some unknown secrets here. Now that you are here, how can you miss it? As for leaving, if Ye Bufan wants to leave, he can leave at any time. Not to mention the teleportation with the magic weapon, even with the help of the Tianyan Gaiju, Ye Bufan can open up a passage from here to the ground. Not to mention 3,000 meters underground, even 30,000 meters cannot trap him. I wonder what the golden scale dragon armored python would think if he knew. But he didn't want to leave just yet. There are 3 reasons. First, the vitality of heaven and earth here is 3 times stronger than that of the outside world. I have enough merit now, so I can practice well here before July 7th. Second, once you enter a mountain of treasures, how can you return empty-handed? Although Ye Bufan didn't know and wasn't sure whether there were treasures here, this didn't stop him from exploring this underground space. Yes, that would be the best. No, he has nothing to lose. Third, deep underground, in a desperate situation of life and death, a man and a woman are alone and in love with each other. In this situation, shouldn't something happen? Hey. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but glance at Qin Yao. That look, that expression, was no different from a wolf seeing a sheep. At this moment, Qin Yao, who was lying on the ground, suddenly let out a soft moan. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she woke up slowly, her eyes just falling on Ye Bufan. Wake up. Ye Bufan smiled slightly, squatted down again, and helped Qin Yao up. Qin Yao responded instinctively. Her face was still pale and her body was abnormally weak. She glanced at Ye Bufan and then at the space in front of her. Qin Yao was surprised and asked, "Where is this land?" Ye Bufan paused as soon as he finished speaking. Looking at Qin Yao, he rolled his eyes and said, "This is hell." Hell. Qin Yao was stunned, turned her head to look at Ye Bufan, and asked in confusion, "Hell, what place is it?" Forehead. Ye Bufan was speechless for a moment. Well, he almost forgot that this is the Shenwu continent, not the earth. There are no ghosts or gods, let alone hell. Immediately, Ye Bufan explained, "Hell is where people go after they die." Qin Yao was shocked. "We are dead." Ye Bufan nodded. This. Qin Yao was shocked for a moment. Ye Bufan did not hesitate and continued, Yao, although we are dead, we are still together, and the king of hell." Ye Bufan had just finished speaking when Qin Yao interrupted him and asked, "Who is the king of hell?" "The king of hell is the ruler of hell. He is in charge of all the dead. Of course, he is in charge of the 2 of us as well." "Oh," Qin Yao responded weakly. Ye Bufan continued, "The king of hell said that considering that I was infatuated with you when I was alive, he is willing to give me a chance. As long as you are willing to marry me, he will let us be together forever and never separate." As he spoke, Ye Bufan placed his hands on Qin Yao's shoulders, looked directly at her with deep eyes, and said very seriously, Yao, are you willing to marry me?" "No." Forehead. The 3 words Qin Yao made Ye Bufan stunned, and he stood there in a daze for a moment. "Not willing. How could you not want to? How could you not want to? It shouldn't be." Puff. Seeing Ye Bufan's stunned, messy, dumbfounded look, Qin Yao suddenly took a step back and said with a sweet smile, "You are lying, we are not dead at all." Forehead. Ye Bufan was stunned. "Who said that?" "It." Qin Yao pointed at the golden-scaled dragon-armored python whose body was broken open next to her and smiled. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Golden-scale dragon armor python. You uncle. Chapter 235 Underground Palace 2 Little money-loving Qin Yao. There is a kind of hatred called regretting too late. If he had known that this would expose his conspiracy, Ye Bufan would definitely take Qin Yao away from him, at least to prevent him from seeing the corpse of the golden-scale dragon-armored python. But now, it's too late. However, Ye Bufan did not take it too seriously. After all, it was just a sudden impulse on his part to tease Qin Yao, and he had no intention of using this opportunity to have anything happen between them. If the love between 2 people lasts for a long time, why does it matter if they are together day and night? After the battle in the northern mountains, Ye Bufan knew that Qin Yao had fallen in love with him. Some things were not urgent and would come naturally. However, life needs some spice. Hey. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan smiled evilly. Looking at Qin Yao, he touched his chin and smiled evilly. Young lady, I'm afraid you have no choice but to agree. Now we are deep underground. Apart from you, there is only me, my son. If you don't marry me, who else can you marry? Qin Yao was stunned. Deep underground. What do you think? This. Why don't you obey me quickly? Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan took a step forward and attacked Qin Yao. Like a wolf pouncing on a sheep. Qin Yao rolled her eyes, neither dodging nor evading. Ye Bufan came behind Qin Yao in an instant, and easily and firmly put his hands around Qin Yao's slender waist, and said with a wicked smile, "Why, young lady, have you accepted your fate? Or are you convinced by my romantic and suave manner and plan to follow me?" Qin Yao rolled her eyes again, ignoring Ye Bufan's teasing, and said suddenly, "You must have a way to leave here." Forehead. Ye Bufan was stunned. Who said that? If you can't leave here, would you still be in the mood to tease me? Qin Yao directly revealed Ye Bufan's trump card. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, and he curled his lips and sighed. It's also a troublesome thing for a woman to be too smart. Qin Yao ignored her and suddenly said, "I want to take a shower." Bath. Ye Bufan was stunned instinctively, then he looked down at Qin Yao, especially the slightly raised armor on his chest. Gulu. He swallowed. Qin Yao seemed to see through Ye Bufan's thoughts. She raised her right foot and stepped on Ye Bufan's toes. She said coquettishly, "Don't look around. Don't think about it." Ye Bufan felt pain, but he leaned his head forward, looked at Qin Yao's blushing cheeks, and smiled. "Why?" Qin Yao glared at him. "No reason, just don't allow it. Isn't this too overbearing? Just domineering. If I marry you in the future, won't I be bullied to death by you?" "Just bullying you? No, who wants to marry you? If you don't marry me, I won't marry you either. If you don't want to marry, then don't marry." Seeing Qin Yao pouting and acting like a little woman, Ye Bufan smiled slightly and stopped teasing her. Instead, he frowned and took a look around, saying, "You want to take a shower, but I don't know if there's water here." Qin Yao was stunned. She turned her head and looked at Ye Bufan. "Are you not going to leave here yet?" "Leave?" Ye Bufan smiled slightly. "Although I don't know how far this place is from the ground, but according to the previous situation, it is at least 2,000 meters above the ground." 2,000 meters? Qin Yao couldn't help but be shocked. "Yes, no more, no less." Ye Bufan responded, then narrowed his eyes again and said, "Aren't you curious about the existence of such a space deep underground? Look up, look up." Qin Yao was stunned, but she still instinctively looked up. However, after just one glance, she was stunned just like Ye Bufan before. "This is so beautiful." Ye Bufan's mouth twitched involuntarily. "Pretty. It is obvious that these 9 luminous pearls are not ordinary things, but rare treasures." How could Qin Yao only use the word beautiful to describe them? However, Ye Bufan did not pay too much attention to it, and continued, "Just looking at these 9 night shining pearls, they are not ordinary things. They are definitely a big deal. Moreover, don't you find that the heaven and earth energy inside this space is more than 3 times that of the outside world?" Hearing this, Qin Yao was stunned, and then she immediately felt it again. The next second, her face changed drastically. "Well, my husband, am I right?" Ye Bufan smiled and continued, "It's a mysterious underground space. It's fine if we don't discover it. Now that we are here, it would be a pity if we don't explore it." This. Qin Yao hesitated slightly. Mysterious underground space. There may be unexpected opportunities, but at the same time, there may also be dangers that they cannot resist or withstand. If you are not careful, you may fall here. However, in the end, Qin Yao still chose to explore this mysterious and unknown underground space with Ye Bufan. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. Mysterious space, faint green light. Ye Bufan held Qin Yao's hand, and the two explored this mysterious underground space together. However, due to the green light in this space, their vision was limited. They could only see everything within 100 meters. Everything outside of 100 meters was hazy. But even so, the two were shocked and stunned by the scene before them after exploring for less than 10 minutes. A divine pond came into view, but this was not what attracted Ye Bufan and Qin Yao, and it was not what shocked them. Instead, the crystal-clear stones inside the huge divine pond had piled up into a mountain. That's right, it's a mountain. Pieces of yuan sheet piled up into a small hill more than 100 meters high, which was almost enough to completely bury the sacred pool in front of them. This is a large divine pool. Looking at the scene in front of him, Qin Yao couldn't help but let out a horrified and even chaotic voice. Ye Bufan was also extremely shocked. Large sacred pond. There are 3 types of divine pools on the demon battlefield: small, medium and large. Among the 3 types of divine pools, the small divine pool produces about 5 yuanshi per day, the medium one produces 50, and the large one produces 500. Even though the divine pond in front of him was a large one, it could only produce 500 yuanshi every day. However, these yuanxi in front of him were piled up into a small hill and scattered all over the ground. How many yuanxi are these? 1 billion. 10 billion. How much time does this accumulation require? 100 years. 1,000 years. I'm afraid it will take even longer. Swipe. Ye Bufan and Qin Yao couldn't help but look at each other. The next second, Qin Yao grabbed Ye Bufan's right hand, pulled it, and said in surprise and dullness, "Husband, I am not dreaming, am I?" Forehead. Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned. Husband. This was the first time he heard Qin Yao call him like that, but looking at Qin Yao's expression, she might not have noticed it herself. Smiling, Ye Bufan said, "Of course this is not a dream." Very good. Qin Yao cheered, "Husband, we have made a fortune." As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Yao took a step forward. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. She came directly to the yuanxi mountain in front of her, and without any hesitation, she put each piece of yuanxi into the sumeru ring. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was stunned where he stood. Qin Yao suddenly turned her head, her hands moving non-stop, looking at Ye Bufan with excited eyes, and urged, "Husband, what are you still standing there for? Put these yuan stones away quickly, what if someone comes later? Hurry, hurry, hurry." He looked like a thief breaking into a house. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Qin Yao did not hesitate at all. Yuanxi, collect, collect, collect. Suddenly, her movements froze, and in just a moment, Ye Bufan saw Qin Yao taking out items from her sumeru ring one by one and throwing them aside. Ye Bufan even saw a few pieces of women's underwear. Quote. Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth again. Is this Qin Yao? This guy is just a little money grubber. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Qin Yao paused again. She turned her head and looked at Ye Bufan with a wronged and painful expression. Husband, there is no more room, what should I do? Ye Bufan was directly in a mess. But it was only a moment. The next second, he took a step forward and came to Yuanxi Mountain. Under Qin Yao's painful and lost eyes, he waved his hand. Brush. In an instant, the pile of yuanxi that had formed a small hill disappeared out of thin air. Seeing this scene, Qin Yao was slightly stunned. She looked at the empty god pond, then at Ye Bufan, with a look of surprise. Husband, where is the yuanxi? Ye Bufan smiled slightly, put it away. How is that possible? Qin Yao's face was filled with shock and disbelief. The internal space of the Zumi ring she used was relatively large, but it could only hold less than 1,000th of the yuanxi. But Ye Bufan actually collected all the yuanxi at once. How big is the space of his sumeru ring? Qin Yao didn't know that Ye Bufan didn't put these yuanxi into the sumeru ring at all, but directly put them into the artifact space. 1 billion or 100 billion. Not to mention such a small amount of yuanxi, even if there were 10 or 100 times more, the artifact space of Zutianshan could accommodate them. Boy, you have made a fortune. At this moment, Qin Shin's horrified voice suddenly sounded in Ye Bufan's mind. Forehead. Ye Bufan was stunned. He naturally knew that he had made a fortune. The yuanxi he had just collected was probably worth tens of billions. However, he said to Qin Shin in his heart, it's just a few yuanxi. How can I make a fortune? With just this little bit of yuanxi, do you think I'm interested in it? Upon hearing this, Qin Shin said with contempt. Forehead. Ye Bufan was stunned again. Then what do you mean? Qin Shin said directly, I can sense the aura of a holy weapon in this space. There must be a holy weapon hidden here. What? As soon as Qin Shin finished speaking, Ye Bufan exclaimed. Holy Soldier. Chapter 236 Underground Palace 3 Saint Soldier Pregnancy. In the Shenwu continent, weapons and armor are divided into 6 levels: ordinary weapons, mysterious weapons, earthly weapons, heavenly weapons, holy weapons, and divine weapons. Ordinary weapons are the worst, divine weapons are the strongest. According to Qin Shin, there were only 3 artifacts in the entire Shenwu continent. However, after the battle that year, 2 of the 3 artifacts were completely damaged. Now there is only 1 artifact in the entire Shenwu continent, the Zutian harp. What's worse, the only divine artifact, the Zutianshan, is now sealed. Except for the artifact space, it cannot be used at all, and the true power of the artifact cannot be exerted. If the magic weapon does not appear, the holy soldiers will rule the world. On the Shenwu continent, the most powerful weapon now is the holy soldier. However, the Shenwu continent is vast and boundless. There are billions of lives in the three major races of humans, demons, and barbarians, but there are only a few holy weapons in total. 5. 10. Ye Bufan didn't know, but he was sure that the number of holy weapons would not be too many, and would not even exceed 10. Moreover, as the top existence in the Shenwu continent, these holy weapons were definitely controlled by powerful people from all sides. It is impossible for outsiders to snatch it away. The holy soldier is born. Ye Bufan had no doubt that once the news leaked, the powerful warriors in the divine realm who had been hiding from the world would fight desperately to snatch the holy weapon. Even the emergence of a holy weapon could directly lead to the outbreak of a war among the three tribes. There is no doubt that the holy soldiers have such value and possess such. Now, Qinshin actually told herself that in this unknown space thousands of meters underground, there was actually a holy weapon hidden. How could Ye Bufan not be shocked? How could Ye Bufan not be excited? Bang, bang, bang. He couldn't help but feel his heart beating rapidly. This is a holy soldier. Moreover, in this space, there are only him and Qin Yao. No one is competing with them for it, and no divine martial master will descend. They have enough time and opportunities to obtain this holy weapon. Ye Bufan didn't care at all whether he got it or Qin Yao got it. After all, they were all family, so it didn't matter who got it. Suppressing his excitement, Ye Bufan couldn't help but ask in a deep voice, Qinshin, are you sure there is really a holy weapon hidden here? Nonsense. Qinshin shouted angrily, dissatisfied. I am a divine weapon spirit. As long as any weapon enters my 200-meter range, I can sense their aura and identify their level. Although holy weapons are not as good as divine weapons, how could I mistake their aura? 200 meters. Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned, and then his eyes lit up. You mean these holy soldiers are within 200 meters of us? Certainly. Where is it? This. Why, you can't tell me, or you still don't want to tell me. I don't know. What? As soon as Qinshin finished speaking, Ye Bufan exclaimed, and then he couldn't help but twitch his lips and said contemptuously, you just said that you are a divine weapon spirit, and you can sense any weapon as long as it appears within 200 meters of you. What does this mean now? Qinshin was speechless for a moment. She felt like she had been slapped hard in the face, but could only say helplessly, I did feel the aura of the holy soldier before, but just now, in just a moment, the aura of the holy soldier suddenly disappeared. Ye Bufan was stunned. Suddenly disappeared. Yes. How is that possible? I also think it's impossible, but it's true. After a pause, Qinshin continued, earlier, although that wisp of holy weapon aura was very weak, it could not escape my perception. Moreover, that fleeting holy weapon aura was in the divine pool in front of you, and it appeared at the moment you collected all the Yuan stones. The divine pond. Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. Brush. The next second, he looked directly at the divine pond in front of him, which was only a pool of azure water, and said, you mean, the holy weapon is in this divine pond? Forehead. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan was stunned. Gurgle. The next second, he couldn't help swallowing. In sight, at some point, Qin Yao had already been immersed in the divine pool, with only her head exposed. The armor she had been wearing and some underwear were also thrown beside the divine pool, but they were already soaked. Ye Bufan stared straight ahead, unable to divert his gaze. When did Qin Yao take off her clothes? When did Qin Yao enter the divine pool? How come I don't know anything? Damn, this is a mistake. You think too much. She took off her clothes after entering the divine pool. As if seeing through Ye Bufan's thoughts, Qinshin suddenly spoke with contempt. Forehead. Ye Bufan was stunned. In the divine pool, feeling Ye Bufan's fiery gaze, Qin Yao's delicate body trembled slightly, and a blush immediately appeared on her face. If I wasn't deep underground. If it weren't for the sticky liquid in the golden scale dragon armor python's body being too uncomfortable and smelly, Qin Yao would never have done such a bold thing. Immediately, she lowered her head slightly until the water inside the god pond reached her chin. Then she glared at Ye Bufan fiercely and scolded him, don't look. Hee hee. Ye Bufan smiled calmly, looked at Qin Yao and said with a wicked smile, Grandpa once taught me that as a responsible man, I should obey the woman I love. Forehead. Ye Bufan's sudden words made Qin Yao slightly stunned, and then she said coquettishly, you are sensible. As soon as Qin Yao finished speaking, Ye Bufan smiled evilly and said, of course. Besides, Grandpa also said that under normal circumstances, if a woman says no, then she must say yes. So, I plan to listen to Grandpa and Yao Yao, watch you take a bath. You. Qin Yao suddenly became furious. This scoundrel. Snort. Then, she turned her head aside again, snorted, and said, look, you can't see anything anyway. Although she said so, Qin Yao couldn't help feeling nervous, flustered, and shy. However, apart from that, she didn't resist at all. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled calmly, looked at Qin Yao curiously and said, you can't see anything now, but what about later? Yao Yao, are you planning to stay in the God Pond forever and not come out? Brush. Hearing this, Qin Yao's expression changed drastically. Yes, what should we do later? Qin Yao had taken off her clothes before entering the God Pond, so Ye Bufan could not see anything. But what happened afterwards? She couldn't have stayed in the God Pond all the time, could she? All her clothes were thrown away 1 or 2 meters away from the God Pond. Moreover, all the clothes in the Zumi ring were thrown aside to fill the Yuan stone. Now she had nothing on her except a Sumeru ring filled with yuanxi, and she had no other things to cover her body. What to do? In an instant, Qin Yao's mind went blank. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled indifferently, then shook his head, picked up a few pieces of clothing from the ones Qin Yao had thrown aside, came to the edge of the sacred pond, put them where Qin Yao could reach them, and said, okay, I won't tease you anymore, just wash them slowly. After saying this, Ye Bufan turned and walked to the side. Call. Qin Yao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Another silly smile. Ye Bufan stopped after walking a few meters, with his back to the God Pond, and repeated the previous topic in his mind. Qin Shin, do you mean that this holy weapon is in the God Pond? Perhaps. Maybe. What do you mean? Because of the current situation, there are 2 possibilities. 2 possibilities. Which 2? The first possibility is that the holy weapon is inside this sacred pond, but it has been sealed by someone, so I cannot sense the aura of the holy weapon. The reason why I could sense it before was because the sacred pond had been tainted with a trace of the holy weapon's aura after being immersed in it for many years, so it flashed by and disappeared immediately after it appeared. What about the second one? The second one, I think it's unlikely. Not likely, why? Don't ask yet. Let's verify the first one. If you want to know whether the holy soldier has been sealed at the bottom of the God Pond, just dive down and check. Qin Yao. Qin Shin said this and Ye Bufan immediately shouted. Ah! In the God Pond, Qin Yao exclaimed and immediately looked at Ye Bufan. She found that Ye Bufan still had his back to her. She asked softly, what's wrong? Dive into the bottom of the sacred pool and see if there is anything there. Ye Bufan said directly. Ah! Qin Yao screamed again, not sure why. Oh. However, she still responded weakly. The next second, Qin Yao dived directly, and only a moment later her head popped out again. She looked at Ye Bufan's back and said in surprise, great, I found 2 more yuan stones at the bottom of the God Pond. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Only 2 yuanxi. Yes. Nothing else. No. Is there anything strange about that? Strange place. Qin Yao paused for a moment, as if she was thinking. After a moment, she shook her head and said, there is nothing strange. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this sacred pond? No, just continue taking a shower. Oh. Qin Yao responded weakly, and Ye Bufan's mind was directly locked on the artifact, and he said, Qin Shin, it seems that this holy weapon is not sealed at the bottom of the God Pond. Then there is only the second possibility. What is it? Qin Shin did not answer Ye Bufan directly, but fell into a brief silence. After a moment, she said meaningfully, Saint Soldier Pregnant Spirit. Chapter 237 Underground Palace Fort Semi-Artifact. Sacred Soldier Pregnant Spirit. Ye Bufan was slightly stunned, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. What does it mean? Qin Shin explained. All weapons in Shenwu continent are divided into 6 levels, namely, ordinary weapons, mysterious weapons, earthly weapons, heavenly weapons, holy weapons, and divine weapons. But in fact, all weapons are divided into only 2 types. Mortal weapon, divine weapon. The reason I say this is because divine weapons have spirits, that is, weapon spirits. And ordinary weapons, that is, ordinary weapons, mysterious weapons, earthly weapons, heavenly weapons, and even holy weapons, all have no spirits. With a weapon spirit, a divine weapon has the ability to evolve infinitely and become increasingly powerful, but ordinary weapons do not have this ability. Once an ordinary weapon is created, its grade cannot be upgraded. Of course, under special circumstances, it is still possible for ordinary weapons to advance. But the probability is very low, and the higher the level of the weapon, the more difficult it is to advance. For example, the chance of an ordinary soldier advancing to a mysterious soldier is 1 in a million, so the chance of a heavenly soldier advancing to a holy soldier is 1 in a billion. As for the artifact, the chance of a saint soldier advancing to become a divine weapon and giving birth to a weapon spirit is definitely 1/1000th of the chance of a heavenly soldier advancing to a saint soldier. Buzz. As Qin Shin spoke, Ye Bufan's pupils shrank, his body shook violently, and he said with a look of surprise and shock, "You mean what you felt just now was not a holy weapon, but a divine weapon?" Throughout the Shenwu continent, there have only been 3 divine artifacts in history. During Shi Feishuan's time, a great war had taken place, and the other 2 artifacts had been destroyed and could never be repaired. Today, the entire Shenwu continent only has 1 artifact, the Zutianshan, and it is still under the 10th seal. In other words, there are no more divine weapons in the Shenwu continent now. If the magic weapon does not appear, the holy soldiers will rule the world. A holy weapon can alarm the 3 races of humans, demons, and barbarians, and led to powerful warriors from all sides fighting for it to the death, let alone a divine weapon. Got it. At all costs. At this moment, Ye Bufan's heart was extremely determined, and his possessiveness instantly reached an unprecedented extreme. At this time, Qin Shin said in a deep voice, "No, it is only a semi-artifact." Ye Bufan was stunned. Semi-artifact. That's right. Qin Shin responded, and then said, "If a holy weapon wants to advance to a divine weapon, in addition to giving birth to a weapon spirit, it also needs to experience heavenly punishment. Only by blocking the heavenly punishment can the weapon spirit and the weapon itself truly merge into one, and only then can it become a true divine weapon with unlimited growth potential. However, before experiencing heavenly punishment, even if a weapon spirit is given birth, it can only be regarded as a semi-divine weapon, with less than 1% of the power of a divine weapon." Ye Bufan was stunned again. Heavenly punishment. What is that? Qin Shin said, "Heavenly punishment is heavenly thunder. You can think of it as a test from heaven. If you pass, the semi-artifact will be upgraded to an artifact. If you fail, the semi-artifact will be completely destroyed." Hiss. Ye Bufan took a breath of cold air. Heavenly punishment, is it very powerful? Heavenly punishment. Qin Shin's murmuring voice was heard, her voice trembling a little and a little afraid, as if she was recalling something. After a moment, Qin Shin said, "Back then, when I experienced the heavenly punishment, the 10 top human warriors that the master had invited to protect me were all seriously injured, and the 3 defensive holy weapons were all destroyed. Even the master himself was seriously injured and his cultivation level regressed by a large realm. However, even so, they only blocked the first 63 heavenly thunders for me. This is the maximum limit of what the master can do. The rest of the thunder can only be resisted by myself. Although I later blocked the thunder and passed the test of heavenly punishment, the heaven-slaying harp was seriously damaged, and I fell asleep for a full 37 years. This is because the master has been using natural resources and treasures to restore me. Otherwise, I would have slept for a longer time, or even never woke up. What do you think of the power of heaven's punishment?" Gurgle. As soon as Qin Shin finished speaking, Ye Bufan couldn't help swallowing. How powerful is the heavenly punishment? Ye Bufan didn't know, after all, he had never experienced it. However, Ye Bufan knew clearly how powerful and terrifying Shi Feishuan was. She could peel off his soul with just a thought, let alone her original strength. One Shi Feishuan, 10 of the strongest men of the human race at that time, plus 3 defensive holy weapons, what kind of terrifying force is this? Unimaginable and absolutely horrific. But even so, the last 10 top human warriors were seriously injured, Shi Feishuan's cultivation level regressed by a large realm, and the 3 defensive holy weapons were all destroyed, and they only managed to block 63 heavenly thunders for Qin Shin. Suddenly, Ye Bufan asked, "How many thunderbolts are there in the entire heavenly punishment?" 81. 81. That's right. After all holy weapons give birth to weapon spirits, the heavenly punishment for advancing to become divine weapons is the same, 9981 heavenly thunders. Hiss. Ye Bufan took a breath and said, "So, you only blocked 18 thunderbolts by yourself, and you almost died." Yes. Hiss. Ye Bufan took a breath of cold air again. Qin Shin said, "So, this holy weapon in front of us can only be regarded as a semi-artifact now, and it can only remain at the semi-artifact level forever. Ye Bufan suddenly woke up. So what if it's a semi-artifact? Even if it's only a semi-artifact, its power should not be something that the holy soldiers can contend with, right? That's natural, but what? It depends on what type of semi-artifact this is. If it's an offensive semi-artifact, then its power will naturally be great. If it's a defensive semi-artifact, then it certainly won't have the power to destroy the world. However, for you, I still hope it's a defensive semi-artifact. Ye Bufan was stunned. Why? Qin Shin said, you already have the Zutianshan. Although it is sealed now, it will be too late to unseal it. And the Zutianshan itself is an offensive artifact. Its power is beyond your imagination. For you, having one more offensive semi-artifact is meaningless. But defensive semi-artifacts are different. There have only been 3 divine weapons in the history of Shenwu continent, and they are all offensive divine weapons. That is why, except for the masters of the divine weapons, no one knows how powerful defensive divine weapons are. But as the spirit of a divine weapon, I know very well that even if it is only a semi-divine weapon, it has already bred a spirit. With a spirit, the power of the weapon can be brought to its full potential. The weapon's spirit is indestructible, and the defense is indestructible. Even if you are only at the 3-star condensation realm, once you put on the semi-artifact level battle armor, then even if you stand still and allow the divine martial venerable to attack you, he will not be able to hurt you at all. But these holy soldiers can't do that. No matter how powerful a holy weapon is, it will have loopholes. As long as the attack power of the divine martial master leaks even a little bit, it will be enough to kill you. This is the biggest difference between ordinary weapons and divine weapons' spirituality. One of them is dead, and the other is a living thing that already has a soul, life, and independent consciousness. As Qin Shin was talking, Ye Bufan was shocked and said happily, so, if this is a defensive semi-divine weapon, if I get it, then even if I meet the divine martial venerable in the future, I don't have to be afraid of him at all. That's the theory. In theory. What do you mean? It's very simple. Since the artifact has a spirit, it is equivalent to having life. Just like you human warriors, it will also be consumed and will become weak. Once the artifact spirit falls into a weak or dormant state, it will be just a holy weapon with slightly stronger defense than a holy weapon. Hearing this, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Do weapons also understand consumption? Weapons can also become weak. If it were on Earth, Ye Bufan would never be able to accept this fact, and would even think it was nonsense. But this is the Shenwu continent, and, as Qin Shin said, since the artifact has bred an artifact spirit, it is equivalent to having life, and it will consume and weaken, which is also a matter of course. Even if Qin Shin said that she could practice, Ye Bufan did not doubt it. Ye Bufan immediately asked, what do weapon spirits like you need to consume to restore yourself? Qin Shin said, the vitality of heaven and earth. Ye Bufan was stunned, heaven and earth energy. Yes. Qin Shin responded, and then said, the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth is the most fundamental energy between heaven and earth, and other things such as Yuan stones, genius and earth treasures, are just the condensation of the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth. They just condense a large amount of the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth together. In the final analysis, it is still the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth. Doesn't that mean that as long as there are enough Yuan Qi or rare treasures, the weapon spirit will never fall into a weak state? Regardless of whether it is a semi-artifact or a divine weapon, it can always maintain its peak state. Ye Bufan was stunned and asked in surprise. Exactly. Fuck. As soon as Qin Shin finished speaking, Ye Bufan exclaimed, is this a divine weapon? This is simply beyond belief. No, a semi-divine weapon is already beyond belief. What do you think? Qin Shin said proudly, the effort and reward are always proportional. It is almost impossible for a weapon to give birth to a weapon spirit, not to mention that it has to pass the test of heavenly punishment. Whether it is a semi-divine weapon or a divine weapon, it is inevitable that it will become powerful. I thought you were going to get rich earlier, but now. Haha, it's more than just getting rich, young man. Your luck is incredible. Forehead. Qin Shin said this, but Ye Bufan was stunned, and then a trace of indignation appeared on his face. I don't even know where this semi-artifact is now. I can't find it and I can't get it. It's all nonsense to say this. Don't worry, it can't run away. Qin Shin smiled after Ye Bufan finished speaking. Ye Bufan was stunned. What do you mean? Qin Shin said, have you forgotten what I told you before? If a saint soldier wants to advance to a divine weapon, nurturing a weapon spirit is only the first step. If you want to advance to a divine weapon, you must experience heavenly punishment. What is the punishment from heaven? The holy weapon has conceived a spirit. Since it has become a semi-divine weapon and has bred a weapon spirit, it knows very well that if it wants to resist the heavenly punishment by itself, then it will have only one ending, one fate: it will die. So, it has no choice but to seek help from external forces. And this external force is that it must find a powerful master to protect it when it is tested by heaven's punishment. This is the fate of a semi-divine artifact and cannot be changed. But where is this place? Deep underground. Will there be anyone here? Won't. If the golden scale dragon armored python had not been driven into a corner by you and dived deep into the ground with the intention of dying together, would you have come here? No. Now you and your woman are its only choice and its only chance. It will not let you go easily. However, it will never surrender easily. It will only try its best to make you take it away from here and keep itself free. So, you can't take it away from here until it recognizes its master. After Qin Shin finished speaking, Ye Bufan instinctively asked, "Why? You are stupid. The two of you, one is Ning Yuan and the other is Gui Yuan, are too weak for it. Since it wants to find someone to help it block the heaven's punishment, it naturally has to find a strong person. For now, you are just a way for it to leave here. Once you take it away from here without recognizing you as your master, then at that time it will not be you who has the final say, but it will be it. Do you understand?" Qin Shin was confused and said angrily. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Then, he frowned again and said suspiciously, "That's not right. Even if it doesn't want to recognize us as its master, you also said that we are the only way for it to leave here. If that's the case, why would it disappear? Shouldn't it take the initiative to find us?" Qin Shin smiled and said, "That's not disappearing, that's running away." Ye Bufan was stunned, with a look of astonishment in his eyes. Run away? Why would it run away? Doesn't this make even more sense? Fool. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Qin Shin said with contempt. Before Ye Bufan could react, Qin Shin spoke again. Except for divine weapons, other weapons cannot move autonomously, even semi-divine weapons. So, what I felt just now was not the semi-divine weapon itself, but the spirit of the semi-divine weapon. The weapon spirit is equivalent to the soul of your human race. It is very fragile. Once it leaves the semi-artifact itself, it may die at any time. If you were in such a situation, what would you do? Would you not run away? It would be strange if he didn't run. For the artifact spirit, the semi-divine artifact is its body. Only in its own body can it feel absolutely safe. Understand? So, it was the moment you put away the Yuan stone that scared it away. But you don't have to worry. Whether it's a semi-artifact or an artifact, as an artifact spirit, it can't leave the main body 1000 meters. So, with this divine pond as the center, the semi-artifact is within 1000 meters around it. Moreover, as long as it is within 200 meters of you, I can find it. It's not difficult to find it. Chapter 238 Underground Palace 5 Golden Palace, Run. Within 1000 meters. If it is true as Qin Shin said, this semi-artifact is really within 1000 meters around them, then finding it is not difficult, even easy. Now, what Ye Bufan has to consider is how to subdue the spirit of this semi-artifact and make it recognize himself or Qin Yao as its master. After all, Qin Shin was right. If she took this semi-artifact away from here, she would not have the final say. A semi-artifact without an owner and with independent consciousness, if it made any noise, it would attract countless powerful people. When the mighty god appears, who can contend with him? By then, will this semi-artifact have anything to do with me? You must let it recognize its owner before leaving. Although he thought so, Ye Bufan knew that according to Qin Shin's statement, it would not be so easy, or even impossible, for him to make the semi-artifact recognize himself or Qin Yao as its master. But it doesn't matter. Don't agree. Don't agree. Fine. Let's take our time. I have plenty of time. If 1 year doesn't work, then 2 years. If 2 years doesn't work, then 3 years. Anyway, I have the Tianyan Gai Ju, so I can go back to this underground space at any time. In short, if I can't get it, no one else can get it. Artifact spirit. See who can outlast whom. As for whether it is an offensive semi-artifact or a defensive semi-artifact, Ye Bufan doesn't care at all. As long as it is a semi-artifact, it belongs to him. Of course, all of this is meaningless before this semi-artifact is found, and the top priority is to find it. What are you thinking about? Suddenly, a voice sounded in Ye Bufan's ears. Ye Bufan was stunned and suddenly came back to his senses. I don't know when, Qin Yao was standing in front of me. She frowned and looked at me with her lively eyes, with a hint of curiosity and surprise. Ye Bufan immediately smiled and said, I miss you. Qin Yao rolled her eyes at him and said coquettishly, you're such a smooth talker. Her words revealed the demeanor of a little girl, without any trace of the arrogant female general. Ye Bufan touched his mouth and pretended to be surprised. How do you know that I have a slick tongue? Have you tasted it yourself? Qin Yao was stunned and said coquettishly, I didn't. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan suddenly stretched out his right hand, grabbed Qin Yao's slender waist, pulled her into his arms, looked at her with a wicked smile and said, since you don't have it, why not try it? Qin Yao's body trembled slightly, but she did not resist, allowing Ye Bufan to hold her in his arms. However, Ye Bufan's 8 words seemed to make her realize something, and she lowered her eyes, lowered her head, and pressed down more and more. The atmosphere became silent, and Qin Yao's cheeks immediately blushed, and she felt her face, slightly hot. Ye Bufan naturally didn't want to miss Qin Yao's shy look like a little girl. He hugged Qin Yao with his right hand, stretched out his left hand, lifted Qin Yao's chin, and met her gaze with a sharp look. Qin Yao only felt her heart beating faster and her eyes dodged slightly. Ye Bufan moved his face slightly closer. Qin Yao blinked her eyelashes unconsciously. As she watched Ye Bufan's face getting closer and closer to her, her face became more flushed with shame, and slowly she closed her eyes. After a while, their lips touched. Delicate and warm. When love is deep, a kiss comes naturally. Looking at Qin Yao who was leaning in his arms with a shy look, Ye Bufan said with a wicked smile, Yao Yao baby, how is it? Is my husband's mouth oily and my tongue slippery? Hearing this, Qin Yao raised her head abruptly. She glared at Ye Bufan fiercely, pouted her lips, and said coquettishly, don't say that. Eyes met. Ye Bufan smiled mischievously, what are you not allowed to say? Don't say that to you. Qin Yao spoke instinctively, but as if she suddenly realized something, she paused, glared at Ye Bufan with her beautiful eyes, and said coquettishly, humph, I won't be fooled by you. Ye Bufan hugged Qin Yao's slender waist and leaned closer to her, what did you fall for? Snort. Qin Yao snorted when she saw this. Whoosh. The next second, she broke free from Ye Bufan's embrace and retreated 2 meters away, but the blush on her face remained unchanged. The scene just now was still constantly recalled in her mind and could not be shaken off for a long time, especially the feeling of lips touching lips and tongues entangled. That feeling was very special and wonderful, and it made people obsessed and unable to extricate themselves. Trying hard to calm herself down and stop thinking about what happened before, Qin Yao looked directly at Ye Bufan and pouted, what on earth were you thinking about just now? Miss you. Don't talk nonsense. Well, husband, I'm thinking we're going to be rich soon. Get rich. Suddenly, Qin Yao's eyes lit up. Before Ye Bufan could react, she had already come to him again, hugged his arm, and asked in surprise, is there still Yuanxi here? In an instant, the previous shyness disappeared without a trace, replaced by excitement, and obsession. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched involuntarily, and he smiled and said, I don't know if there are any more Yuanxi here, my husband, but I can be sure that there is a priceless treasure here. Qin Yao asked instinctively, what is it? Semi-artifact. Semi-artifact. Qin Yao looked at Ye Bufan in astonishment, as if she didn't react for a moment, but it was only for a moment. Then, Qin Yao widened her eyes, looked at Ye Bufan in disbelief and exclaimed, what did you say? Semi-artifact. Here, there is a semi-artifact hidden here. Ye Bufan nodded. How is that possible? Qin Yao was full of doubts. Where exactly is this place? How can there be a semi-artifact? As a 1-star general of the War Department, Qin Yao naturally knew a lot of things. She knew very well what a semi-artifact was. It can be said that the holy weapons of the entire Shenwu continent are now the pinnacle. However, 10 holy weapons may not be worth a semi-artifact, let alone a divine weapon. It is conceivable how terrifying the value of a semi-artifact is. Etc. Suddenly, Qin Yao was stunned again. She looked at Ye Bufan with a trace of surprise in her eyes. No, how do you know there is a semi-artifact here? If my husband tells me that I have a special sensitivity to all weapons, would you believe it? Looking at Qin Yao, Ye Bufan said with a smile. Ye Bufan has no intention of telling anyone the secret of the magic weapon for the time being, not even his closest relatives or loved ones. After all, it is the foundation of his survival in this world. Do you have a special sensitivity to all weapons? Qin Yao looked at Ye Bufan, a trace of astonishment flashed in her eyes, but after just a moment, she said decisively, believe it. Since you have chosen him, trust him. Ye Bufan was stunned. Yao Yao. However, just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Qin Yao. It doesn't matter how my husband found the semi-artifact. What's important is, where is the semi-artifact now? Ye Bufan was stunned again. However, since Qin Yao had said so, he naturally would not explain more now. However, Ye Bufan knew that when the time was right, he would tell Qin Yao everything. Ye Bufan immediately said, my husband, I don't know exactly where it is yet, but this semi-divine weapon is within 1,000 meters around us. Qin Yao was stunned. Within 1,000 meters. Ye Bufan nodded. Yes. Then what are you waiting for? Find it quickly. Without waiting for Ye Bufan to say anything more, Qin Yao pulled his hand and ran to the side. Ye Bufan was deeply helpless about this. The Qin Yao in front of him was completely different from the Qin Yao he knew. The Qin Yao in Ye Bufan's memory was cold, arrogant, and solemn, often giving people a feeling of keeping people away from her. But the Qin Yao in front of him was like a happy elf, and she was also a little money grubber. In comparison, Ye Bufan likes Qin Yao more now. However, Ye Bufan also knew that this kind of situation and this kind of Qin Yao would only exist at this moment, and only when they were alone. When they left here and returned to the War Department, Qin Yao would probably return to her previous cold and arrogant look. Time is short, cherish it. Qin Yao took Ye Bufan's hand and ran to the side. Ye Bufan followed Qin Yao and let her take him to find the semi-artifact. Although the visibility of the space in front of me is very low due to the green light, but a range of 1,000 meters is not large. About 10 minutes later, a palace appeared in the sight of Ye Bufan and Qin Yao. The palace is hundreds of meters high and covers thousands of square meters. It has a golden roof with glazed tiles, red doors with purple gold lacquer, and a hint of green light. It exudes a long-standing and ancient atmosphere, which makes people feel solemn. Above the purple gold-red door, there is a jade-carved plaque with a gold border, with 2 words inscribed on it, Burial of the Sky. Looking at the palace in front of them, Ye Bufan and Qin Yao were slightly stunned. After a moment, the two looked at each other. That semi-artifact is in this palace. I can vaguely feel its aura, but this aura is a bit strange. Qin Shin's voice sounded in his mind at the right time. Ye Bufan was suspicious, frowned, and thought to himself, strange. Why is it strange? I can't explain it. Anyway, that aura appears and disappears at times. It seems to be a little different from ordinary spirits. After a pause, Qin Shin continued, however, I am sure that the semi-divine weapon is inside this palace. Maybe it was sealed by someone. Qin Shin said this, and Ye Bufan couldn't help but frown. Husband, let's go. At this moment, Qin Yao's voice suddenly sounded in Ye Bufan's ears. Without waiting for Ye Bufan to think about it or respond, Qin Yao had already pulled Ye Bufan towards the palace. Ye Bufan was deeply helpless about this. In an instant, the two arrived at the purple gold gate in front of the palace. In comparison, the 2 gates were dozens of meters high, and Ye Bufan and Qin Yao seemed infinitely small. Squeak. Qin Yao pushed the door with both hands and it opened. An ancient and luxurious atmosphere suddenly came towards him. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Qin Yao had already pulled him into the palace. Buzz. In an instant, Ye Bufan and the other person were shocked, and their eyes could not help but collide with each other. The vitality of heaven and earth inside the palace was more than 10 times that of the outside of the palace. Great surprise and great joy. Oh no, run suddenly, Qin Shin's extremely anxious voice sounded in Ye Bufan's mind. Ye Bufan was shocked. What's wrong? This is. Bang, bang. As soon as the word, Qin Shin was uttered, the 2 doors that were originally pushed open behind Ye Bufan and Qin Yao suddenly closed automatically. A heavy business sound came out and Qin Shin stopped talking abruptly. The space shook and the hall fell into deathly silence. Ye Bufan, shock. Chapter 239, Underground Palace 6 Shocking Change, Zhang Kui. Bang, bang. There were 2 muffled sounds, and the palace door closed. The hall was dead silent, and Qin Shin's voice suddenly disappeared. Ye Bufan was instantly startled. Whoosh. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the gate in an instant. Push the door. However, the palace gate that Qin Yao had pushed open with a light push before, could not be moved at all no matter how hard Ye Bufan tried. It was as if the two palace gates were originally integrated and could not be opened at all. This scene made Ye Bufan feel even more heavy-hearted. Qin Shin, what's going on? Qin Shin, Qin Shin, Qin Shin. There was a dead silence in his mind. Ye Bufan called out again and again, but there was no response from Qin Shin at all, as if Qin Shin no longer existed. Ye Bufan looked shocked. What's wrong? At this time, Qin Yao reacted and came to Ye Bufan. Looking at Ye Bufan's expression, she couldn't help but ask. Ye Bufan frowned. What's wrong? He thought carefully about what had just happened. The moment she entered the palace, Qin Shin shouted, "Not good." Run. Ye Bufan was sure that Qin Shin must have discovered something. But before she could say anything more, or before he could react, the palace gate suddenly closed by itself, and Qin Shin stopped responding. Qin Shin didn't respond. This situation has only occurred once since Ye Bufan came to this world and knew of Qin Shin's existence, and that was when Shi Feishuan's soul appeared. But now, it definitely couldn't be because of Shi Feishuan. Because of this palace. Ye Bufan was certain that there was something strange about this palace, and Qin Shin's sudden loss of response was definitely related to this palace. Immediately, Ye Bufan looked at Qin Yao and said in a deep voice, "There is something strange about this palace. We must be careful." As he said that, he pulled Qin Yao to his side. Qin Yao was stunned, looked at Ye Bufan, and asked in astonishment, "Is there something strange about this palace?" Ye Bufan did not explain. He held Qin Yao tightly with his right hand, turned around, looked up and looked at the situation in front of him. In front of me is a spacious hall. In the main hall, where Ye Bufan and Qin Yao are at the moment, that is, after entering the palace gate, there is an aisle under their feet that is as wide as the palace gate. It is paved entirely with square gold bricks of exactly the same size, extending all the way to the depths of the palace, making it impossible to judge its length. On both sides of the aisle, there are milky white jade pillars. Each of these white jade pillars is nearly 100 meters high and several meters in diameter. Each white jade pillar is about 20 meters apart. They stand proudly in the hall, like soldiers, supporting this magnificent and huge palace before their eyes. There were many dragons carved on the white jade pillars, each with different expressions and movements, but each dragon was lifelike, carrying an ancient and fierce aura, as if each dragon was coming to life. Ye Bufan took a quick glance and could not see the entire size of the hall, let alone count the number of white jade pillars. Here, he and Qin Yao seemed extremely small. Apart from the white jade pillar, Ye Bufan didn't find anything else. If he wanted to find out what was going on, he would have to go deeper. Ye Bufan frowned. The palace gate was already closed. It was impossible for him or Qin Yao to retreat or leave the palace. There was only one way and one choice before them. Even if it was a dangerous place, or a dangerous place, they had to go through it. Ye Bufan immediately looked at Qin Yao and said, "Stay by my side for a while. No matter what happens, you can't leave even a step. Do you understand?" As he spoke, Ye Bufan looked solemn and extremely serious. Qin Yao was stunned. At this moment, Ye Bufan seemed to have become a different person, a person that even she didn't recognize. Was that expression and words still the hooligan who had teased her several times? However, Qin Yao also knew that now was not the time to think about these things, so she immediately looked at Ye Bufan and nodded, and replied, "Yeah." After Qin Yao finished speaking, Ye Bufan pulled her towards the depths of the hall. Qin Shin, Qin Shin, Qin Shin. Along the way, Ye Bufan did not stop at all. Apart from observing the situation around him, he kept calling Qin Shin in his heart. There must be something strange about this palace. However, Ye Bufan had enough self-knowledge. He knew that his own strength and knowledge were not enough to see through the strangeness and secrets of this palace. Qin Shin had obviously discovered something, otherwise she would not have asked him to run away. If you want to know the secret of this palace, just ask Qin Shin. Unfortunately, no matter how Ye Bufan called out, Qin Shin didn't respond at all. Ye Bufan and Qin Yao went deep into the palace. Along the way, they saw nothing on both sides except the huge white jade pillars standing proudly. The magnificent hall was in deathly silence. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. 30 minutes. Neither Ye Bufan nor Qin Yao knew how far they had walked or how long they had walked. The palace before them seemed to stretch forever. "Call out. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of nowhere in front of Ye Bufan and Qin Yao, and a middle-aged man blocked their way. Ye Bufan and the other man paused. The middle-aged man glanced at Qin Yao, then looked at Ye Bufan, and chuckled, "Boss, long time no see, how are you these days?" Buzz. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Ye Bufan's body shook involuntarily, his pupils shrank, and he said in surprise, "It's you, Zhang Kui." Hee hee. Zhang Kui smiled calmly, "I didn't expect you still remember me, boss." "You." Ye Bufan looked horrified, "Why are you here?" Zhang Kui. Ye Bufan will never forget this person. He is the greatest hatred in Ye Bufan's heart and also the greatest pain in Ye Bufan's heart. As the deputy commander of the 7 killers, Zhang Kui was once one of the people Ye Bufan trusted most on earth. However, it was this person who actually plotted against him and tried to seize the position of the commander of the 7 killers. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have died. If it weren't for him, I would never have come to the Shenwu continent. But, isn't he dead? Moreover, this is the Shenwu continent, not China on earth. How could Zhang Kui appear here? Ye Bufan was shocked and even more confused. Zhang Kui chuckled, "Why can't I be here?" Ye Bufan was stunned. Zhang Kui continued, "If you can come to Shenwu continent, then I can come too. Besides, we are best brothers. If I don't come, won't you be too lonely?" Ye Bufan's face darkened and he said angrily, "Brother. You are a traitor, and you are worthy of being my brother. You are not worthy." Hee hee. Zhang Kui laughed instead of getting angry when he heard this. "Boss, I killed you once, and you also killed me once. We are even now, why are you still holding a grudge? What's more, this is the Shenwu continent, not the earth. Here, to the people of Shenwu continent, you and I are just outsiders after all, destined to be unaccepted by the people of this world. In this case, why don't we join forces to create a piece of heaven and earth that belongs to us in this new world, and build a kingdom that belongs to us?" As Zhang Kui was talking, Ye Bufan's face darkened and he shouted, "Don't talk nonsense to me. Do you think I will continue to trust you, someone who has betrayed me before? Be unfaithful once and you will never be loyal to me again. Zhang Kui, I don't care how you came to this world, and I don't ask you what you want to do. From the moment you betrayed me and attacked me, you are you and I am me. From now on, there is no connection between us." As Ye Bufan was speaking, Zhang Kui's face darkened and he said in a cold voice, "So, we can't continue to cooperate." Ye Bufan sneered, "Cooperation? Do you think it's possible?" Snort. Hearing this, Zhang Kui snorted coldly and said angrily, "Ye Bufan, don't be shameless. Do you think I have to cooperate with you? I am no longer the same person I was before. In front of me, you are nothing more than an ant that I can bully at will. If it weren't for the fact that we are both from Earth, do you think I would tell you this? Would I cooperate with you? I feel sorry for you and sympathize with you. Shame on you. Since you are unwilling to cooperate, then I will not let you stay. I don't want anyone else in this world to know my secrets." Ye Bufan frowned and sneered, "Just you." Although he said so, Ye Bufan was not careless or relaxed at all. After all, Zhang Kui appeared too suddenly and too mysteriously, so Ye Bufan had to be on guard. Hee hee. Zhang Kui laughed evilly, "Kill you. I don't even need to do it myself." Suddenly, Ye Bufan frowned. Brush. The next second, Zhang Kui pointed at Ye Bufan and shouted, "Qin Yao, what are you waiting for? Kill him for me." "What?" Upon hearing this, Ye Bufan exclaimed. Brush. He turned his head and looked at Qin Yao beside him. Buzz. A long metallic sound was heard. Brush. The earth weapon 8 treasure silver dragon pattern spear instantly appeared in Qin Yao's hand. Without words or hesitation, she stabbed out with the spear, and the cold murderous intent attacked Ye Bufan directly. The general has ordered, kill. Chapter 240 Underground Palace 7 I want you to commit suicide. Kill. The cold tip of the 8 treasures silver silk dragon pattern spear in Qin Yao's hand pierced Ye Bufan directly. The cold and sharp murderous intent came roaring like a ferocious beast, causing Ye Bufan's pupils to shrink. "Qin Yao, what are you doing?" Ye Bufan shouted loudly, but Qin Yao didn't care at all. One shot, fast, fierce and powerful. Ye Bufan did not dare to hesitate at all, and instantly performed the 9 steps of the Tenglong, and with a flash he retreated several meters away, narrowly avoiding Qin Yao's shot. Qin Yao's shot missed, and another shot came. Ye Bufan was shocked, furious, and even more furious. He dodged Qin Yao's attack again, and his cold eyes fell directly on Zhang Kui beside him. He shouted angrily, "Zhang Kui, what on earth did you do to her?" "What did I do to her?" Looking at the furious Ye Bufan, Zhang Kui sneered, "Boss Ye, you think too much. I didn't do anything to her." "Impossible." Ye Bufan shouted angrily, firm and resolute. If it wasn't Zhang Kui, if he hadn't done something to Qin Yao, would Qin Yao attack him without any reason like now? "It's impossible. Call out." At this time, Qin Yao's attack came again. Ye Bufan was furious. However, facing Qin Yao, Ye Bufan would not attack her no matter what. He could only continuously perform the 9 steps of the Tenglong to avoid Qin Yao's attacks again and again. Hee. Watching Ye Bufan dodge Qin Yao's attacks again and again, Zhang Kui smiled calmly. Then, a hint of sarcasm appeared on his face again. "Boss Ye, when did you become so naive? Do you think that Qin Yao's appearance in Tianwang City and in front of you is really just a coincidence?" Buzz. Ye Bufan's body shook violently, his pupils shrank, and he stepped back. He glanced at Zhang Kui and gritted his teeth. "What do you mean?" "What's the meaning?" Zhang Kui sneered and continued, "Boss Ye, don't you understand? I sent Qin Yao to Tianwang City just to get close to you." "What?" Ye Bufan screamed in surprise. Very shocked. Was it Zhang Kui's idea for Qin Yao to go to Tianwang City? "How is that possible? Why are you doing this?" Ye Bufan suddenly looked at Zhang Kui again and asked, while a storm of emotions was rising in his heart. Zhang Kui actually knew that he was in Tianwang City. Could it be that everything that happened after I came to Shenwu Continent was under Zhang Kui's control? Why? Zhang Kui smiled calmly, because of the artifact. Buzz. Ye Bufan's body trembled again, and his pupils shrank sharply. Ye Bufan had never mentioned the secret of the divine artifact Zutianshan to anyone. Until now, only he and Qin Shen knew it. How did Zhang Kui know? How did Zhang Kui know? Facing Ye Bufan's shock, Zhang Kui ignored him and continued, "Boss Ye, the Zutianshan is not something you can own. Give it to me, and maybe I can spare your life and let you leave here, and even let you and Qin Yao live together." "How? Nothing." As Zhang Kui was talking, Ye Bufan shouted, "Zhang Kui, don't dream of wanting a divine weapon. Don't I know what kind of person you are?" Snort. Hearing this, Zhang Kui snorted angrily, "You are stubborn and unyielding." Brush. The next second, he pointed at Qin Yao and said sternly, "Qin Yao, as a general of the War Department and a 5-star Guiyuan realm warrior, can't you even deal with a Ningyuan realm warrior?" Suddenly, Qin Yao's body trembled. The attack in her hands suddenly became more sharp and fierce, and the gun shadows in the sky bombarded Ye Bufan like a storm. Ye Bufan was shocked. He no longer paid attention to Zhang Kui, but faced Qin Yao directly. "Qin Yao, are you really sent by Zhang Kui? Are you approaching me just for the artifact? Ye Bufan, the divine weapon is not something you can possess. Hand it over and I will spare your life," Qin Yao said in a cold voice, without reducing the force of the gun in his hand. Ye Bufan's heart trembled violently. "Qin Yao, is everything before fake? Are you deceiving me? What do you think?" "No, I don't believe it. Your eyes can't deceive me." "Ridiculous. Yao. Ye Bufan, don't be so wishful thinking. You are an outsider, a former gangster, and you want to marry me. You are not worthy." Buzz. Ye Bufan's heart trembled and he felt a dull pain in his heart. Snap. At this time, a round of crisp applause rang out. Zhang Kui looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, "Boss Ye, I didn't expect that you would be moved. I really didn't expect it." "You." Ye Bufan gritted his teeth, furious. Zhang Kui said, "Qin Yao, stop it." Ye Bufan frowned. Brush. Qin Yao's attack came to a sudden halt. Ye Bufan glanced at Qin Yao, then looked at Zhang Kui, with a look of confusion and vigilance, not knowing what Zhang Kui was trying to do. Zhang Kui waved to Qin Yao, "Come here." "Yes." Qin Yao responded and walked directly towards Zhang Kui. "What do you want to do?" Ye Bufan shouted angrily. Hee. Zhang Kui smiled evilly, glanced at Ye Bufan, then looked at Qin Yao and said, "Qin Yao, this general orders you to take off your clothes." Buzz. Suddenly, Qin Yao's delicate body trembled. Ye Bufan's pupils also shrank, and he looked at Zhang Kui angrily and said, "Zhang Kui, what the hell do you want to do?" Ye Bufan shouted angrily, but Zhang Kui ignored him. "Yes, General." At this time, Qin Yao said. Buzz. Ye Bufan's body trembled again, and he looked directly at Qin Yao. Qin Yao, are you crazy? Qin Yao ignored him. In front of Zhang Kui and in front of Ye Bufan's eyes, she put away the 8 treasures silver silk dragon patterned spear in her hand and took off her armor. Ye Bufan's pupils shrank. Qin Yao ignored it. After the armor was the Earth Soldier level soft armor given to her by Ye Bufan. At this moment, Qin Yao was like a puppet, completely obeying Zhang Kui's orders. Tisk tisk, with such a figure and such a beautiful face, no wonder you are attracted to her, Boss Yi. Zhang Kui said with a wicked smile, looking at Qin Yao who had taken off her battle armor and was unbuttoning her soft armor. Then he looked at Ye Bufan with a hint of amusement in his expression. Boss Yi, such a beauty, I will not be polite, old Zhang. Boom. Ye Bufan's body and even his soul trembled violently. He grimaced and his eyes were bloodshot. Zhang Kui, you dare. A roar sounded, accompanied by a sharp murderous intent. Hee hee. Zhang Kui smiled calmly. You dare, but I dare not. Brush. The next second, he pulled Qin Yao into his arms. Qin Yao did not resist at all. You are looking for death. Ye Bufan shouted angrily. Call out. The next second, he took a step forward and attacked Zhang Kui. Anger and murderous intent. It's like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, killing people and taking their souls. Bang. However, just as Ye Bufan took a few steps, a muffled sound was heard, and he crashed into a transparent wall and his body stopped. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was horrified. Hee hee. Zhang Kui hugged Qin Yao and smiled calmly. Boss Yi, in my territory, if I want you to live, you live, and if I want you to die, you die. Here, you have no right to resist. Ye Bufan was furious. Give me the artifact. Zhang Kui shouted. Ye Bufan was speechless and hesitated slightly. Why, you don't want to? Zhang Kui sneered. It seems that in your heart, Qin Yao's importance is still not as important as the divine weapon. If so, then I will take her in for you. Ye Bufan was shocked and even more angry. Zhang Kui shouted, give it to me or not. You'll have 3 seconds to think about it. Call. Ye Bufan couldn't help but take a deep breath. His expression was complicated. Zhang Kui ignored it. 3, 2, call. Ye Bufan took a deep breath and shouted, Zhang Kui, you win. Release Qin Yao, and I will give you the magic weapon. Hearing this, Zhang Kui frowned, then looked at Ye Bufan with interest and said with a smile, why, you're compromising now. Are you admitting defeat? Let him go. Ye Bufan shouted angrily. Hee hee. Zhang Kui smiled calmly. Sorry, this is too unchallenging, so I suddenly changed my mind. Ye Bufan was stunned and asked angrily, what do you mean? I don't want the artifact anymore. No more. That's right. So what do you want? Hee hee. Zhang Kui did not answer Ye Bufan directly, but smiled calmly. That smile made Ye Bufan's body tremble, and he felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. Zhang Kui laughed and said, I want you to commit suicide. Chapter 241 Underground Palace 8 Illusion, Space Treasures. I want you to kill yourself. These 5 simple words made Ye Bufan's body and even his soul tremble. He stared at Zhang Kui in disbelief with his eyes wide open. The reason why he agreed to hand over the artifact was because Ye Bufan knew very well that he had already claimed ownership of the artifact. Even if he handed the artifact over to Zhang Kui, he still had room to deal with Zhang Kui. But if you commit suicide, why, you don't want to? Seeing Ye Bufan's hesitation, Zhang Kui sneered, since you don't want to, I won't force you. But she's mine. Today, I will show you a good show. Buzz. Ye Bufan's body trembled. Hey. Zhang Kui smiled evilly. This world is good, especially the human race's war department. Military orders are as strong as mountains. Haha, as a general of the war department, can't I do whatever I want to the women in the war department? You also believe the 3 conditions that Qin Yao told you, it's ridiculous. Ye Bufan was furious. Zhang Kui, stop it right now. Call out. The next second, Ye Bufan took another step forward. The transparent wall in front reappears. Brush. A Xuanbing-level spear suddenly appeared in Ye Bufan's hand. Madness. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Bullets fired one after another, attacking the transparent wall in front of them like a storm, and a series of loud bangs were heard. Shenwu Bawang, double strength. Bang. A spear was thrust out, and a force of over 1,300 kilograms hit the transparent wall in front of him. The wall shook slightly, but it was not damaged at all. Zhang Kui saw this and sneered, "Boss Yi, it's useless. This is not an ordinary wall, it's a barrier. Not to mention you are at the condensation stage, even if the Divine Martial Master takes action personally, he can't break it." Buzz. Hearing this, Ye Bufan's body trembled. A feeling of powerlessness arose in my heart. What do you think? Do you commit suicide, or do you just watch me enjoy this beautiful body in front of you? As he spoke, Zhang Kui gently slid his right hand across Qin Yao's body. Ye Bufan was furious. Just like before, I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. Why should I trust you? After I commit suicide, if you still don't let Qin Yao go, what should I do? In that case, wouldn't this young master's death be very unjust? Do you think you have the qualifications to bargain with me? 3. Zhang Kui ignored the angry Ye Bufan and started the countdown directly. Ye Bufan felt helpless. Choose. This is simply an impossible choice. 2. The voice of death is urging. Buzz. Suddenly, Ye Bufan's body trembled, and a colorful light suddenly emerged in his sea of consciousness. Qin Shin said anxiously, "Boy, don't believe him, he is fake, and everything you see in front of you is also fake, these are all illusions." What? Ye Bufan's eyes widened in shock. Is this an illusion? Yes. How is that possible? Nothing is impossible. If you think about it, you can analyze it and see that it's not realistic. What's the meaning? You killed Zhang Kui with your own hands in your previous world. Have you forgotten all that? He is dead, but haven't I died once? Are you stupid? Have you forgotten how you came to this world? I brought you to this world. If you didn't have the divine weapon to protect you, you would have died long ago. After all, if you don't reach the level of a divine warrior, your soul will be destroyed if you die. He is just an ordinary person like you. Once his body dies, his soul will also die. How could he appear on the divine martial continent? And he didn't regenerate his soul like you did, but came here in person. Even my master can't do this. Besides, my master is not just at the divine martial level. Boom. As soon as Qin Shin finished speaking, Ye Bufan's heart trembled. He woke up suddenly. Yes, no matter what, it is impossible for Zhang Kui to come to the Shenwu continent, and it is even more impossible for him to know everything about himself. What's more, would Qin Yao really let him do what he wants? Impossible. Fake. Everything is fake. Ye Bufan immediately ignored Zhang Kui in front of him and asked directly, "Qin Shin, what is going on with this illusion? Also, why did you suddenly lose your reaction just now?" Qin Shin said, "Wrong, we are all wrong." Ye Bufan was stunned. "Wrong, what do you mean? The aura I captured earlier is undoubtedly a semi-artifact. However, it is neither offensive nor defensive," Qin Shin said immediately in a confused voice. What? Ye Bufan was shocked. Then what is it? Space treasure. Space treasure. That's right. After a reply, Qin Shin continued to explain. Artifacts are divided into 2 categories, attack and defense. These are the mainstream. However, in addition to these, there is a special kind of artifact. They may control space or time. They are also artifacts, but they can also be called rare treasures. They are rarer and more precious than artifacts. The semi-artifact I sensed earlier is a space treasure. Moreover, this space treasure is not in the palace at all, because the palace you saw earlier is this space treasure. This is why I feel that the breath of this semi-artifact is intermittent and it is sometimes there and sometimes not. This is because the spirit of the artifact is inside its own space. In its space, it dominates everything. What? As soon as Qin Shin finished speaking, Ye Bufan exclaimed, with a look of disbelief in his eyes, You mean, this palace is the semi-artifact? Yes. Hiss. Ye Bufan couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Qin Shin continued, fortunately, it is only a semi-artifact, otherwise, you would have died today and no one would have been able to save you. Ye Bufan was shocked. What do you mean? Isn't it clear enough? If I hadn't woken you up, you wouldn't know that all this was just an illusion. In this situation, how long can you hold on? It's just a spirit and can't kill you, but it can make you commit suicide. Even if one illusion like the one in front of you fails, there will be a second, third, fourth, or even countless illusions waiting for you. Illusions are created by the mind. It will pull at your inner emotions and thoughts, grasp your weaknesses, and lead you to death step by step. Qin Shin explained. Hiss. Ye Bufan took a breath of cold air. Qin Shin continued, the space inside the space treasure is different from the divine artifact space. Only dead objects can be placed in the divine artifact space, but even living things can enter this space treasure. Moreover, the space treasure has another characteristic, which is any artifact spirit that enters the space treasure will be suppressed by the space treasure. So you had no reaction just now? Ye Bufan said after hearing that. That's right. You want to ask me why I'm fine now, right? Ye Bufan nodded. Qin Shin said, this is why I said, fortunately it is only a semi-artifact, otherwise you would definitely die today. Why? A semi-artifact is only a semi-artifact after all, and cannot be compared to an artifact. The moment I entered the palace, I had already discovered that it was a spatial treasure, but it was too late for me to remind you. Therefore, I can only use the power of the artifact to break through its suppression. If it is also an artifact, I will not be able to break through its suppression at all. That was a close call. Qin Shin said this, and Ye Bufan sighed inwardly. If it weren't for Qin Shin, I would have died in this damn space treasure this time. It's scary to think about it. Then, Ye Bufan asked again, are you okay? Fine. After responding, Qin Shin said, however, because the Zutianshan is sealed, I will forcefully use the power of the artifact, and it will fall into a dormant state for the next year. Just sleeping. That's right. Fine. Ye Bufan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Shin is the spirit of the artifact. If something happens to her, it will inevitably affect the artifact itself. Ye Bufan does not want this to happen. Fortunately, Qin Shin only needs to sleep for a while. 1 year is not long. Then, Ye Bufan asked again, then how can I get out of this illusion? Qin Shin said, 2 methods. Which 2? First, someone from the outside world wakes you up. After a pause, Qin Shin continued, however, your woman must be in the same illusion as you, and cannot wake you up at all. Therefore, you can only choose the second way. What? Ye Bufan asked. Qin Shin said coldly, kill. Kill. That's right, illusions are created by the mind. Everything in the illusion comes from your heart. As long as you hold on to your mind, the gods will kill the gods, the Buddhas will destroy the Buddhas, and the illusion will break by itself. Chapter 242 Underground Palace 9 Fighting in Fantasy World. God appears to kill God, Buddha appears to destroy Buddha, destroy everything, and the illusion will break by itself. Ye Bufan's eyes lit up. Kill. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. In an instant, murderous intent surged from Ye Bufan's body, as if to purify the world, but Qin Shin became silent and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing Ye Bufan's reaction, Zhang Kui was stunned at first, then sneered, Boss Yi, judging from your expression, are you planning to give up this woman? Immediately, a hint of sarcasm appeared on his face again. Sure enough, the killer of Commander Ye Bufan only has himself in his heart, no one else. In this case then don't blame me for being rude. Rip it. As Zhang Kui spoke, he directly tore off the only piece of underwear left on Qin Yao's upper body. In an instant, Qin Yao's smooth skin was directly exposed to Ye Bufan's eyes. Kill. Ye Bufan's words rang out. Firm and resolute. Call out. He took a step forward and attacked the barrier in front of him. Bang. There was a loud bang, and the barrier did not move at all. Zhang Kui saw this and sneered, Boss Yi, it's useless. I've already said that this barrier cannot be broken even by a person like you who is in the condensation stage, even a divine martial master himself. Today, I will be in front of you and enjoy this woman's body. Ye Bufan ignored him and looked directly at Zhang Kui with an extremely determined expression. Fake, all of this is fake. The next second, he closed his eyes. Illusions arise from the mind. Everything before him, whether it was Qin Yao, Zhang Kui, or the unbreakable barrier, were all illusions created by his own inner thoughts. My heart is strong, what do I have to fear? I am determined, I can destroy the world. My heart, my world, I am the master. Brush. After a while, Ye Bufan's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and 2 rays of cold light shot out, like 2 sharp swords, attacking Zhang Kui in front of him. Zhang Kui was stunned. Ye Bufan took a step forward and shouted, so what, Master Shenwu? This is my world. I am the world and I am the master. The barrier. Destroy it for me. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the barrier in front of him collapsed and shattered. Zhang Kui was shocked and took a step back. Ye Bufan stepped forward. Die. As soon as the word rang out, the spear in his hand flashed with a cold light and attacked Zhang Kui directly. Seeing this, Zhang Kui's pupils shrank, his right hand turned into a claw, and he grabbed Qin Yao's neck, blocking her in front of him, and said angrily, "Ye Bufan, if you take another step forward, I will kill her." Ye Bufan ignored it. "Call out." A gunshot came at him, and the force of the gun did not decrease. "You." Zhang Kui looked horrified. Puff. A stream of blood shot out, and the spear in Ye Bufan's hand pierced Qin Yao's chest directly, causing Qin Yao's delicate body to tremble. She looked at Ye Bufan in disbelief and said in a trembling voice, "Husband, you actually want to kill me?" Snort. Ye Bufan snorted coldly. Puff. His hand holding the gun attacked again, and the spear went straight through Qin Yao's body and pierced into Zhang Kui's flesh. Bloody liquid flowed out. Ye Bufan shouted coldly, "No matter whether you are real or fake, or a god or a demon, kill you. Call out." As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his gun and returned. Puff. The bloody red blood spurted out from the wounds of Qin Yao and Zhang Kui. Bang! Bang! Both men fell to the ground, dead. Ye Bufan, you actually killed Yao Yao. You were looking for death. Suddenly, an angry voice came with incomparable murderous intent. Han Nuo appeared out of nowhere, with a sword coming from the west, attacking Ye Bufan directly. Sharp, domineering, and full of murderous intent. Snort. Ye Bufan snorted coldly, and instead of retreating, he advanced and charged towards Han Nuo with the spear in his hand. In an instant, swords and guns collided. Boom! A terrifying sonic boom sounded. Ye Bufan and Han Nuo both took 7 steps back at the same time. Han Nuo steadied himself, looked directly at Ye Bufan, and pointed the sword in his hand. "Ye Bufan, you keep saying that you love Qin Yao. Do you love her so much? If I were you, I would kill myself with a sword to make my determination clear and to apologize." Bang! Ye Bufan pushed the ground with his right foot, took a step forward, and attacked Han Nuo in front of him. "Stop talking nonsense and kill. You." Seeing this, Han Nuo became furious. Stubborn. He snorted coldly, swung his sword and killed Ye Bufan, saying with great momentum, "Ye Bufan, today, I will kill you and bury you with Qin Yao." Mad. Ye Bufan ignored him and directly used his martial arts. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The spear in his hand fired out bullets one after another, fast, fierce and violent. The shadows in the sky were like angry beasts, rushing straight towards Zhang Kui. Zhang Kui was shocked and took a step back. Ye Bufan stepped forward. Buzz. Suddenly, Ye Bufan's body trembled violently. Behind him, murderous intent came. Boom. Before Ye Bufan could think more, or even react, a huge force hit him directly on the back from behind. The terrifying force instantly swept through the body. "My heart is broken and my blood is boiling." Puff. A mouthful of bloody liquid spurted out of Ye Bufan's mouth. His original offensive was instantly stopped, and his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Boom. A few meters away, Ye Bufan's body hit a large white jade pillar. Puff. Another mouthful of blood spurted out. Damn, is this really just an illusion? Ye Bufan couldn't help thinking as he slid down from the white jade pillar to the ground, feeling waves of heart-wrenching pain all over his body. "Brat, let's see where you can run this time." Suddenly, a cold voice with endless anger sounded in the air ahead. Ye Bufan looked up. In the center of the hall, mid-air, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King transformed into a human, standing proudly, his cold eyes staring directly at him. Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Just now he was still a little shaken in his heart. After all, the pain was too real. He was so real that he even doubted the authenticity of Qin Shin's voice before. But now, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King is dead. How to resurrect? What's more, even his body was taken away by the miser Qian Duoduo. Given Qian Duoduo's personality, the body of the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King would probably be cut into countless small pieces by him and then made into delicious dishes to make money for him. In this case, how could the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King appear here? Fake, all fake. Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain coming from his body. He stood up with difficulty, ignoring the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King in the air, and attacked Han Nuo directly. An ice-cold spear, filled with murderous intent. Kill. Your uncle. In mid-air, the purple flame Black Eagle Demon King saw that Ye Bufan actually ignored him, and immediately became furious. Human boy, don't resist, it's useless. This is an independent space, even the divine martial venerable cannot come here. Today, that fat guy can no longer save you, you will definitely die. If you are willing to commit suicide, this emperor will leave you with an intact body. Kill yourself, uncle. Ye Bufan cursed angrily. At this moment, he finally realized that Qin Shin was right. Nothing in this illusion could threaten him. This illusion had only one purpose, which was to make him commit suicide. Because only he was real, and only he could kill himself. If you want my life, then come and take it yourself. Call out. Ye Bufan shot out. Han Nuo sneered and accepted the challenge. Ye Bufan and Han Nuo, the two figures flashed, swords and guns clashed. The purple flame black eagle demon king in the air had a ferocious and angry look on his face. After a moment, he shouted coldly, "Since you want to play, I will play with you." Brush. The next second, he waved his hand and figures appeared out of thin air. Luo Qinmo, Yi Jingxuan, Deputy Yi, Yi Wang, Yi Shuang, Long Xiaobao, Hao Peng, Tantai Tianyi familiar faces one after another. Almost all the people Ye Bufan knew and had close relationships with since he came to this world were in front of him. At this moment, they were imprisoned in front of the purple smoke black eagle demon king. At this moment, they all looked at Ye Bufan with eyes full of pain, despair and help. Husband, save me. Brother, Shuaner is so scared, woo woo woo. Master, save me. Master Yi, I'm only 11 years old. I don't want to die. Master Yi, save me, I haven't married yet. Master, you must save me. You said that a man must never let his woman down. I just got married to Ziling. I can't let her be a widow for me. Cries for help kept ringing in Ye Bufan's ears. Sad and harsh, Ye Bufan's body trembled slightly. Hee. In midair, the purple flame black eagle demon king sneered and said, "Boy, what do you think? Do you want to die by yourself, or do you want me to kill them one by one?" Ye Bufan was furious. Hee. Then, he smiled calmly again, "Kill if you want to, stop talking nonsense." Snort. Hearing this, the purple flame black eagle demon king snorted coldly, "Since you are so stubborn, today, I will grant your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, the purple flame black eagle demon king stretched out his hand. Call out. In an instant, Fat Hao appeared in front of him. Master Yi, save me. Bang. Without waiting for Hao Peng to say anything more, and without waiting for Ye Bufan to react, a muffled sound was heard, and Hao Peng's fat body instantly exploded into a bloody mist, with a hint of blood in the air. Ye Bufan's heart trembled. What do you think, human boy? Do you still want to persist? The purple flame black eagle demon king looked at Ye Bufan and a teasing voice sounded, as if it was the king who dominated everything. Kill if you want, Ye Bufan said in a cold voice. Snort. The purple flame black eagle demon king snorted coldly and no longer hesitated. Bang, bang, bang. Long Xiaobao, Deputy Yi, Yi Wang, Yi Shuang they were all exploded into blood mist in an instant, the cries of pain filled the sky and earth, and the bloody flames dyed the earth red. Humans are not plants or trees, so who can be heartless? Ye Bufan's heart was trembling wildly. Even though he knew that the people in front of him were fake and they were just part of the illusion, Ye Bufan still found it inexplicably hard to let go. What's more, it's all too real. They were so real that Ye Bufan doubted several times that everything Qin Shin had said before was about home, and everything in front of him was real. This is the case even with Qin Shin's reminder. What if not? Ye Bufan couldn't imagine it. Even so, Ye Bufan had no confidence that he could hold on. Perhaps before the illusion was shattered, he would have already perished again. Once lost, it is difficult for Qin Shin to wake herself up. After all, she was asleep. Roar. As he thought about it, Ye Bufan let out a roar. Brush. The next second, his mind went directly into the artifact space. Qin Shin had already fallen into a deep sleep, and Ye Bufan did not find her trace at all. However, Ye Bufan did not care about these, and his mind fell directly on one of the martial arts inheritance monuments. Martial arts and inheritance. Enlightenment, madness. The martial arts are crazy and attack indiscriminately, regardless of friend or foe, strong or weak. Especially the madness in Shi Feishuan's inheritance and enlightenment, it is even more powerful and terrifying. Any target that approaches Ye Bufan will become his target of attack. This is exactly what Ye Bufan wanted. In the illusion, everything is fake except yourself. In this case, don't think about it, don't miss it. No desire, no request. Abandoning all distracting thoughts and keeping my mind focused, I hold my sword in my hand and laugh at the sky. The pigs and dogs I kill all bow their heads, with only one word remaining in my mind: kill. Kill everything, and the illusion will break. Chapter 243 Underground Palace Tent. The weapon spirit who refuses to advance. Luo Chinmo, kill. Yi Jingxuan, kill. Qian Duoduo, kill. Tan Tai Tian Yi, kill. Killing is performed and life is extinguished. Ye Bufan was in a state of enlightenment, brandishing his spear and performing madness, as if he had turned into a god of death, madly slaughtering everything around him and reaping lives. Whether they are friends or enemies, they will all be killed. Time flows and years pass by. It could be just a breath, or it could be 1,000 years, or 10,000 years. Endless killing, endless death. Even Ye Bufan himself didn't know how many people he had killed. When gods appear, they kill gods. When Buddhas appear, they destroy Buddhas. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood, it is a purgatory on earth. Buzz. Suddenly, the whole space trembled violently. Everything suddenly disappeared. 3 meters away, in midair, a little boy less than 1 meter tall came into view and appeared in Ye Bufan's sight. He was wearing a red bellyband on his upper body, with nothing on his lower body, a bald head, and a small braid on the back of his head. The little boy looked at Ye Bufan with a teasing look. Looking at the little boy, Ye Bufan frowned. Everything that was conjured up in the previous illusion, whether it was human or demon, even wild beasts, was known to him or had come into contact with him. But this little boy, Ye Bufan was sure that he had never come into contact with him, let alone knew him. Who is he? After just a moment, Ye Bufan came back to his senses, looked at the little boy, and sneered, "It's getting more and more interesting. Are you my son?" Forehead. Hearing this, the little boy was instinctively stunned. Then, he glared and said angrily, "Who is your son?" "You are my son. Your whole family is my son. Son. Forehead. Ye Bufan was stunned by the little boy's reaction. No. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. "But it doesn't matter. Since you show up, I'll kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan took a step forward and attacked the little boy with a gun. "No matter whether you were real or fake, god or devil, kill you." Snort. The little boy snorted coldly when he saw this. "In my world, you want to kill me. You're dreaming." As soon as he finished speaking, the little boy disappeared out of thin air and reappeared several meters away. Ye Bufan's shot missed. "Your world." Looking at the little boy in the distance, he frowned. "Certainly." The little boy sneered, with a hint of pride on his face, and said, "This is my world, I dominate everything, you can't kill me." Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the little boy's body trembled violently. Brush. In an instant, his expression changed drastically. Shocked and horrified. Looking at Ye Bufan, the little boy widened his eyes and said in shock, You can see me." "Can I see you?" Ye Bufan couldn't help but frown. Time stops at this second and space solidifies at this moment. The two of them looked at each other. After just a moment, they both said at the same time, "Are you a weapon spirit? You broke the illusion." Hee. Looking at the little boy, Ye Bufan smiled slightly. "It seems that you are the spirit of this semi-divine weapon. Does this mean that I have broken the illusion?" As he spoke, Ye Bufan retracted the spear in his hand. Buzz. The little boy's pupils shrank, his body trembled slightly, and he looked at Ye Bufan's face full of shock and disbelief, and said, You actually broke the spatial illusion." Ye Bufan smiled slightly. The little boy looked at Ye Bufan with a shocked expression and questioned, "No, it's impossible. How could you break the artifact illusion? The facts are before your eyes, you can't help but believe it." As he spoke, the smile on Ye Bufan's face instantly disappeared, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. If Qin Shin hadn't reminded him just now, he would most likely have died in the illusion of the semi-artifact. And all this was done by the little brat in front of him. How could Ye Bufan be polite to him? As Ye Bufan spoke, the little boy was stunned. Fact. His eyes rolled around, and after a moment, he pointed at Ye Bufan and laughed, Ha, don't try to fool me, this is fake. No one can break my spatial illusion. I must be too nervous, so I saw it wrong. As he spoke, the little boy rubbed his eyes with his little hands and looked at Ye Bufan again. Still there. Then he rubbed his eyes again. "Why are you still here?" The little boy frowned, shook his head, and said in a condescending manner, I must be too tired, so I am hallucinating. Yes, that's for sure. It seems that I need to take a good rest. Yes, let's go and take a rest. Anyway, these two bad guys can't get away. The little boy was talking to himself. Although Ye Bufan was right in front of him, he ignored him. Moreover, he always believed that Ye Bufan in front of him did not exist. He was just hallucinating because he was tired. In any case, he had absolute confidence in his illusion. No one can break it. Without any hesitation, the little boy turned around and walked towards the depths of the hall. Although he was just a little kid, he put his hands behind his back, looking very mature. Seeing this, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Too tired. Are you hallucinating? Stop. Suddenly, Ye Bufan shouted loudly. The little boy paused, turned around and looked at Ye Bufan, and asked impatiently, "Why are you still here?" Snort. Ye Bufan snorted coldly. Illusion. You are wrong. I am the one who was trapped in the space illusion by you. However, I just broke your illusion. Forehead. Hearing this, the little boy was stunned. Hee. Then, he looked at Ye Bufan again, shook his head and said with a smile, "In the Burial Heaven Palace and the companion illusion, how can a warrior like you in the condensation realm break the illusion? Not to mention you, even a saint can't do it, so don't be ridiculous." Saint. Ye Bufan frowned. He had never heard of a saint, so he naturally didn't know what a saint was. But none of this mattered. What mattered was that he had indeed broken the illusion. Ye Bufan immediately looked at the little boy and said in a deep voice, "Stop talking nonsense. Where did you take Qin Yao? Hand her over immediately, or else, don't blame me for being rude to you." A cold voice, endless chill. There was anger and a hint of anxiety in Ye Bufan's eyes, because while he was talking to the little boy, he also looked around, but did not find any trace of Qin Yao. In the entire hall, there was only him and the little boy in front of him. Forehead. Hearing this, the little boy was stunned and asked in shock, "Did you really break the spatial illusion?" Nonsense. Ye Bufan shouted, "Hand him over." No one. The little boy laughed. No one. Ye Bufan frowned. That's right. She has nothing to do with you anymore. From now on, she is my personal maid and must play with me in the Burial Heaven Palace. As for you, after a pause, the little boy continued, "Although I don't know what method you used to break the illusion, it's useless. In this Burial Heaven Palace, everything is up to me. Although I can't kill you for the time being, I can trap you to death or starve you to death." Humph. Hearing this, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Maid. He couldn't help but look at the little boy in front of him. This spirit of the weapon actually wants Qin Yao to be his maid. Nima. Ye Bufan cursed in his heart, then narrowed his eyes at the little boy and said, "Now I will give you two choices." Forehead. The little boy was stunned. He pointed at himself and said in astonishment, "You give me two choices." As soon as he finished speaking, he sneered again, "Are you kidding me? Now you are in my hands, not me in your hands. If you want to make a choice, I should give it to you." The little boy said this, but Ye Bufan ignored him and said solemnly, "First, bring Qin Yao to me, and from now on you recognize me as your master. Recognize you as Lord." The little boy was stunned again, and then he turned his head away and said with contempt, "You are just a warrior in the condensation realm, and you want me to recognize you as my master. Dream on. Don't you want to leave here?" Ye Bufan asked. The little boy was stunned. "Leave here? Why should I leave here? Advanced artifact. What does an advanced artifact do?" The little boy's words made Ye Bufan's mouth twitch. "Do you want to stay in the semi-artifact state forever and don't want to advance to the artifact state? There is a world of difference between a semi-artifact and an artifact. Worlds of difference. What's the difference? Let alone other things, the power of a divine weapon alone is incomparable to that of a semi-divine weapon. Don't you want to become stronger? You're crazy. I'm not fighting. Why do I have to be so aggressive?" Ye Bufan was speechless for a moment. Qin Shin had said before that there was no weapon that didn't want to be upgraded to become a divine weapon, but now that the little boy said that, Ye Bufan felt that it was not wrong. After all, it was just an ownerless semi-artifact. It was completely useless to have such great power. Moreover, it had already generated an artifact spirit with an eternal lifespan. So why bother to take the risk of going through the test of heavenly punishment and upgrading to an artifact? Ye Bufan felt extremely distressed. There must be other benefits for a semi-artifact to advance to an artifact. Unfortunately, Qin Shin has fallen into a deep sleep now, and he has no idea, so he can't, persuade the artifact spirit in front of him. If bribery doesn't work, then use coercion. Ye Bufan immediately steeled his resolve and said in a cold voice, "So, you are planning to reject my first choice and choose the second one instead?" "The second one?" The little boy was stunned and instinctively asked, "What's the second one?" "If you can't get it, then destroy him." As Ye Bufan spoke, a fierce murderous intent emerged in his eyes, and his expression was determined. "If you are unwilling to recognize me as your master, then I will destroy you." Neuropathy. The little boy directly answered with 3 words, "Ye Bufan. Call out." The next second, he disappeared into thin air. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Messy and crazy. Chapter 244 Underground Palace 11 Recognize me as your master. Neuropathy. Looking at the empty hall, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. He was messy, mad, and even more angry. He was actually despised by a spirit of an artifact. "Little brat, get out of here." An angry roar was heard, and then in the hall, there was dead silence. There was no trace of the spirit of the weapon, and there was no response at all. Ye Bufan became even angrier. "You're not coming out, are you?" He sneered, with a hint of anger and a touch of evil on his face, and said, "Since you don't show up, then never show up." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan sat cross-legged. "Close your eyes and practice. The secret of returning to oneness from heaven, rise." As a heaven-defying martial art, the Tianyan Gai Ju can refine all things in heaven and earth. Although it is impossible to refine a semi-artifact in a short period of time due to the limitations of Ye Bufan's cultivation and strength, it doesn't matter. If 1 day doesn't work, then 2 days will work. If 2 days doesn't work, then 3 days will work. Sooner or later, Ye Bufan will be able to refine this semi-artifact. Without the threat of the illusion, he has plenty of time. On the other hand, it is a semi-artifact spirit. In this semi-artifact space, Ye Bufan didn't know what other tricks this artifact spirit had, but he knew that the illusion had lost its effect on him. This artifact spirit couldn't do anything to him, let alone kill him, otherwise he would have taken action long ago. The semi-artifact is the body of the artifact spirit. Once it is refined by itself, the artifact spirit will no longer have a body, just like a ghost without a physical body, and it will undoubtedly die. Ye Bufan was not afraid that he would not submit. Huff, huff, huff. As Ye Bufan practiced the Tianyan Gai Ju, the terrifying suction force instantly covered the surrounding space, madly devouring and refining everything. The vitality of heaven and earth was the first to be affected, and then the golden brick floor where Ye Bufan was sitting was also slowly melting. Although compared with the entire palace, this little bit of refined gold brick floor is nothing, but the speed is visible to the naked eye. Ye Bufan was very satisfied with this. "I am not afraid of the slow speed, I am just afraid of not being able to refine it." Huff, huff, huff. Ye Bufan practiced selflessly. Suddenly, in the hall, a roar accompanied by a little panic suddenly sounded. "Asshole, you, what are you doing?" Ye Bufan opened his eyes. In the sight, the spirit of the semi-artifact came back and was now staying 2 meters in front of Ye Bufan, glaring at him angrily. As the spirit of a semi-artifact, he is the core and soul of the entire semi-artifact. Everything about the semi-artifact is under his control. Even the slightest change cannot escape his perception. How could he not know about Ye Bufan's grand refining palace? Looking at the weapon spirit that was glaring at him, Ye Bufan smiled evilly. "Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you ignoring me and acting recklessly? Since you've left, why come back?" The next second, Ye Bufan no longer paid attention to the spirit of the weapon, nor did he make any response. He simply closed his eyes and continued to practice the Tianyan Gai Ju to refine the semi-artifact palace. Let's see who is more ruthless. You. Seeing Ye Bufan ignoring him and feeling the changes in the semi-artifact palace, the artifact spirit became angry, mad, furious, and even terrified. As the spirit of a semi-artifact, he could sense any change in the semi-artifact. However, now, at this moment, the indestructible semi-artifact palace was slowly melting away. Faced with such a huge change, how could Qilin not panic or be afraid? "You, stop it." A roar sounded, and Ye Bufan seemed to have no intention of gambling. "Things will change over time. You ignored me before, and now it's my turn to ignore you." You. Facing Ye Bufan's disregard, the weapon spirit was furious. "You, what do you want? Stop it right now, or I will kill you." "Kill me." Ye Bufan sneered in his heart. If you could kill me, why would you wait until now? Ignore it. The corner of the weapon spirit's mouth twitched involuntarily. What do you want? A weak voice sounded. The spirit of the weapon was scared, really scared. In just a short while, the entire ground where Ye Bufan was sitting had sunk. Although compared to the entire palace, this little change is nothing, not even a drop in the ocean. However, there is no doubt that Ye Bufan can shake the palace. At this moment, right now, the spirit of the weapon was filled with regret. As a semi-artifact, and a space semi-artifact, it can be said that even if a divine warrior entered the Heaven Burial Palace, he would be trapped to death. But the young man in front of him could not only break the space illusion of the semi-artifact, but also refine the semi-artifact. If he had known this, the spirit of the weapon would never have allowed Ye Bufan and Qin Yao to enter the Heaven Burial Palace, as this would be tantamount to digging their own graves. Unfortunately, it's too late to regret. As soon as the weapon spirit finished speaking, Ye Bufan's eyes suddenly opened. Acknowledge me as Lord. 4 words, calm, yet resolute. Impossible. The weapon spirit directly refused. As noble as I am, how could I possibly recognize a mortal like you as my master? And you are just a mortal in the condensation stage. Then destroy it. The 4 words, Ye Bufan carried a hint of coldness and murderous intent. You. Qi Ling suddenly became furious. This human race is simply unreasonable. However, the situation was stronger than the person, and the weapon spirit did not dare to show the anger and dissatisfaction in his heart at this moment, and could only compromise and said, "Stop, I will let you go immediately." Let us go. Looking at the weapon spirit with a teasing and amusing look, Ye Bufan sneered, "Do you think I need you to let us go? Once I refine this palace, we can also leave. And you as a semi-artifact weapon spirit, if the semi-artifact is destroyed, you will also perish." The spirit of the weapon was stunned when he heard this. Yes, this guy in front of him is different from others. The illusion has been broken by him, and he can also refine the Burial Heaven Palace. It can be said that even without me, they can leave safely. A year later, Qilin felt even more confused. I am the fish and others are the butchers, that's all. Looking at the silent weapon spirit, Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, "In fact, recognizing me as your master is not a loss for you, but a gain." Forehead. The spirit of the weapon was stunned for a moment, and then the corner of his mouth twitched. You acknowledge him as your lord, and you earned it for yourself. Neuropathy. However, the spirit of the weapon did not dare to say what he was thinking, but instead said, "What do you mean?" At the same time, he was also thinking about how to deal with Ye Bufan. As a semi-artifact spirit, he naturally couldn't have only the illusion as a means in the semi-artifact space. However, no matter what the spirit thought, he had no way to deal with Ye Bufan, just because of Ye Bufan's special ability to refine the Burial Heaven Palace. Move him somewhere else. Imprison him. What's the use? No matter what he does or how he arranges it, Ye Bufan is still in the Burial Heaven Palace. As long as he is in the Burial Heaven Palace, he can still refine the Burial Heaven Palace. Throw him out. The spirit of the weapon can't do that. What's the meaning? Seeing that he was thinking about how to deal with his weapon spirit, Ye Bufan smiled calmly. It is not easy for a holy weapon to breed a weapon spirit. Since you have already bred a weapon spirit, don't you want to advance to become a divine weapon? The spirit of the weapon was stunned and said instinctively, I don't want to. Really? Ye Bufan's face was full of teasing. Compared to the weapon spirit in front of him, he undoubtedly believed in Qin Shen more. So he smiled and said, a friend of mine once said that a weapon that doesn't want to become a divine weapon is not a good weapon. I'm afraid you don't want to, but you don't dare to dream, right? After Ye Bufan finished speaking, the weapon spirit was stunned. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was more certain of his thoughts, so he continued with a smile, 9981 heavenly punishments, you can't block them by yourself. After a pause, Ye Bufan changed the subject and said solemnly, but if you recognize me as your master, I will help you block the 9981 heavenly punishments and help you advance to the divine weapon, how about it? Upon hearing this, the spirit of the weapon was stunned again. After a moment, a look of contempt and ridicule appeared on his face, just you. That's right, it's all up to me. Ye Bufan said with great confidence. The weapon spirit sneered, how ridiculous. You are a mortal in the condensation realm. One heavenly punishment can turn you into ashes, and you still want to block 81 heavenly punishments. Do you think I am a fool? Who told you that I'm only at the condensation stage? Ye Bufan retorted with a smile. The spirit of the weapon was stunned, isn't it? Ye Bufan shook his head, no. The spirit of the weapon was furious, bullshit, do you think I'm blind? Ye Bufan still maintained a calm smile and said, I am indeed in the condensation realm now, but I was not in this realm before I reincarnated and started over. The spirit of the weapon was stunned again, reincarnation and cultivation. There was a hint of suspicion in his eyes when he looked at Ye Bufan. That's right. Ye Bufan responded and continued, in order to break through to a higher realm, I chose to reincarnate and cultivate again. Although I am only at the 3-star condensation realm now, do you know how long it took me to advance from the 1st grade leather refining to the 3-star condensation realm? The spirit of the weapon instinctively asked, how long? Less than 2 months. Impossible. Nothing is impossible. Ye Bufan smiled calmly, because of my reincarnation, my memories of my past life were sealed. They were only awakened more than 2 months ago, and that's when I started practicing. Upon hearing this, the spirit of the weapon was slightly stunned. Ye Bufan continued, of course, these are not the main points, because even if I tell you, you won't believe it. However, I have a reason that you can't refuse. The spirit of the weapon said instinctively, what? I am the master of the divine weapon. What? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the weapon spirit exclaimed, and looked at Ye Bufan with an incredible look in his eyes. You are the master of the weapon. Nature. Ye Bufan smiled slightly, and said playfully, otherwise, how do you think I broke your spatial illusion? After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, although the spatial artifact can imprison other artifact spirits, after all, you are not an artifact but only a semi-artifact. It was my artifact spirit that awakened me before. However, she also fell into a deep sleep because of this. The spirit of the weapon was shocked. Ye Bufan didn't care. Although his words were half true and half false, combined with everything that had happened before, they were enough to make the spirit of the semi-divine weapon in front of him believe it without a doubt. As for the magical things he possessed, Ye Bufan was not afraid at all that the weapon spirit would reveal them, because at this moment there were only 2 paths before the weapon spirit. Either surrender or perish. Ye Bufan immediately spoke again, if I can help a semi-artifact to become a divine artifact, I can naturally help a second semi-artifact to become a divine artifact. 9981 Heavenly Punishments. Once I recover my previous life's cultivation, it will definitely not be difficult for me to help you block them. Isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you? You don't want to advance to become a divine weapon. Do you believe it yourself? The spirit of the weapon hesitated slightly. He doesn't want to avoid heaven's punishment and upgrade his artifact. How is that possible? Seeing the hesitant look of the weapon spirit, Ye Bufan's smile suddenly faded. He looked stern and said in a cold voice, now, I will give you 1 minute to think about it. Either you submit to me, or die. Buzz. Suddenly, the spirit of the weapon trembled. Horror. Chapter 245 Underground Palace 12 Who is your man? Either surrender or perish. The dead silent space, the solemn atmosphere, the weapon spirit looked at Ye Bufan for a long time without saying a word, and did not make any response. Master of the artifact, this is a decision that concerns its future destiny and its entire life. As the spirit of a semi-artifact, how could he make a choice easily? Once chosen, it cannot be changed. Not only that, once he recognizes Ye Bufan as his master, everything he has will be closely linked to Ye Bufan, and everything he has will be controlled by Ye Bufan. If he wants you to give birth, you give birth. If he wants you to die, you die. Time flies by. A minute passed in the blink of an eye, but the weapon spirit still hadn't made a choice. Ye Bufan asked, so, do you want to live, or die? The spirit of the weapon was startled. Ye Bufan continued, in fact, I know what you are thinking and what you are worried about. But do you think it is useful for you to think about these things? Even if I will be an evil master in the future, even if I will bury you in the future, even if everything I said before was a lie to you, so what? I said I would give you a chance to choose, but do you have a choice? You didn't. When a person dies, it is like a light going out. Everything turns to ashes. If you don't acknowledge me as your master, I will refine this heaven burial palace, and as a weapon spirit, you will also perish. When you die, there will be nothing left. It is better to live a miserable life than to die. Isn't it? As he spoke, a trace of mockery and contempt appeared on Ye Bufan's face. If it weren't for the fact that it is not easy for a saint soldier to breed a weapon spirit, Just because you used an illusion to lure me to death, I would not have said a word to you and would have directly killed and destroyed you. Buzz. Suddenly, the spirit of the weapon trembled and woke up suddenly. Choose. Yes, do I have any choice now? No. If you don't surrender, you will die. Even though he was extremely unwilling and reluctant in his heart, at this moment he had no choice but to acknowledge Ye Bufan as his master. Ultimately, he didn't want to die. I am willing to recognize you as my master, but, you can't bully me. After figuring this out, the spirit of the weapon looked at Ye Bufan and said in a trembling voice. You are not qualified to negotiate with me now. Ye Bufan said in a cold voice, but added, however, as long as you listen to me and work hard for me, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. The spirit of the weapon was suddenly speechless. I have already acknowledged you as my master, how can I not listen to you? However, since the decision had been made, the weapon spirit did not say anything more, and he did not choose to use all his strength, and immediately said, come on. Ye Bufan asked with a smile, how do you recognize the master? Looking at Ye Bufan, the spirit was stunned for a moment, and a trace of suspicion flashed in his eyes. You. Why, you want to regret it? Seeing this, Ye Bufan said coldly, but he felt helpless in his heart. Recognize the master artifact. Although he had nominally acknowledged the Zhu Tian Quan as his master, Ye Bufan knew that Qin Shin had not truly acknowledged himself as the master, so he naturally did not know how to acknowledge the master of the artifact. The corner of the weapon spirit's mouth twitched. However, I am at the mercy of others. As Ye Bufan said before, even if everything he said before was false, I had no choice but to give it my all. Immediately, the weapon spirit said, one drop of blood essence, one soul thought. The essence and blood merged into the semi-artifact palace. The soul and consciousness merge with the spirit of the weapon. Soon, under the guidance of the spirit of the artifact, Ye Bufan completed the recognition of the semi-artifact burial heaven palace as his master. After recognizing his master, Ye Bufan clearly felt that there was some kind of close connection between himself, the burial heaven palace, and the spirit of the weapon, and everything in the burial heaven palace was under his control. If you are asked to give birth, you will give birth. If I want you to die, you die. Of course, compared to the weapon spirit, Ye Bufan's control over the heaven burial palace is still a little worse. However, as the master of the weapon spirit, he is superior to the weapon spirit, so he does not need to control the heaven burial palace himself, and the weapon spirit is enough. Call. After recognizing his master, Ye Bufan took a deep breath. Excited and thrilled, the dust has settled and everything is set in stone. The semi-artifact has already recognized its master and cannot be changed. Ye Bufan is now completely relieved. From now on, he will control another semi-artifact besides the heaven-slaying harp. Moreover, Ye Bufan believes that the heaven burial palace will one day be upgraded to become a divine artifact. With two great artifacts in hand, who can compete with him in Shenwu continent? After a moment, Ye Bufan looked at the little boy in front of him, looked at this semi-divine artifact spirit, and said, since this palace is called Zhangtian Palace, then from now on, you will be called Zhangtian. Yes, master. The spirit of the weapon Zhangtian said respectfully. Swoosh. The next second, Ye Bufan disappeared from the spot. As the master of a semi-artifact, Ye Bufan could naturally come and go freely in the burial heaven palace. These were the information Ye Bufan obtained after he recognized the master. In a side room in the rear hall of the Zhangtian Palace. Little brat, I've only said half of my words, and you're already locking me up here and ignoring me. What do you mean by that? Do you think I'm easy to bully? If you dare to touch my man, I will skin you alive. Come out to me. Qin Yao's angry roars continued to ring out. Boom 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 boom. At the same time, the 8 treasures silver silk dragon pattern spear in her hand was also frantically attacking the confined room in front of her. However, Qin Yao's violent attacks could only cause waves of colorful ripples on the door, and could not damage the door at all. Whoosh! Ye Bufan appeared out of nowhere behind Qin Yao. Qin Yao didn't notice anything. Hearing Qin Yao's angry roars, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Old lady, is this Qin Yao? Ye Bufan found that he almost didn't recognize Qin Yao anymore, or rather he could not tell which one was the real Qin Yao. When they first met in Tianwang City, Qin Yao was cold as ice, giving people a feeling of keeping people at a distance. Before, she was a money grubber and a little bird outside the Zhangtian palace, and now she is old lady. What a hot temper. However, Ye Bufan was only distracted for a short time. No matter what, it was enough that the person in front of him was Qin Yao. He smiled calmly. Who is your man? Ye Bufan. The three words Qin Yao came to my mind instinctively. Forehead. Then, she was stunned again. Turn around instinctively. You. Looking at Ye Bufan with a smirk on his face, Qin Yao was stunned at first, and then became furious. Little brat, I'm going to kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yao rushed out with a gun. Call out. A shot went straight at Ye Bufan. Fast, fierce and violent. Ye Bufan was shocked and dodged immediately. As the master of a semi-divine weapon, in the Burial Heaven Palace, not to mention that Qin Yao is only a Guiyuan realm warrior, even a divine martial master may not be able to hurt Ye Bufan in the slightest. Here, he is God, the God who dominates everything. After dodging Qin Yao's thunderous shot, Ye Bufan immediately said, Qin Yao, Yao, I am really Ye Bufan, and I am really your man. Snort. Qin Yao snorted coldly. Call out. She shot at Ye Bufan again. You are lying. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched and he was speechless. After all, Qin Yao didn't believe it. After dodging Qin Yao's shot again, Ye Bufan had no choice but to shout, Zhangtian, get out here. Hearing this, Qin Yao was stunned and stopped attacking. Zhangtian. Whoosh. The next second, Zhangtian appeared out of nowhere. Owner. Looking at Ye Bufan, he said respectfully. It's you, little brat. The moment he saw Zhangtian, Qin Yao was furious. He shook the spear in his hand, took a step forward without any hesitation, and fired a shot at Zhangtian. Zhangtian neither hid nor evaded. Whoosh! Qin Yao fired a shot across Zhangtian's body, but failed to hurt him at all. The scene before her made Qin Yao slightly stunned. He is a spirit, a weapon spirit. Ordinary weapons cannot hurt him. They can only make him consume a part of his own spiritual power. Looking at Qin Yao, Ye Bufan explained with a smile. Then he added, now, do you believe that I am not him? Qin Yao hesitated slightly. Weapon spirit. She frowned. After looking at Zhangtian and then at Ye Bufan, Qin Yao pointed the spear in her hand and said coldly, even if that's the case, you are not him. Tell me, what do you want to do? Where did you take him? The spirit of a semi-artifact calls Ye Bufan its master. How is that possible? Ye Bufan's mouth twitched when he heard this. Whoosh! The next second, he disappeared right where you were. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Qin Yao. You! Qin Yao was shocked. Brush! Ye Bufan didn't give her the chance to think or react. He just hugged her in his arms and kissed her on her lips. Boom! In an instant, Qin Yao's mind went blank. Her eyes widened. Woo woo woo. Sobs came out of her mouth. She struggled and resisted. Ye Bufan was only in the condensation stage, but her body seemed to be imprisoned and she couldn't break free. Gradually, that familiar feeling came over her. Qin Yao was stunned. She opened her eyes wide, with a hint of disbelief in her eyes. If someone said that Ye Bufan was working overtime, she would believe it, but that feeling could not be faked, let alone deceived. Gradually, she stopped resisting and took the initiative to respond. After a long time, their lips parted. Looking at Qin Yao, Ye Bufan smiled evilly and said, do you believe it now? Rogue. Qin Yao rolled her eyes at Ye Bufan and blushed. Then, she looked at Zhangtian who was standing aside, frowned, and asked in confusion, what's going on? He has recognized me as his master. Ye Bufan said with a smile. Recognize you as Lord. That's right. From now on, this semi-divine artifact, the Heaven Burial Palace, belongs to me. Of course, it also belongs to you. Qin Yao was shocked and her eyes widened. This palace is that semi-artifact. Ye Bufan smiled and nodded. Qin Yao was shocked. The next second, she came back to her senses, her eyes fell on Zhangtian, a gleam of light flashed across her. When Zhangtian saw this, his body couldn't help but tremble. Qin Yao stepped in front of Zhangtian and said excitedly, where's the treasure? Where's the treasure you mentioned earlier? Take it out quickly. Chapter 246 Underground Palace 13th Bronze Coffin. Baby. Ye Bufan looked at Qin Yao in astonishment, then looked at Zhangtian who was standing beside him, and asked suspiciously, what's going on? Zhangtian hesitated slightly, looking embarrassed. Ye Bufan looked at Qin Yao. Qin Yao glared at Zhangtian, then immediately took Ye Bufan's right arm and said coquettishly, my husband, He said before that there are many treasures hidden in this palace, and as long as I take him out, he will give me all these treasures. Now, he must have hidden these treasures and doesn't want to take them out. Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned, and immediately looked at Zhang Tian who was standing beside him. However, what he cared about first was not the so-called treasure, but don't want to leave the underground palace. Don't want to upgrade your artifact. You uncle. It turned out that Zhang Tian had already set his sights on Qin Yao. As long as Qin Yao agreed to his request, he could leave the underground and remain free. Kill two birds with one stone. It's a pity that Zhang Tian didn't know that Qin Yao had no ability to take him away from here. He didn't expect that before he could convince Qin Yao, he was alarmed by Ye Bufan's behavior of breaking the illusion, and then he was forced by Ye Bufan to recognize his master. I have to say, reality is cruel. Looking at Ye Bufan at this moment, Zhang Tian's mouth twitched slightly, and his young face was full of embarrassment. Where's the stuff? Suddenly, Ye Bufan asked. Qin Yao was shocked. Zhang Tian said with a bitter face, Master, there is nothing in Zhangtian Palace, let alone any treasures. As he said that, Zhang Tian secretly glanced at Qin Yao and said weakly, Before, I just wanted to leave here, so I fooled the mistress. What? Hearing this, Qin Yao screamed and loosened her hands that were holding Ye Bufan's right arm. She stared at Zhang Tian with her beautiful eyes and said in horror, You lied to me. Zhang Tian looked embarrassed. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched as well. However, Ye Bufan had no doubt at all about Zhang Tian's words. First, Zhang Tian has recognized him as his master and would not dare to deceive him. Second, Ye Bufan is now the master of Zhangtian Palace. If there is really a treasure in Zhangtian Palace, he can easily find it even if Zhangtian doesn't tell him. Since there is no treasure, then tell me about your previous master. Then, Ye Bufan looked at Zhangtian and asked. A person who could open up a space 3,000 meters underground and bury the Heaven Burial Palace, there was definitely not an ordinary person. Moreover, the underground space, 9 pearls, and the large divine pool were all big projects. Ye Bufan was very interested in the person who arranged all of this. Hearing this, Qin Yao looked at Zhang Tian with a hint of curiosity. Undoubtedly, she was also very interested in everything in this underground palace. Zhang Tian hesitated slightly and said, Master, you are my first master. Does Zhang Tian not have a previous master? Ye Bufan was stunned. No previous owner. Yes, Zhang Tian responded. How is that possible? These 4 words echoed in Ye Bufan's mind. Looking at Zhang Tian, he asked again, then how did you appear here? What's going on with this underground palace? Zhang Tian shook his head and said, I don't know. Ye Bufan frowned. Don't know. Zhang Tian continued, Yes, master. When Zhang Tian was born 3.73 million years ago, everything here already existed, so Zhang Tian knew nothing about what happened before. Zhang Tian only knew that Zhangtian Palace was located in the center of this space, and there were 16 large divine pools around Zhangtian Palace. These, etc. Zhang Tian was talking, but was interrupted by Ye Bufan. You said, around this Zhangtian Palace, in addition to the 1 divine pond we saw earlier, there are 15 similar large divine ponds. Yes, Zhang Tian responded. Hiss. Ye Bufan and Qin Yao both took a breath of cold air at the same time. 16 large sacred pools. What does that mean? With just 1 divine pond, Ye Bufan harvested nearly 10 billion yuan stones. With 16 divine ponds, that would be equivalent to more than 100 billion yuan stones. What kind of wealth is this? The most important thing is that these 16 god pools have not shown any signs of drying up, which means that they will continue to exist for hundreds or thousands of years. During this period, these 16 god pools can still continuously produce yuanxi. What kind of wealth is that? Unimaginable. Once everything about the underground palace is leaked out, I'm afraid that the human race, the demon race, and the wild beasts will grab it at all costs. After all, a human war department only controls a few large divine pools, but here there are a full 16. But, Ye Bufan and Qin Yao were both shocked when Zhang Tian spoke in a weak voice. Ye Bufan came to his senses, looked at Zhang Tian, frowned and said, but what? Whenever the word, but appears, it is definitely not a good thing. Zhang Tian glanced at Ye Bufan secretly, lowered his head, and said weakly, however, these 16 divine pools, except for the one that the master saw earlier, the other 15 divine pools have no more yuanxi. What? Ye Bufan exclaimed and stared at Zhang Tian with wide eyes. The same is true for Qin Yao. Where's the Yuanxi? Where's the Yuanxi? The two said in unison. Zhang Tian hesitated slightly. Explain, Ye Bufan said sternly. I ate it. Zhang Tian said this and glanced at Ye Bufan secretly. You ate it. Ye Bufan's eyes widened, looking at Zhang Tian in disbelief. Each god pool has more than 10 billion yuanxi, and the accumulated yuanxi of the 15 large god pools is as much as 150 billion. You said you ate all of them. No, Zhang Tian said. Ye Bufan was stunned. No. Master, there are not 15 god pawns, but 16 god pawns. Zhang Tian corrected honestly, and then secretly glanced at Ye Bufan, lowered his head, and said, moreover, when Zhang Tian was just born, the entire area outside Zhangtian Palace was filled with yuanxi, which should be more than 1.5 trillion. Now the yuanxi in this last god pond is less than 1/10 of the previous one. Zhangtian's voice became smaller and smaller, until it was almost inaudible. OMG. As soon as Zhangtian finished speaking, Ye Bufan and Qin Yao were stunned where they stood. 1.5 trillion stones. In the underground palace, there are 16 divine pools, divided equally, which means that each divine pool has a cumulative amount of more than 100 billion yuan stones. So many yuanxi were actually all eaten by Zhangtian. Crack. Ye Bufan felt heartbroken. Zhangtian, this glutton, actually ate 1.5 trillion yuan stones in more than 3 million years. Moreover, if I had arrived a step later, the 10 billion yuan stones would have been eaten up by him. This guy is definitely the biggest prodigal in Shenwu continent, no doubt about it. Husband. Suddenly, Qin Yao pulled Ye Bufan's clothes, looked at him, and said with a strange expression. Ye Bufan was stunned. What's wrong? Husband, the large divine pool can only produce about 500 yuan stones every day. Qin Yao said softly. Boom. A roar suddenly sounded in Ye Bufan's mind. A large divine pond produces 500 yuan stones a day. Yes, a large god pond can only produce about 500 yuanxi per day, which is only 182,500 yuanxi per year. If these 150 billion yuanxi are divided equally among the 16 large god ponds, each god pond will have accumulated more than 100 billion yuanxi. How long would it take for a large divine pond to accumulate 100 billion stones? More than 500,000 years. Hiss. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but take a breath. This underground palace 3,000 meters below the ground has existed for more than 500,000 years. What kind of concept is this? Ye Bufan clearly remembered that Shi Feishuan died in a shocking battle more than 100,000 years ago. In other words, the construction time of this underground palace was more than 400,000 years earlier than the time when Shi Feishuan died. Bang, bang, bang. Ye Bufan's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. A 3,000-meter underground palace. This is more than just unusual. Who opened up such a space 500,000 years ago? Why did they open up such a space? What was their purpose? Ye Bufan immediately looked at Zhangtian and said in a deep voice, Zhangtian, in this space, besides Zhangtian Palace, the Divine Pond, and the 9 pearls, don't you have any other discoveries? No. Buzz. As soon as Zhangtian finished speaking, his body couldn't help but tremble instinctively, as if he had thought of something, and a hint of fear emerged in his eyes. He said, yes. Ye Bufan was stunned and asked anxiously, is it there or not? Have. Zhangtian said with great determination. What is it? In the deepest part of Zhangtian Palace. Zhangtian said, and the fear in his clear eyes became more and more serious, there is a bronze coffin. Hearing this, Ye Bufan frowned, and Qin Yao was also stunned. The two looked at Zhangtian and said in unison, bronze coffin. Yes. Zhangtian responded with a horrified voice, when I was born and took over Zhangtian Palace, I went to that space to check it out. There was nothing else there except a bronze coffin. However, I couldn't get any closer than 30 meters away from the bronze coffin. Or rather, I didn't dare to get any closer. I felt if I got even half a step closer, I would immediately disappear. That space is also the only place in the entire Zhangtian Palace that I can't control or spy on. Hiss. As Zhangtian spoke, Ye Bufan and Qin Yao couldn't help but gasp. A weapon spirit cannot control its own semi-artifact. Is it possible? Impossible. This is simply unbelievable. Swipe. The next second, their eyes met. Shocked and horrified. Burial Palace, bronze coffin. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them couldn't help but have their hearts beating wildly. Burying the sky in a coffin. Chapter 247, All troops withdraw. The coffin is buried in the sky in the palace. A shocking idea emerged in the minds of Ye Bufan and Qin Yao, but after just a moment, they denied this idea. Burying the sky in a coffin. Is it possible? Absolutely impossible. Perhaps there was some powerful existence inside the bronze coffin, or perhaps the bronze coffin itself was special, which prevented Zhangtian, the spirit of the artifact, from getting close. In short, this bronze coffin is definitely extraordinary. Zhangtian, lead the way. I want to see what this bronze coffin is. After a moment, Ye Bufan looked at Zhangtian and said in a deep voice. Owner. Husband. The worried voices of Zhangtian and Qin Yao sounded at the same time. Looking at Qin Yao, Ye Bufan smiled calmly. Don't worry, I'm just going to take a look. I won't be so stupid as to do something that I know is impossible. Then he looked at Zhangtian again and said without any doubt, Zhangtian, lead the way. After Ye Bufan said this, Qin Yao and Zhangtian naturally had nothing to say. Under the leadership of Zhangtian, the three of them walked towards Zhangtian Palace and the bronze coffin. The Purple Emperor's residence, the Demon Clan's fortress. Zi Qinhao led 2.5 million soldiers to attack the fortress. The fortress, which was like a giant fortress, was filled with corpses in less than half an hour. However, under the absolute numerical suppression of the human race, most of the casualties were members of the demon race. The bloody battlefield is soaked in death. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Kill, kill, kill. On the city wall, human warriors in the condensation and return to origin realms stepped on the ladder and tried to climb up to the city wall again and again, but they were intercepted by the demons again and again. Of course, if the demons want to intercept, they will inevitably pay a heavy price. On the human side, there were 2.5 million soldiers. Except for the soldiers and generals who climbed the city towers and attacked the city gates, all the others were armed with longbows, which served both as cover and as an attack. On the city wall, if the demons wanted to intercept, they would inevitably be exposed to the eyes of these soldiers holding longbows and would inevitably become the targets of their attacks. However, the demons had no choice. Hide. Once they evade, who will intercept those human warriors who want to climb the tower? Once these warriors climb the tower, the demons will have nothing to lose. At that time, the 2.5 million human army can directly ignore the city gate, land on the tower through the ladder, and enter the fortress. With 2.5 million troops entering the fortress, how can the demons fight back? They will surely fail and perish. That is why, even if it means death, even if they know that doing so will cause their side to suffer heavy losses, the demon clan has no choice but to do so. They are persisting and they are waiting. Once the demon reinforcements arrive, the human race will have no chance at all. Then they can attack from both sides and kill every single human being without leaving a single piece of armor. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sharp arrows flew through the air and attacked the fortress tower. It is both a cover and an attack. Boom, 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 boom. At the city gate, thunderous roars continued to sound. A group of human race's powerful divine Yuan realm warriors attacked madly like a storm, and the city gate was on the verge of collapse. On the city gate tower, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor stood proudly in the void, his cold and angry eyes focused on everything in front of him, and the terrifying murderous intent around him seemed to freeze the world clean. Behind the Purple Emperor Demon, several demon emperors are entrenched. The human race was at the gates of the city. If it were any other time, they would have already rushed out of the fortress and fought a bloody battle with the human race. But today, now, at this moment, they could not, nor did they dare to. It was really that the human race came too suddenly. In front of an army of 2.5 million, if they rushed out of the fortress, they would definitely not be able to return, and would die. They could only hide in the fortress and wait for the arrival of the demon reinforcements. This feeling is full of anger, rage, and even more frustrating. Zi Qinhao, what on earth do you want to do? Suddenly, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor shouted, staring at Zi Qinhao in front of him angrily, you don't want to attack the city at all. If you wanted to attack the city, I'm afraid your human army would have entered the fortress by now. The cold voice was filled with endless doubts. As the Demon Emperor who commands millions of demons, the Purple Emperor Demon is naturally not a fool. Maybe he couldn't see any clues at the beginning and thought that the human race really wanted to attack the city, but after such a long time, how could he not understand it? For such a long time, except for the human warriors who shot arrows, the human warriors in the condensation yuan, returning yuan, and divine yuan realms who climbed the city walls from the towers or broke through the city gates did not try their best. If they had tried their best, they would have already landed on the towers and broken through the city gates. But they didn't. Faced with the angry questioning of the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor, Zi Qinhao ignored it. Suddenly, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor became furious. Then, he said angrily, "Your army of 2.5 million is approaching the city, aren't you just here to kill someone quickly?" Yes. As soon as the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor finished speaking, Zi Qinhao suddenly said, "Before, your demon race plotted against my human race. Can't my human race retaliate against your demon race?" Upon hearing this, the Purple Emperor Demon became even angrier. Revenge on the demon clan. It's a lie. He didn't believe Zi Qinhao's words at all. The human race must have other purposes. However, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor simply couldn't figure out what Zi Qinhao was trying to do. Not to mention him, even the 2.5 million troops of the human race didn't know. Lord Demon Emperor, since the human race has no intention of attacking the fortress, why don't we let the garrison guarding the city withdraw? At this time, a Demon Emperor behind the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor said with a serious expression. The demon race had suffered too many casualties and were simply being beaten. Idiot. Hearing this, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor roared. The human race has always been cunning, and who can tell the truth from the false? Now they have no intention of taking the fortress. If they suddenly change their minds after my demon race withdraws from the tower, what should my demon race do? Once the human race lands on the tower, the 2.5 million troops outside will surely be able to enter the fortress with 0 casualties. By then, there will be less than 200,000 demons stationed in the fortress. How can we contend with the 2.5 million human army? That would send my demon garrison to their deaths. The demon kings were silent. They were powerless to refute the fact. The voice of the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor was loud, and Zi Qinhao heard it clearly, but he did not explain any of the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor's analysis and just smiled indifferently. The art of war is a matter of deception. It should be a mixture of truth and false, making it hard to grasp. How long will it take for the reinforcements to arrive? Ignoring Zi Qinhao, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor asked coldly to a Demon Emperor behind him. 1,300,000 troops, plus 4 million members of my demon clan in the surrounding areas, a total of 5 million reinforcements, will arrive within 20 minutes. The Demon King said in a deep voice. 20 minutes. The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor frowned. He knew very well in his heart that if the human race had not suddenly attacked, and if the demon race had not mobilized all the surrounding forces, the reinforcements would have arrived long ago. However, there is nothing that can be done about it. After the previous battle, the demon garrison suffered heavy losses, with more than 1 million casualties, which could be regarded as a serious blow to their vitality. At this time, if they only mobilized the demon garrison to reinforce, it would be meaningless. Not only that, more than 1 million garrisons might be wiped out by the human race in the end. But mobilizing the surrounding demon tribes is different. A total of 5.3 million reinforcements, plus the 200,000 garrisons inside the fortress, that's 5.5 million troops, more than twice the number of the human race. The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor was confident that with this 5.5 million troops, he could wipe out the human race here. Even if we can't completely wipe them out, we can at least inflict heavy damage. Unfortunately, it would take time to gather the demon garrison and mobilize the surrounding demons. Fortunately, it would only take 20 minutes for the reinforcements to arrive. Immediately, the Purple Emperor Demon said, "Go and pass on my order now. Have all the demon generals, demon kings, and demon emperors leave the main army and charge at full speed. You must arrive within 10 minutes. The demon king was stunned. Yes. Then he responded and left. Oh. The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor ignored the departing demon king and instead looked at Zi Qinhao opposite him and smiled indifferently. 10 minutes later, the demon army consisting of demon generals, demon kings, and demon emperors will surely arrive. Although the number is still not comparable to that of the human race, it is not difficult to hold back the human race for 10 minutes and wait for the subsequent reinforcements to arrive. As soon as the army arrived, they wiped out the human race. Delay will lead to changes. The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor did not want any accidents to happen, so he ordered all members above the rank of Demon General to provide reinforcements at full speed. Zi Qinhao didn't know all this. Looking at the Demon King leaving the Demon Fortress, Zi Qinhao frowned. The battle has lasted for almost 2 hours since it began. During this period, the Demon King has come and gone many times in the Demon Fortress. Zi Qinhao knew that the Demon Clan was contacting the surrounding armies, but he ignored it. But this time half an hour, the time he expected was almost up. Brush. The next second, Zi Qinhao swept the entire battlefield. It's time to evacuate, he thought in his heart. Call out. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of nowhere in front of Zi Qinhao. The man was dressed in a black robe. He faced Zi Qinhao and clasped his fists. A sweet, cold voice rang out. General, the mission has been accomplished. How? Zi Qinhao asked directly without hesitation. The black-robed man said, reporting to the general, we have not found the target person inside or around the fortress, and we have not found the golden unicorn armored python. Hearing this, Zi Qinhao frowned. In the distance, the purple emperor Demon Emperor was also stunned and even more shocked when he saw the black-robed person appearing out of thin air in front of Zi Qinhao. He could clearly feel that this black-robed person was only at the divine origin realm, but before she appeared, he, the dignified Demon Emperor, did not even notice it at all. Zi Qinhao didn't know what the purple emperor Demon Emperor was thinking, nor did he want to know, and he was in no mood to care. Ye Bufan was not in the fortress, and he was not on his way, which made Zi Qinhao very confused and he couldn't figure it out. However, Zi Qinhao didn't hesitate at all. He looked at the black-robed man in front of him and said, except you, where are the others now? Already gone. Good. As soon as Zi Qinhao said this, he swept across the entire battlefield with a single glance. Thunderous sounds rang out, and he said in a resounding voice, all troops, evacuate. Chapter 248, Ye Bufan's whereabouts, reward for Qin Yao. All troops, evacuate. Zi Qinhao shouted loudly, like thunder, resounding throughout the space and echoing in everyone's mind. The offensive of all the soldiers and generals of the human race's war department suddenly stopped, and the demon race garrison on the fortress was also stunned. You gave up halfway and failed at the last moment. Zi Qinhao, you are still a general of the human race. How can such a human race compete with our great demon race? Today's shame, this emperor will remember it. In the future, this emperor will massacre your human race with blood to vent today's hatred. Suddenly coming back to his senses, looking at Zi Qinhao, the purple emperor Demon Emperor said in a cold voice, his words full of sarcasm and contempt. This is a mockery, but also a way to provoke someone. The first wave of Demon Clan reinforcements will arrive in 10 minutes. If the human army withdraws at this time, the Demon Clan will gain nothing. As soon as the purple emperor demon finished speaking, the expressions of the 2.5 million human army changed. Give up halfway and lose all previous efforts. Yes, seeing that the fortress is about to be breached, if we evacuate at this time, it will really be a loss for the human race. This opportunity cannot be missed. Zi Qinhao ignored him and shouted, retreat. Withdraw. 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 Among the 2.5 million strong army of the War Department, the generals did not hesitate anymore, and shouted loudly, like rolling thunder, resounding outside the entire fortress. On the city walls and on the ladders, the warriors in the condensation and return to the origin realms changed from attack to retreat. They jumped down from the ladders and returned to the army. At the city gate, a group of powerful gods also turned back. Military orders are as heavy as mountains, retreat. Damn it. Seeing the scene in front of him, the purple emperor Demon Emperor was furious and even mad. If the human race evacuated at this time, it would not be the human race that would fail, but his demon race. Zi Qinhao, do you dare to fight with me? Immediately, the purple emperor Demon Emperor glared at Zi Qinhao and shouted loudly. The demon reinforcements are coming. If I don't retreat now, wouldn't that be a joke to my human soldiers? You, the purple emperor demon, can use 900,000 demons as cannon fodder and bait, but I am not as hard-hearted and cold-blooded as you. Facing the purple emperor demon's invitation to fight, Zi Qinhao said coldly, and then sneered, what's more, today my human race has killed enough and it was a pleasure. If you want to fight, I am waiting for you in my human fortress and welcome you at any time. Withdraw. A word can wake a dreamer up. Demon reinforcements. The 2.5 million strong army understood instantly. They no longer had any hesitation and the generals returned to their respective camps at an extremely fast speed. Afterwards, the orderly army retreated like a tide. Come and go in a hurry. An army of 2.5 million was defeated in just half an hour, leaving behind only a fortress covered in blood and heavy casualties among the demon clan. Asshole. Watching the human race retreating like a tide, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor let out an angry roar. This is a shame and even more of a trampling. Angry, hateful, and furious. Lord Demon Emperor, since the first wave of reinforcements from my demon race will arrive in 10 minutes, why don't we go out of the city to fight the human race now? As long as we leave them behind, they will surely die when the main army arrives. At this time, a Demon Emperor looked at the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor and reminded him. Idiot. In a rage, the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor roared angrily. Call. He slapped out with his palm directly at the speaking Demon King, at an extremely fast speed, not giving the other party any chance to react or dodge. Paw. A palm slapped down on the face of the Demon King. Bang. The Demon King's body fell suddenly to the ground, the earth shook, and a muffled sound was heard. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out from the Demon King's mouth. The Purple Emperor Demon Emperor stared at the retreating human army and angrily said, "There are less than 200,000 troops in our fortress. How can we fight against the 2.5 million human army? If we open the city gates to fight now, we will die. 10 minutes. I'm afraid we can't last even a minute. What's worse, this may be intentional on Zi Qinhao's part. He is retreating in order to advance, so that we can leave the city to fight. In this way, he can completely capture the fortress before the reinforcements arrive." Buzz. When the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor finished speaking, several Demon Emperors present trembled. They woke up suddenly. The truth and the false, the art of war is deception. The speculation of the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor is not impossible. Although Zi Qinhao and the 2.5 million human army have acted as if they have no intention of taking the fortress from the beginning till now, but who knows what they are thinking. The human heart is hard to predict. It's just that this time the human attack was too sudden, and they were completely unaware and unprepared. The human army went away. On top of the fortress, the Purple Emperor Demon King, several Demon Kings, and the remaining less than 200,000 garrison troops looked at the human garrison that was going away, and then at the corpses of the demon members on the fortress tower. Each of them had a ferocious look on their faces and was furious. They wanted to chase, but they didn't dare to. They wanted to keep the human race, but they had no power to do so. Allow the human race to evacuate. This feeling, suffocating. Tianfeng War Department, Sky Fortress. Zi Qinhao's army has withdrawn safely, and the major battle camps have returned to their respective bases, but Zi Qinhao has not been idle. The central hall of the fortress. At this moment, Zi Qinhao stood in front of the general's throne, frowning and looking solemn. Although the battle in the demon fortress this time was safe and sound, Zi Qinhao was not satisfied. There were 3 people standing in front of him. Luo Tianong, Wang Xuan, and the captain of the Shadow Guard codenamed Yingsheng. Suddenly, Zi Qinhao looked at Luo Tianong and Wang Xuan and said, "Have you brought the life cards of Qin Yao and Ye Bufan?" Reporting to the general, "The order is here." Swipe. As soon as Luo Tianong and Wang Xuan finished speaking, they took out a purple battle team member's life plate in their hands. Purple light was shining on the life plate. The purple gate has not disappeared, and there is still hope for life. Call. Looking at the fate cards in the hands of the 2 people, Zi Qinhao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although Ye Bufan and Qin Yao were not found inside or around the fortress this time, and no trace of the golden-scaled dragon-armored python was discovered, at least Ye Bufan and Qin Yao are still alive. As long as you are alive, there is hope. Immediately, Zi Qinhao said, "Leave the life card here, and the 2 of you can leave." Yes. Luo Tianong and Wang Xuan responded, walked forward, placed the life cards of Ye Bufan and Qin Yao on the table in front of Zi Qinhao, and then turned and left. Watching Wang Xuan and Luo Tianong leave, Zi Qinhao glanced at the fate card on the table, then looked at the only black-robed man left in the center of the hall, the captain of the Shadow Guard, and said, "Yingsheng. Exist." Yingsheng clasped his fists and responded. Zi Qinhao said, "The Shadow Guards were monitoring me earlier. Did the 4-star and 5-star generals under my command make any unusual movements? Or any special behaviors?" Reporting to the general, "There is no discovery yet." Yingsheng replied. Zi Qinhao frowned and murmured, "No." Then, he looked at Ying Shang and ordered, "Continue to monitor." Without the order of this general, the shadow guards in charge of monitoring must not leave at all. Yes. Besides that, after a pause, Zi Qinhao frowned and continued, "From now on, except for the shadow guards who are monitoring the 4-star and 5-star generals, all other shadow guards will be dispersed and search this battle zone. Even if you have to turn the entire battle zone upside down, you must find the person for this general." Ying Shang was stunned when he heard this, and instinctively asked, "Father, who is he?" Hearing this, Zi Qinhao frowned at Ying Shang and scolded, "Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Remember, this matter must be kept secret from anyone." Ying Shang was stunned again. "Yes." Then, she responded again. "Go ahead." Zi Qinhao waved his hand, and Ying Shang disappeared in the hall. "Qin Rong." The next second, Zi Qinhao shouted again. Outside the hall, Qin Rong came hurriedly. "General." Looking at Zi Qinhao, Qin Rong clasped his fists and spoke respectfully, but his expression was solemn and worried. Zi Qinhao asked, "Has the Purple Mars Lion discovered Qin Yao's whereabouts?" Qin Rong said with a dejected look, "General, no." "No." Zi Qinhao frowned suddenly. Previously, he not only sent troops to the Demon Fortress to create an opportunity for the Shadow Guards to search the Demon Fortress, but also asked Qin Rong to take the Purple Mars Lion to secretly search for Qin Yao's whereabouts. As Qin Yao's war pet, the Purple Mars Lion has a close connection with Qin Yao. It can sense Qin Yao's breath. It can be said that the Purple Mars Lion has a much greater chance of finding Qin Yao than others. If it finds Qin Yao, it will naturally find Ye Bufan. However, it still failed. The next second, Zi Qinhao looked at Qin Rong and said, "Notify the Qin family that Qin Yao is missing." Buzz. Hearing this, Qin Rong's body trembled. "General." However, just as Qin Rong was about to speak, Zi Qinhao stopped him with a wave of his hand. Zi Qinhao said, "I know the Qin family's situation well, and I know they can't help me now. So, I don't need to do anything. You just need to tell the Qin family to issue a reward to the War Department's meritorious hall in the name of the Qin family to find Qin Yao. Don't worry, the revenge for the bounty will be paid by the Tianfeng War Department. In addition, as a reward, the commander has promised that under any circumstances, the Tianfeng War Department will unconditionally support the Qin family once. Never stop until your words are shocking." As soon as Zi Qinhao finished speaking, Qin Rong's body trembled violently. Shocked, horrified, unbelievable. Although the 81st Human War Departments were attached to the 3 major martial arts academies, they had already become independent over the years, and they never asked about the affairs of the 3 major martial arts academies. Now, Zi Qinhao actually said that the commander of the Tianfeng War Department had personally promised to unconditionally support the Qin family once. Just to let the Qin family issue a reward. Qin Rong was shocked and even more confused. "General. Don't say anything, don't ask, you just need to bring the news to the Qin family. Remember, we are only offering a reward for Qin Yao and looking for her whereabouts." Qin Rong wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Zi Qinhao. At the end, Zi Qinhao reminded him again, "Remember, this matter must be kept secret from anyone, and this is the Qin family's business, and has nothing to do with the War Department." Buzz. After Zi Qinhao finished speaking, Qin Rong's pupils couldn't help but shrink. In the War Department, the drunkenness and warmth are not about wine. Zi Qinhao was not looking for Qin Yao. The Qin family offered a reward to conceal their tracks. The true intention of the War Department is to find Ye Bufan. Chapter 249 Luoxian Town, Han Nuo, the visitor has bad intentions. The Qin family offered a reward, shocking the War Department. Among the 81 war departments, there is always a lack of major empires and various families issuing battlefield missions in the Merit Hall. These missions may be to find a certain natural treasure, or to hunt a certain monster. In short, there are many types and they are different. Of course, different tasks will have different rewards. Under normal circumstances, the more difficult and dangerous the task is, the higher the reward will be. Conversely, if the task is simple and less dangerous, the reward will naturally be lower. But this time, the mission issued by the Qin family in the sky was the opposite, and even weird to the extreme. The mission is to find someone. As long as you find Qin Yao, the daughter of the current head of the Qin family, on the monster battlefield, discover her whereabouts, and report it to the War Department. Once the War Department confirms it, you will be able to obtain the Qin family's bounty and reward. Such a task is not difficult or dangerous, it mainly depends on luck. To put it bluntly, no matter what level of warrior you are, you have the opportunity to complete it, even if you are lucky, even if you are just a warrior in the skin refining realm. You may be able to find Qin Yao's whereabouts, complete the Qin family's bounty mission, and get rewarded. The reward offered by the Qin family was 5 million gold coins and 200,000 stones. 5 million gold coins, 200,000 yuan of stone, such a generous reward, who can resist it? Not even the generals of the War Department. As soon as the mission was released, it shocked the entire Tianfeng combat unit. Within a day, everyone in the War Department knew about it. Who is Qin Yao? The goddess of war. In the entire Tianfeng combat division, Qin Yao has so many suitors and admirers, not to mention now there is such a generous reward, who can resist? It's a pity that although it is not a time of war, as a member of the War Department, I cannot leave my post without permission and can only move around the base of my own war camp. Due to the limited area, the possibility of them finding Qin Yao's trace is not great. However, the situation is different for the free warriors in the human towns on the battlefield. Although they do not belong to the War Department, the War Department's Hall of Merit is completely open to them. After completing their tasks, they can also receive corresponding rewards. Moreover, they are free and not controlled by the War Department. It can be said that they can go wherever they want without any restrictions at all. As soon as the Qin family put out the bounty, all the free warriors fell into a state of near madness. 5 million gold coins, 200,000 yuan of stone. As long as they completed the task, from then on, they would not have to do anything but enjoy life comfortably. For a time, in various human towns, countless free warriors received Qin Yao's portrait from the War Department's Hall of Merit and entered the monster battlefield to look for Qin Yao's trace. Not only the human towns within Zi Qinhao's war zone, but also the entire Tianfeng War Department, and even the various war departments surrounding the Tianfeng War Department, countless free warriors flocked to Zi Qinhao's war zone after receiving the news, looking for Qin Yao's trace. Within one day, the number of free warriors who poured into the demonic battlefield in Zi Qinhao's war zone in search of Qin Yao exceeded 6 million, and the number was still increasing. On the battlefield, humans are everywhere. What's worse, many people directly entered the demon clan's territory. Crazy, insane. In Luoxian town, at the entrance of a long and narrow valley, 13 young men and girls gathered here, led by a young man in white riding a purple Mars lion. The young man was none other than Han Nuo. On the purple Mars lion, Han Nuo looked at the entrance of the valley in Luoxian town with a teasing look. Beside him, a young man in brocade clothes riding a mugwort green-maned leopard looked at him and smiled. Master Han, I heard that countless people are looking for your beautiful fiancée all over the world on this battlefield. You, on the other hand, not only ignored her, but also brought us to Luoxian town. Aren't you worried or anxious at all? Snort. Hearing this, Han Nuo snorted coldly. Since so many people are already looking for me, why should I care and think too much? Yes, I am mine after all. It would be best if I can find her. If not, what else can I do? What's more, there are so many beautiful women in the world. I don't have to marry her. This. After Han Nuo finished speaking, the young man in brocade clothes was slightly stunned. The same goes for the other 11. Like Han Nuo, they all came from Kangchong Martial Academy, so they naturally knew what happened between Han Nuo and Qin Yao, and they were even more aware of Han Nuo's love for Qin Yao. However, since the last time Han Nuo secretly left the War Department for Qin Yao, after returning, Han Nuo seemed to have become a completely different person, and was not as enthusiastic about Qin Yao as before. They knew that something must have happened during the time Han Nuo was away, which caused Han Nuo's attitude towards Qin Yao to change drastically. However, since Han Nuo didn't say anything, they naturally wouldn't ask more questions. Immediately, the young man in brocade clothes smiled calmly and said, "Okay, let's not talk about Qin Yao, let's talk about why you asked us to come to Luoxian town this time." After a pause, the young man in brocade clothes continued, "Although the trip to the War Department is just an experience for us, and we are just new recruits now, it can be said that it is the same in any new recruit camp. But," the young man in brocade clothes changed the subject and said with a wicked smile, "You know, I don't have any other hobbies, but I like beautiful women. The female general in the new recruit camp was pretty good, and I almost got her, but you insisted on dragging us to Luoxian town and transferred our military status here. I asked you the reason before, but you didn't tell me. Now we have come to the entrance of Luoxian town. Master Han, shouldn't you give us an explanation? After the young man in brocade clothes finished speaking, Han Nuo couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth slightly. The same goes for others. We know that you like beautiful women, and we also know that you have feelings for the female general in the new recruits camp. But when did you almost catch her? Brother, you were kicked out by him, okay. Although everyone knew it in their hearts, they didn't point it out, but just thought about it. Han Nuo smiled and said, of course I know that Feng Xiao likes beautiful women, so I brought you here, to Luoxian town. Oh. Hearing this, the young man whom Han Nuo called young Master Feng asked with great interest, could it be that there are beauties in this Luoxian town? Han Nuo smiled, of course. Feng Xiao frowned, how do you know? Master Feng, didn't I leave the War Department some time ago to look for Qin Yao? Han Nuo explained. Without waiting for Master Feng to ask, he continued, at that time, Qin Yao was in a small border town called Tianwang City in the Xian Empire, and I also went to this border town. Tianwang City. Never heard of it. Feng Xiao frowned and thought for a while. It doesn't matter if young Master Feng hasn't heard of it, because the soldiers of Tianwang City are not the focus. There is a Ye family in Tianwang City, of course, the Ye family is not the focus either. Han Nuo said with a smile. Depend on. Feng Xiao said impatiently, why are you talking so much? Just get to the point. Good. Han Nuo smiled and said, there are 6 women in the Ye family. I have sent people to find out. Their names are Yi Shuang, Yi Wu, Yi Qin, Yi Qi, Yi Shu, and Yi Hua. They are all around 15 or 16 years old. As for their appearance. Feng Xiao's eyes lit up, and he looked at Han Nuo and asked anxiously, how is it? Compared to Qin Yao, they are only half a point behind. However, they are only 15 or 16 years old, and their bodies have not fully grown yet. I am afraid that when they reach Qin Yao's age, they will not be half a point behind Qin Yao. Han Nuo said with a smile. Grass. Feng Xiao exclaimed, does this Yi family specialize in producing beauties? 6 beauties who are not inferior to Qin Yao came at once. Han Nuo smiled and nodded. Where are they? Feng Xiao asked instinctively. He has been partial to beautiful women since he was a child. Now 6 beauties of Qin Yao's level appeared at once. How could he let them go easily? Without waiting for Han Nuo to answer, Feng Xiao was suddenly stunned. He glanced at the entrance of Luoxian town in front of him, then looked at Han Nuo in surprise and asked, are they all here? Certainly. Han Nuo smiled and said, I have already found out that these 6 women have all joined the War Department and are now in the new recruit camp in Luoxian town. Otherwise why would I bring Master Feng all the way here? Fuck, what are you waiting for? Feng Xiao's pupils shrank, he exclaimed, and said impatiently, enter Luoxian town. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Xiao drove the Yi Qing main leopard towards the narrow valley in front of him, and the other 11 boys and girls followed closely. In an instant, Han Nuo was the only one left at the entrance. Oh. Looking at Feng Xiao and his group entering Luoxian town, Han Nuo smiled evilly and sneered. Ye Bufan, although I don't know what method you used to escape the disaster last time, but the game between us has just begun. Since we can't find you now, let's start with your men. Aren't you trying to steal my woman? Then we'll play with your maids first. As for Qin Yao, humph, if she dies, it's fine. If she's alive, she's still mine. As for you, I hope you can survive, otherwise wouldn't it be too boring? Walk. The next second, Han Nuo shouted loudly and drove the purple Mars lion into the canyon and directly into Luoxian town. The newcomers have bad intentions. Chapter 250 Happy Cooperation. Luoxian town, new recruits camp. Shang Yuan sat alone in the tent, with a wine glass and a wine pot in front of him, drinking alone. There is no prohibition on alcohol when the War Department is not at war, but you can only drink a little and not get drunk. Shang Yuan himself is not a person who likes alcohol, but during this period, Shang Yuan's mood was very bad, even very bad, just because of Ye Bufan and the group of new recruits from Tianwang City. As a captain of 1,000 men in the War Department, he holds military power. However, his brother was beaten to the point of being nearly disabled, but he was unable to seek justice for him. Even he himself was threatened by the other party. This was a great humiliation and frustration for Shang Yuan. What's worse, Shang Yuan has become the laughing stock of the entire Tinlong camp. He has heard the soldiers in the camp talking about him behind his back more than once or twice. As a captain of 1,000 men, he lost all face and had no deterrent power at all. Shang Yuan was filled with hatred and even more anger. He thought about revenge, but General Tianong and Captain Tang Yi were both on the side of the new recruits from Tianwang City. He had no chance to take action, nor did he dare to do so. Within the rules, he could only admit defeat. For this reason, Shang Yuan had no choice but to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Captain Shang, you are in such a refined mood. But isn't it boring to drink alone? A teasing voice suddenly sounded outside the tent. Shang Yuan was stunned, and they looked up. Who? In the sight, Han Nuo and the other 12 martial arts academy boys slowly walked into the tent. Looking at Shang Yuan, Han Nuo smiled and said, "Friend." Shang Yuan glanced at Han Nuo and the other 13 people, and finally fixed his sight on Han Nuo. He frowned and asked suspiciously, "Friend?" "That's right." Han Nuo responded with a smile on his face and continued, "Captain Shang, let me introduce myself first. I am Han Nuo, from the Martial Academy, and now I am a new soldier in the War Department. Now, our group of 13 has temporarily transferred their military status to the serious war camp." Martial Academy students. Hearing this, Shang Yuan was slightly surprised. As a captain of the War Department, he is already a veteran who has been on the battlefield for a long time. Naturally, he is very clear about some of the origins between the Martial Academy and the War Department. Once upon a time, the Martial Academy established a War Department. Now, the Zan Department has separated from Wuyuan. Although the two are independent, they are still closely connected. One of them is that the Martial Academy will send some students to the War Department for training at a certain time. As students of the Martial Academy, the talents and strength of these new recruits who come to train are naturally not too bad. However, these obviously have nothing to do with him, Shang Yuan. How about the Martial Arts Academy? So what if I'm a genius? These students will not stay in the War Department for too long, at most 1 or 2 years. Even if some people are willing to stay, the number will not be too large. It can be said that as the captain of the War Department, he will not have too many interactions with these students in the future. That is why Shang Yuan regained his composure after just a moment. He glanced at Han Nuo and asked suspiciously, "What do you want?" "I said, we are friends, or rather we are planning to make friends with Captain Shang." Han Nuo said with a smile. Shang Yuan frowned and asked suspiciously, "Making friends?" "That's right. Hee." Shang Yuan sneered. All the Martial Arts Academy students who have entered the War Department for training have always been arrogant and do not take the War Department seriously at all. Shang Yuan believes that the people in front of him are the same. Moreover, looking at their clothing, appearance, words and deeds, Shang Yuan was convinced that these people were from prominent families. Would they come to make friends with him for no reason? Shang Yuan didn't believe it. Han Nuo saw Shang Yuan's expression and demeanor, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. He just smiled and said, "As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. In this case, can't we and Captain Shang become friends?" Shang Yuan frowned. Han Nuo said meaningfully, "Don't you want to teach Ye Bufan a lesson, as well as those recruits from Tianwang City who totally ignored you and even humiliated you?" Brush. Hearing this, Shang Yuan stood up suddenly. He looked directly at Han Nuo with his deep, sharp eyes and asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" Hee. Han Nuo smiled calmly. During this period, he not only sent people to kill Ye Bufan, but also investigated Ye Bufan's affairs thoroughly. Naturally, he knew about the feud between him and the Shang Yuan brothers in this recruit camp. Han Nuo did not hide anything and said directly, "It's very simple. You and I have a common enemy, and that is Ye Bufan. Let's make friends and join forces to deal with him. What do you think, Captain Shang Dakian?" Shang Yuan did not agree directly, but frowned and stared at Han Nuo with a thoughtful look on his face. After a moment, Shang Yuan said, "With your identity and status, it would be easy to deal with him. Why do you still want to cooperate with me?" Hee. Han Nuo smiled calmly and said, "If we kill him directly, wouldn't it be too boring? Besides, this is the War Department. We are all members of the War Department. Naturally, we must abide by the rules of the War Department. We don't want to cause trouble for ourselves." Han Nuo said this, but in his heart he was coldly angrily saying, "Damn it, do you think I don't want to kill him? For this, I even sent a Guiyuan realm warrior. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, the assassination failed, and the Guiyuan realm warrior never returned. The most important thing is that Ye Bufan's whereabouts are unknown now, otherwise would I cooperate with a 1,000-man captain like you? Of course, Han Nuo would not tell Shang Yuan about this. He would not tell anyone else, not even his companions, about the fact that he sent people to kill Ye Bufan. But that guy is not in the serious camp now. If you want to deal with him, it seems you have come to the wrong place. After thinking for a while, Shang Yuan said. He's not here, but aren't his subordinates and servants still here? Han Nuo said with a smile, a hint of amusement in his expression. Shang Yuan frowned. You want to deal with his men? Certainly. Han Nuo responded, and then looked at Shang Yuan and smiled. Why, doesn't Captain Shang want to deal with them? In no mood. It would be strange if you didn't want to. Immediately, Shang Yuan asked, what do you want to do? Our Master Feng is only interested in beautiful women. The women in the Ye family are pretty good looking, so after a pause, Han Nuo said meaningfully, I hope Captain Shang will take care of them so that it will be easier for our Master Feng to get them. Buzz. Suddenly, Shang Yuan's pupils shrank and his body trembled. Are you crazy? Looking at Han Nuo and glancing at the people around him, Shang Yuan exclaimed, this is the War Department, you are looking for death. No, Captain Shang, I think you misunderstood me. Hearing this, Han Nuo waved his hand and said with a smile. What do you mean? Shang Yuan asked in a deep voice. Han Nuo smiled calmly. Although we are new to the War Department, we still know its rules. Besides, I have said before that we don't want to cause trouble for ourselves. In this case, we will not mess around. However, the War Department has no rules, and it does not prohibit members from interacting with each other. Sex is human nature. If the women of the Ye family ran to young Master Feng and threw themselves into his arms, then no one should be able to stop it, right? Buzz. Hearing this, Shang Yuan's pupils shrank. Take the initiative to throw yourself into his arms. Is it possible? Han Nuo himself has already said that there is a grudge between him and Ye Bufan. Although he doesn't know what the grudge is between the two, since there is a grudge between the two, how could the girls from the Ye family throw themselves into the arms of Han Nuo and his group? It's impossible. In this case, Han Nuo is still so confident, which means that they will definitely use all means to make the Ye family members and the Ye family women surrender. Thinking of this, Shang Yuan's heart trembled involuntarily. These people are so cruel. However, Shang Yuan would not sympathize with the Ye family, let alone pity them. On the contrary, this was something Shang Yuan was very happy to see. Immediately, Shang Yuan asked, what do you need me to do? Han Nuo smiled slightly. As far as I know, in this Tinlong camp, Captain Tang Yi and General Luo Tianong have a good relationship with that kid. However, Luo Tianong is not in the camp now, so there is only Captain Tang Yi left. After a pause, Han Nuo continued, so, I hope that when we are doing this, Captain Shang Dakian can help us stop Tang Yi. Of course, Captain Shang Dakian, don't worry, we won't make things difficult for you, because we will act within the rules of the War Department. In Ye Bufan's words, within the rules, we can play with them anytime we want. As he spoke, Han Nuo showed a wicked smile on his face. We are all warriors in the condensation realm, and we have just entered the combat department. We are all new recruits, all 9th class soldiers, hee hee. Buzz. Hearing this, Shang Yuan's heart trembled. His pupils shrank. Treat others as you would like to be treated. New recruit, 9th grade. Han Nuo and his group of martial arts academy geniuses are the same as the Ye family. In this case, there are no so-called restrictions from the War Department. Good. Shang Yuan spoke and stepped towards Han Nuo. In front of Han Nuo, Shang Yuan stretched out his right hand and said with a smile, happy cooperation. Hee hee. Han Nuo smiled slightly. Then he stretched out his right hand and shook hands with Shang Yuan. Happy cooperation. They hit it off immediately and became accomplices. Then he stretched out his right hand and shook hands with Shang Yuan. Happy cooperation. They hit it off immediately and became accomplices. Chapter 251 If you want to fight, I will fight. War Camp, Central Square. During the days that Ye Bufan was away, everyone in the Ye family did nothing. Except for 3 hours a day for sleeping and eating, they spent the rest of the time practicing. The level of their madness shocked and terrified the entire Tianwang camp. At the same time, the fact that the Ye family used high-level earth treasures to practice was no longer a secret in the Tianlong camp. After all, this was not the Ye family in Tianlong City, and it was impossible to hide it even if they wanted to. The Ye family did not shy away from this. So what if you know? I don't know, so what? My young master has already said that there are only these treasures left, and even if outsiders know about it, they can't snatch it away. And in the war camp, there is no need to worry about someone snatching it away. Before July 7th, work hard to improve your strength. The behavior of the Ye family can be described as a waste of money. At the same time, their extravagant training is the envy of others. They use high-level earth treasures to practice in the transcendent realm. I am afraid that even martial arts academies do not have such treatment. Of course, all I can do is envy. The crazy practice of the Ye family shocked the Tianlong camp, and also prompted the new recruits in Tianlong City to practice madly and hard. However, they did not have the spirit wine made from high-level earth treasures, only the blood tonic that Ye Bufan had given to Ye Fu before, which could only give them one more chance to practice every day. But it didn't matter, they could not improve their cultivation, but they could practice martial arts, increase their proficiency in martial arts, and improve their martial arts level. The new recruits in Tianlong City are in a thriving mood. Today was no exception. Early in the morning, a group of people came to the central square and began their daily training journey. Pa, pa, pa. At noon, a burst of crisp applause suddenly rang out, startling the Ye family members and the new recruits from Tianlong City. They stopped their training and looked in the direction of the sound. In the sight, Han Nuo and his group stood on one side of the central square, looking at the Ye family and the 2,000 new recruits from Tianlong City with mocking eyes. Han Nuo clapped his hands and laughed, the Ye family is pretty good. A mere ninth-rate family in a small town on the border of the empire can be so extravagant as to allow transcendent realm warriors to practice with high-level earth treasures. It seems your Ye family has got a great opportunity. There was a hint of shock in the teasing voice. Han Nuo was like this, and so were the others. When Shang Yuan first told them this, they didn't believe it. After all, even if they were from the martial academy, they were not as extravagant as the Ye family. However, Shang Yuan had no reason to lie to them, and they also found other soldiers in the War Department to verify that the Ye family was indeed using high-level earth treasures for cultivation. This absolutely shocked them. Of course, it was just shock. Who are you? Looking at Han Nuo, Ye Fu frowned and said in a deep voice. Han Nuo. Han Nuo laughed. It's you. Everyone in the Ye family was shocked. Han Nuo was stunned, and looked at the Ye family with interest, and said with a smile, "Oh, you actually know me." Snort. Hearing this, Yi Wang snorted coldly. No. They naturally didn't know Han Nuo. After all, they were not present when Ye Bufan and Han Nuo met that day. But they had heard of Han Nuo, and they knew about the bet between Ye Bufan and Han Nuo. Now, a person who called himself Han Nuo and knew something about the Ye family suddenly appeared in front of them. Who else could it be except Han Nuo, who was in Tianlong City? Ye Fu immediately asked, "What are you doing here?" Han Nuo smiled slightly, "Since you know me, it saves me a lot of trouble." Then, Han Nuo looked at Feng Xiao, who was standing aside, pointed at Yi Shuang and the other girls, and said with a smile, "Feng Xiao, how are these people? Are you satisfied?" "Satisfied, very satisfied." Feng Xiao looked at Yi Shuang and the others with greedy eyes and said with a smile. As for the grudge between Han Nuo and the Yi family, he didn't care at all. He also didn't think that Han Nuo was using him because it was completely unnecessary. This is also true. Han Nuo didn't care about the Yi family at all, and there was no need for him to use Feng Xiao. The reason why he brought Feng Xiao here was just to please Feng Xiao. A worldly woman, just for fun. Han Nuo immediately cast a glance at Yi Shuang and the others, and said with a smile, "Did you hear that? It is your honor that young Master Feng likes you. Your young master has offended me, and the Yi family is doomed to perish. Now, as long as you leave the Yi family and serve young Master Feng well, I will definitely not make things difficult for you." Hearing this, everyone in the Yi family was stunned and furious. Before they could speak, Feng Xiao stepped out from Han Nuo's side. He locked his greedy eyes on Yi Shuang and the others, and said directly, "Ladies, I am Chu Xiaofeng, from Kangchong Martial Academy. My grandfather is the vice president of Kangchong Martial Academy. If you follow me, I will never treat you unfairly, and I can even give you a chance to enter the academy." How? In the secular world, how many people can resist the opportunity to enter the martial arts academy? Forehead. Everyone in the Ye family was stunned. After a while, Ye Wu, Ye Qin, Ye Qi, and Ye Shu glanced at Chu Xiaofeng, rolled their eyes, and said contemptuously, "Psycho." Ye Wang also said angrily, "Are you funny?" The same is true for other members of the Ye family. Angry, but also contempt. An opportunity to enter the martial arts academy. If they want to enter the martial arts academy, do they still need to rely on outsiders? With their talents, the doors of the 3 martial arts academies are always open to them. What's more, is the vice president of the martial arts academy really that awesome? Tianwang City, the head of the Ye family, their master Ye Hong, is also the vice president of Beidou Martial Arts Academy, one of the 3 major martial arts academies. Chu Xiaofeng. This is just a funny thing, a joke. Of course, they would not tell Chu Xiaofeng and Han Nuo about this, and they would not give them any explanation. There was no need, and they were disdainful. Chu Xiaofeng was stunned. Han Nuo said angrily, "You are so shameless." He pointed at the Ye family and said, "Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being rude." What? As soon as Han Nuo finished speaking, a loud shout suddenly rang out. At some point, a lot of soldiers from the War Department had gathered around. Tang Yi came from afar in a hurry and came in front of the Tianwang City group and Han Nuo and others. He glanced at the Ye family, then looked at Han Nuo and others, frowning, "Who are you?" "Captain Tang Yi." Han Nuo did not answer Tang Yi, but looked at him and asked back. Tang Yi was stunned. Han Nuo continued, "I know you have received a lot of benefits from Ye Bufan. So, are you planning to protect the Ye family now?" "What did you say?" Tang Yi glared with his eyes wide open, furious. Han Nuo sneered, "Why, I said it right, I exposed you, you are planning to do something to me." "You." Tang Yi was furious. Han Nuo ignored him, shrugged his shoulders, and chuckled, "Captain Tang Dakian, let me tell you in secret, we are new soldiers, and we have done nothing wrong, and we have done nothing wrong. If you attack us, I'm afraid it would be unacceptable, right?" "You." Tang Yi became even more angry. "General, when did I start to attack you?" "That's best." Han Nuo chuckled and looked at the Ye family members, saying playfully, "If we challenge them now, Captain Tang Dakian won't stop us, right?" Tang Yi was stunned. "Challenge." "That's right." Han Nuo responded with a smile, "They are new recruits, and so are we. We are all 9th class soldiers. This should comply with the rules of the War Department challenge, right?" Everyone in the Ye family also changed their expressions. Han Nuo continued, "I learned this from Ye Bufan. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have known that the rules of the War Department could be played this way, haha." After Han Nuo finished speaking, Tang Yi's mouth twitched. Although he had previously asked Han Nuo and the others about their origins, he actually knew very well that these people were all from the Martial Academy. In terms of cultivation and strength, the Ye family was definitely inferior to them. Challenge. The current members of the Ye family are like the soldiers of the War Department at that time. How to fight. Treat others as you would like to be treated. This face slap. Tang Yi understood, and the soldiers from the combat unit watching around naturally understood as well. For a moment, everyone present's eyes were on the Ye family. The atmosphere was dead silent. Ye Fu and others frowned. "Oh." Han Nuo sneered and ignored him. He cast a glance at Ye Shuang and the others with a teasing and amusing look on his face. He shouted sternly, "I'll ask you again about the last change. Do you agree or not?" Ye Shuang and the other girls trembled. Ye Fu and others were furious. Brush. Long Xiaobao took a step forward, and the 11-year-old boy faced Han Nuo directly. A wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said resolutely, "If you want to fight, I will fight." Forehead. The sudden scene stunned everyone. Xiaobao. Everyone in the Ye family was shocked. "Oh." Han Nuo sneered, took a step forward, faced Long Xiaobao, and smiled calmly. Long Xiaobao. The next second, his face darkened, his eyes turned cold, and he shouted in a cold voice, "New recruit, Han Nuo, the 7-star condensation realm, challenges you." Chapter 252. Mr. Han, do you dare to fight with Fatty? Hiss. As soon as Han Nuo finished speaking, most of the people present couldn't help but gasp. Looking at Han Nuo's age, he was only about 15 or 16 years old, but he was already in the 7-star condensation realm and was not far from the return to origin realm. I have to say that the Wu Academy is indeed extraordinary. Look at Long Xiaobao again. At the age of 11, he entered the state of refining the internal organs. In terms of talent, he is not inferior to Han Nuo, and is even stronger and more evil than Han Nuo. However, now it is a duel, not about talent, but strength. Long Xiaobao is not as good as Han Nuo. This is a fact, there is no comparison. I give up. The next second, Long Xiaobao smiled. Forehead. Everyone present was stunned. Give up. They looked at Long Xiaobao with a trace of surprise and confusion, even though they knew that you were not as good as Han Nuo. But, didn't you say before that if you want to fight, then fight? With that momentum and demeanor, how could you admit defeat so quickly? Han Nuo's mouth twitched as well. Angry, even more furious. He felt that he had been fooled by Long Xiaobao, but it was only for a moment, and Han Nuo's mood returned to calm. Long Xiaobao can admit defeat once, can he admit defeat a second time? Han Nuo was not prepared before, and was not in a hurry to take action. For him, the Ye family members did not even have the chance to surrender in front of him. Just like how Ye Bufan dealt with the soldiers of the War Department before, one blow was enough to defeat them in seconds. Before Han Nuo could think about it, Long Xiaobao had already walked to Hao Peng. At Long Xiaobao's signal, Hao Peng bent down and Long Xiaobao whispered in his ear. Looking at this scene, everyone frowned. They don't understand. After a moment, in everyone's sight, Hao Peng looked up at Han Nuo. The next second, he took out the Xuanbing armor from his body and put it on. Looking at the armor on Hao Peng, the people around were stunned again. The same is true for Han Nuo. Suddenly, Fatty Hao took a step forward, facing Han Nuo, pointed at him, and said mockingly, "Little B, you still want to challenge my boss? Do you know why my boss admitted defeat? It's because you are not worthy. My boss doesn't even bother to fight with you." As Fat Hao said this, everyone present twitched their lips. The same is true for everyone in the Ye family. They looked at Fat Hao with strange eyes, feeling ashamed in their hearts. Your boss, Long Xiaobao, is only a warrior in the refining organ realm. It was obvious that he didn't dare to fight. But how come you said it as if he admitted defeat because he was too disdainful to fight with Han Nuo? Little fatty, people cannot be so shameless. Han Nuo couldn't help but twitch his lips. Then, he glared at Hao Peng and said angrily, "Fatty, what did you say? You are not worthy of my boss's attack." Fatty Hao replied in a deep voice. Before Han Nuo could speak, Fatty Hao sneered, "Why, you don't accept it? Call." Han Nuo took a deep breath and was out of breath. This fat guy. His eyes were extremely cold, staring directly at Fat Hao. Fat Hao ignored him, looked at Han Nuo with contempt, and sneered, "Why, looking at you like this, you still don't seem to accept it. Little brat, I don't even need to do anything to deal with you. I can beat you so badly that you won't even recognize your parents." As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Han Nuo to reply, Hao Peng stepped closer to Han Nuo again and pointed at his nose and said, "New recruit, your Peng grandpa has just entered the Yijin realm and now challenges you. You cannot surrender or admit defeat. Fight to the end, Master Han, do you dare to fight with Peng grandpa?" Forehead. After Hao Peng finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Can't surrender, can't admit defeat, fight to the end. Is this fat guy looking for trouble? Han Nuo was also stunned. Oh. The next second, he looked at Fat Hao with a sneer on his face. This fat guy was asking for trouble, so what reason did he have to refuse? Immediately, Han Nuo said coldly, "Why not?" On the side, Chu Xiaofeng glanced at Hao Peng, frowned, and looked at Han Nuo again, reminding him, "Han Nuo, be careful of fraud. Is it a trick?" Han Nuo was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "Master Feng, a warrior at the Yijin realm, even if he is cheating, so what? In front of absolute strength, everything is nonsense." Chu Xiaofeng frowned. He always felt that something was strange, something was wrong, but he couldn't figure it out for a while. Besides, since Han Nuo had said so, he naturally couldn't say anything more. Han Nuo looked at Hao Peng and said, "Fatty, since you want to be tortured, I will grant your wish." Etc. As soon as Han Nuo finished speaking, Fat Hao raised his hand and hurriedly stopped him. Han Nuo was stunned. "Why, are you scared? Afraid?" Fat Hao sneered, "What a joke. Fat uncle has never known what fear is. I told you not to rush into action because I wanted to make things clear." Han Nuo frowned. "What? Since you can't surrender or admit defeat and have to fight to the end, then what should I do if you can't beat me and surrender?" Looking at Han Nuo, Fat Hao smiled. As soon as Hao Peng finished speaking, everyone's mouth twitched. Messy and crazy. He is a 7-star condensation realm cultivator, but can't beat a fat guy like you who is only in the Yi Jin realm. Is it possible? Han Nuo's mouth twitched. This fat guy was simply humiliating him. Han Nuo shouted angrily, "What do you think we should do?" "It's very simple. If you can't beat me and admit defeat, then call me Grandpa 3 times. Fat Hao shrugged and smiled. Han Nuo was stunned. Good. He said it without thinking. In his opinion, he could not lose, let alone admit defeat. Then, he looked at Fatty Hao again and gritted his teeth and said, "What if you admit defeat? Then I'll call you Grandpa 3 times. Good. Han Nuo responded, and then said, "Don't say I bullied you, I let you make the first move. Don't worry." Fat Hao waved his hand and smiled. Han Nuo suddenly showed a trace of impatience on his face, and roared, "Fatty, are you done yet? What else do you want? What if you admit defeat but don't admit your mistake?" Fat Hao ignored Han Nuo's anger and impatience and asked with a teasing look on his face. Forehead. Han Nuo was stunned again. "I don't admit it. I will never admit defeat, so why should I admit it?" Han Nuo gritted his teeth and said, "Whatever you say, I'll do it." Readily. When Fatty Hao said this, he pointed at Tang Yi and said, "Whether it's you or me, as long as one of us admits defeat and doesn't want to admit it, Captain Tang will take action and hit the other person 3 times. How about that?" Forehead. After Fat Hao finished speaking, everyone was stunned. The same is true for Tang Yi. Good. Han Nuo was so angry that he agreed directly. He can't lose. There is no way he would admit defeat. Very good, then let's ask everyone present to be witnesses. If anyone refuses to admit his fault, Captain Tang, don't be polite and just do it. Fatty Hao added, "There is one last thing. Your uncle." Hearing this, Han Nuo was furious and pointed at Hao Peng and yelled, "Fatty, are you done yet? It's over, it's almost over, there's really only one last thing left." Fat Hao smiled awkwardly and said with an embarrassed look on his face. "Explain. What if we end up in a tie?" "Impossible." "What if that happens? If I can't beat you down, then I lose." "Okay, that's great." Fatty Hao responded and said, "Since it's a duel, there must be some prizes. If you lose, call me Grandpa 3 times, and if I lose, call you Grandpa 3 times, how about that?" "Good." Han Nuo responded without thinking. "Okay, let's get started. Call out." As soon as he finished speaking, Hao Peng spread his legs and ran away. His speed was so fast that everyone felt as if a figure flashed before their eyes, and Hao Peng was already 20 meters away from Han Nuo. Forehead. The sudden scene stunned everyone. What's going on? Han Nuo looked at Hao Peng, who was 20 meters away, with an even more ferocious expression on his face. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and his body was shaking with anger. Suddenly, Han Nuo roared, "Fatty, what do you mean? Stupid." Fat Hao said with contempt. "You." Han Nuo was furious. Fatty Hao continued to taunt, "Hasn't anyone told you that Fatty is a first-rate escapee? What's even more unfortunate is that the martial arts skill that Fatty used to escape yesterday has just broken through to the perfection realm. Oh, by the way, this martial arts skill is still at the Earth level. 7-star condensation realm. Tisk tisk, if you are not in the Guiyuan realm, you can't even touch a hair of Fatty Grandpa. Since you can't touch him, then it's a draw. You said it yourself just now, as long as it's a draw, you lose. Tisk tisk, you're definitely going to call me Grandpa these 3 times. You." Hearing this, Han Nuo became furious. Got fooled. "Why, you don't want to admit defeat, do you?" Looking at Han Nuo's angry and violent look, Fatty Hao smiled calmly. "If you admit defeat, you still have to call me Grandpa 3 times. If you cheat and refuse to admit it, then Captain Tang Dakian will enforce the law impartially, but he won't be polite to you." As he spoke, Fatty Hao looked at Tang Yi and said, "Captain Tang Dakian, am I right, Fatty? You can't favor either side." Tang Yi's mouth twitched. Brush. Han Nuo's face turned purple in an instant. The people around him smiled. "If you have no shame, you are invincible. This fat guy is invincible." Chapter 253, If I can't beat you, then I'll humiliate you. The central square of the combat camp should have been bustling with activity, but at this moment it was dead silent, and everyone looked at Fat Hao with strange expressions. This fat guy is so shameless. The same went for Han Nuo. He stared at Hao Peng with fiery eyes, his entire face had turned the color of liver, and looked hideous and distorted. You. Han Nuo clenched his fists and spoke. Me what? Fat Hao sneered, shrugged his shoulders, and said calmly, are you afraid? It doesn't matter, Fat Master allows you to surrender and admit defeat, so that Fat Master doesn't have to take action. Shameless. As soon as Hao Peng finished speaking, countless people shouted in their hearts. Court death. Han Nuo shouted angrily, his face was cold and murderous. He took a step forward, like an arrow shot from a bow, and attacked Hao Peng directly. What a fast speed. Everyone was secretly shocked that they could only see a residual shadow. Hee hee. Fat Hao chuckled. In terms of cultivation, he is the weakest among the Ye family. In terms of strength, Han Nuo, who is at the 7-star condensation realm, is far better than him. However, in terms of escaping, Hao Peng is definitely a master-level figure. The Ye family is not as good as him, and Han Nuo is not as good as him either. As he said, if you are not Gui Yuan, you can forget about meeting him. Call out. Han Nuo rushed over to kill him, and Hao Peng ran without any hesitation. His fat body was as light as a swallow, and his speed was extremely fast. There is no goal, no direction, just avoid it. In the blink of an eye, Han Nuo arrived. Call out. A thunderous killing move blasted out, but it missed. Tisk tisk, just this speed. As slow as a turtle. He's said to be a genius in the martial arts academy. I think he's more like a turtle in the martial arts academy. Fat Hao's teasing voice came from 20 meters away. Han Nuo's face changed, angry and frightened. Although he hated Hao Peng, he had to admit that Hao Peng's speed was indeed fast, even terrifying. This fat guy is definitely a freak to be able to do this in Yi Jin realm. The same is true for Han Nuo, Chu Xiaofeng and others. They looked at Hao Peng with a hint of surprise. Previously, they thought Hao Peng was just bragging, but now, they believed it. Long Xiaobao narrowed his eyes and looked at Chu Xiaofeng in front of him. He said in a childish voice with a mature smile, Martial Academy genius. Nothing more than that. You. Chu Xiaofeng suddenly became furious. Why, isn't it? Long Xiaobao shrugged. You, a 7-star condensation realm warrior, can't do anything to a Yijin realm warrior. You have brought shame to the martial arts academy. If I were you, I would have run away long ago and would not stay here to embarrass myself. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, everyone in the Yi family burst into laughter. The same is true for the new recruits in Tianwang City. Can't beat you. Then shame on you. Snort. Chu Xiaofeng snorted coldly, looked straight at Long Xiaobao, and said disdainfully, is this the idea you gave to the fat man? A little kid is a little kid. Although you are a little clever, you are still not presentable. So what if you humiliated Han Nuo? That can only bring temporary pleasure. And then, you will bear the wrath of all of us. Remember, it is all of us, not just Han Nuo. When one prospers, all prosper, when one suffers, all suffer. Since Chu Xiaofeng and his group came here together, if Han Nuo was humiliated, it would be equivalent to their humiliation. How could they let it go? At last, Chu Xiaofeng said coldly, we, the disciples of the Martial Academy, are not people you can mess with, and you can't afford to mess with us. Can't afford to offend. Everyone in the Yi family sneered. Chu Xiaofeng saw this scene and was slightly stunned, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. He looked at the Yi family and continued, now let that fat guy surrender, admit defeat, and kowtow to admit his mistakes. We will pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Ha ha ha. As soon as Chu Xiaofeng finished speaking, before the Yi family could respond, Fatty Hao in the distance burst into laughter. You want Fatty to surrender and admit defeat. You are dreaming. A student from the Martial Arts Academy. I am a worthless person, not as noble as you. But today, I will humiliate you. What? You still want to bite me? Can you bite me? Ha ha ha, cool. As soon as Fat Hao finished speaking, Chu Xiaofeng and his group's expressions changed. Angry and furious, Long Xiaobao shrugged, spread his hands, and said jokingly, did you hear that? We also want Xiaopeng to admit defeat, but he doesn't want to, so there's nothing we can do. Chu Xiaofeng was extremely angry. There were 13 people from the Martial Academy, including Han Nuo and Chu Xiaofeng. They stared at the Yi family with murderous eyes, and their eyes were flashing with cold light. For them, face is everything. The Yi family and the Martial Arts Academy are in competition with each other. The atmosphere was dead silent. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. The soldiers from the combat unit who were watching around said nothing. Even Tang Yi, a captain at the Guiyuan realm, had a frown on his face. Anyone could see that Chu Xiaofeng and his group were on the verge of going berserk. Suddenly, Chu Xiaofeng looked directly at everyone in the Yi family, pointed at Fatty Hao, and said angrily, "Han Nuo, kill this fat guy for me." His voice was cold, angry, and full of murderous intent. A transcendent realm warrior, and a fat guy at that, what's the point of relying on the advantages of physical skills? You are a 7-star condensation realm warrior, you can tire him to death. If he dies of exhaustion, it has nothing to do with you. I believe the War Department will not be unreasonable and hold you responsible. When Chu Xiaofeng finished speaking, everyone's heart sank. Ha ha ha. Fat Hao laughed loudly and patted his chest in fear, "I'm so scared." Court death. Han Nuo's face darkened and he said angrily, "Kill." The next second, he took a step forward and attacked Fat Hao. As Chu Xiaofeng said, although he could not do anything to Hao Peng, this was only temporary. A transcendent realm warrior had no yuanli, and performing martial arts would inevitably consume qi and blood. Once the qi and blood were depleted, it would be the time for Han Nuo to counterattack. In terms of combat endurance, the transcendent realm is far inferior to the condensed essence realm. Call out. Han Nuo rushed over quickly. Fat Hao turned and ran. One chasing, one fleeing. In the central square, an alternative fight was taking place in front of everyone's sight. "Little bee, didn't you eat? Faster, faster, faster. Tisk tisk, at your speed, you're as slow as a turtle. Isn't it said that the Martial Arts Academy is a holy place for martial arts, and that the people it cultivates are either elites or geniuses? Why don't you look like that? Aren't you just making up the numbers at the Martial Arts Academy? Ga ga ga, you're trash, you little bastard. You're bringing shame to the Martial Arts Academy. If I were you, I would have banged my head against the wall and died. Oh my, you're still angry. You are like this, you have no strength, no personality, you are ugly, and you have a bad temper. Look at Master Yi, he is handsome, elegant, strong, and has a good temper. The two of you are simply worlds apart and there is no comparison. No wonder the young lady didn't want you to choose Master Yi. Tisk tisk, what a wise move. If it were me, I wouldn't want you either. Well, tomorrow is young Master Yi's wedding day. Fatty will definitely remind young Master Yi to invite you. Then you can't not come, okay? In the same room, with the beauty in my arms. Tisk tisk. Hao Peng's repeated provocations, ridicules and humiliations caused a dead silence around him. At this moment, his voice was the only one left in the world. Han Nuo gritted his teeth. Han Nuo's eyes were bloodshot. Han Nuo was extremely angry. This is too much. This fat guy, if I don't kill him, I won't be able to vent my hatred. Unfortunately, no matter how angry he was, no matter how hard he tried, and no matter how much he wanted to kill Hao Peng, he and Hao Peng always maintained a distance of 20 meters, as if this had become a gulf between the two of them that could not be crossed. Time flies by. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Huff, huff, huff. In less than half an hour, Fat Hao began to breathe heavily. Stop. Suddenly, Fat Hao raised his right hand and shouted. Han Nuo paused. Run, why don't you run? Han Nuo's cold eyes flashed with endless anger, looking at Hao Peng and sneered. Although he wanted to kill Hao Peng immediately before, now, seeing Hao Peng's look, he was not in a hurry. I am the knife and you are the fish. Let's take our time. Chu Xiaofeng and others also sneered. It's not working anymore. Can't run anymore. Well, I've talked too much and my throat is sore. Let me have a drink first. Fat Hao waved his hand and said with an embarrassed smile. As he spoke, Fat Hao had already taken out a pot of wine from his Sumeru ring. In front of Han Nuo and everyone present, he drank a few gulps without any hesitation. The people around were stunned. The same is true for Han Nuo. You've been talking too much and your throat is sore. Are you still drinking? It feels so good. After a moment, Fatty Hao exclaimed, as if he had become a different person. He raised the wine jug in his hand and said with a smile, young Master Yi's work is absolutely exquisite. This is the Yi family's exclusive spiritual wine brewed with an 8th level earth treasure. One drop will energize you 100 times, and one sip will revive you to full health on the spot. It's the best choice for transcendent realm warriors to practice and fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Fat Hao put away the wine jug in his hand. The next second, he glanced at Han Nuo and smiled. Continue. The people watching around couldn't help but twitch their lips. Spiritual wine soaked in 8th level earth treasure. Resurrect at full status on the spot. Continue. Damn it, do you have to be so disgusting? Han Nuo was extremely desperate. Chapter 254, A Plan Within a Plan, Ye Fu Goes to Battle. People can be vulgar, but how can they be vulgar to this extent? Looking at Fat Hao, the soldiers in the combat unit felt their hearts trembling. This fat man must not be provoked. He is really too shameless and too despicable. But Chu Xiaofeng and others don't think so. Previously, they had learned from Shang Yuan about the Ye family's cultivation situation, and they also knew about the existence of the Ye family's spiritual wine, but in their opinion, that kind of earth treasure was at most level 4, martial arts. But now, Fatty Hao actually said that it was an 8th level earth treasure. What is the 8th level treasure? The Ye family actually used it to make wine. How extravagant and wasteful is this? They were shocked, they were stunned. However, this emotion only lasted for a moment, and then came excitement and excitement. Since the Ye family used the 8th level earth treasure to soak the spirit wine, it means that the 8th level earth treasure owned by the Ye family is definitely not as simple as 1 or 2 plants. Thinking of this, Chu Xiaofeng and others' eyes lit up. Han Nuo ignored it. He took a quick step forward and attacked Fat Hao. I don't care about your 8th level treasure. I don't care about your resurrection at full status. Hao Peng's repeated provocations, humiliations, and ridicules had already made him extremely angry. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind, to kill. Angry to the point of madness. Angry enough to lose reason. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything to Fat Hao. Time passes. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour. I have to say that the combat effectiveness of the warriors in the condensation realm is indeed strong, especially when they are not using martial arts, not attacking, and just rushing. Fat Hao has taken several rounds of spirit wine soaked in 8th level earth treasures to restore his energy and blood, but Han Nuo still looks like nothing happened. Another half hour passed, etc. Fat Hao paused and suddenly spoke. Wait till you're paralyzed. Han Nuo roared and ignored him. Kill. He went straight for Hao Peng. I give up. Suddenly, looking at Han Nuo who ignored him and continued to rush towards him, Fat Hao raised his hand and said with a smile. Forehead. The 3 words, Fat Hao, stunned everyone. Han Nuo paused. What did you say? With a fiery look in his eyes and a hint of surprise, he looked at Fat Hao and asked in a cold voice. Fatty said, Fatty surrenders. Can't you hear me? Is it your ears or your brain that's not working well? Fatty Hao rolled his eyes at Han Nuo. You. Han Nuo was furious and even more shocked. Give up. How can you admit defeat? How could you possibly admit defeat? Not only Han Nuo, but everyone else present, including Chu Xiaofeng and others, also looked stunned and confused. They couldn't understand this sudden change. Doesn't this fat guy want to humiliate Han Nuo? What does he mean now? Everyone felt that one brain was not enough. I'm willing to accept the loss. Fat Hao ignored him. He took a step towards Han Nuo and said with a smile, Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandpa. Hee, isn't it great? There will be something even more exciting soon. Forehead. Hao Peng's sudden behavior surprised everyone again. Chu Xiaofeng and others were even more horrified. Why, you don't understand. After looking at Han Nuo and then at Chu Xiaofeng and the others, Fatty Hao smiled again and said, Do you know what Fatty used to do? What do you do? Someone asked instinctively. Fatty Hao chuckled and said, Before I met the boss, I was just a beggar. I started begging at the age of 7 and called people grandpa every day. To you, face is more important than anything else, but to me, it's shit and worthless. As soon as he finished speaking, Fatty Hao no longer paid attention to the people around him, walked a few steps to Long Xiaobao, and said with a smile, Boss, everything is done. Forehead. Everyone was stunned again. All, done. What's the meaning? Xiaopeng, I'm sorry for putting you through this. After looking at Hao Peng, Long Xiaobao said. Boss, it's not a big deal. It's just 3 times of calling him grandpa. It's a common occurrence. What's more, it's not a loss for Fatty to have such a young grandpa. Fatty Hao said with a smile, and rubbed his hands again. Boss, now can we start? Long Xiaobao nodded. Fat Hao was overjoyed. Amidst everyone's stunned eyes, Long Xiaobao looked directly at Ye Fu beside him and said sternly, Brother AFU, let's start. The Ye family eats everything but never suffers any loss. 3 times grandpa. Good. Ye Fu responded and took a step forward. I don't know when, he has put on the Xuanbing level armor. Facing Han Nuo, Ye Fu said coldly, new recruit, Ye Fu, I am an 8th level refining organ. I challenge you. Buzz. When Ye Fu finished speaking, everyone was shocked. You. Han Nuo was also stunned. You what? In the Ye family camp, Fatty Hao pointed at Han Nuo and sneered, 7-star condensation realm. Damn it, now that your energy is exhausted, are you still in the 7-star condensation realm? At best, you are just at the peak of transcendent realm. Do you really think that Fatty was teasing you before? Do you really think that Fatty called you grandpa 3 times for nothing? As soon as he finished speaking, Fatty Hao glanced at Chu Xiaofeng, pointed at him, and sneered, little kid, so smart. Idiot, with your IQ, my boss can kill you in a minute. Brush. Hearing this, Chu Xiaofeng's face changed and he was shocked. The same is true for others. Can't beat you, so I humiliate you. No, all of this is an illusion. Ming Shou was able to steal Chen Kang. The opponent's real intention was to consume Han Nuo's energy and weaken his fighting power. What a brilliant calculation. There is a plan within a plan. In an instant, everyone's faces changed drastically. Looking at the short-statured Long Xiaobao in the Yi family camp, they were all shocked and horrified. How old is he to have such a mind and calculation? Long Xiaobao ignored it. Fat Hao shouted, brother AFU, fuck him. Bang. Without Fatty Hao saying anything, Ye Fu had already kicked the ground and rushed towards Han Nuo with the force of a tiger, while he shouted coldly, Martial Academy genius. At the same level, let me see what qualifications you have to shout in front of us. Snort. Han Nuo snorted coldly, even if my energy is exhausted, I will still torture you. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Nuo rushed out. The two approached rapidly. Don't retreat, don't give in, don't hide, don't evade. Boom. Like two tigers fighting, Ye Fu and Han Nuo faced each other with fists, and collided head-on, and a dull sound was instantly heard. Da da da. After the attack, both men retreated at the same time. Ye Fu takes 5 steps, Han Nuo takes 5 steps. The two of them are evenly matched. This scene made Han Nuo frown, and so did Chu Xiaofeng and other martial arts academy students. They knew Han Nuo's background and strength well. Basic strength 73. Now, Han Nuo's energy is exhausted, but he is still at the peak of his transcendental realm, with a total strength of 573 kilograms. But what about the young man from the Yi family in front of him? He is only at the 8th level of organ refining. He is at the 8th level of the transmortal realm, and has not yet cultivated to perfection in the transmortal realm, but he can be on par with Han Nuo with one attack. How could Chu Xiaofeng and his group not be shocked? Undoubtedly, Ye Fu's basic strength is only higher than Han Nuo's. Ye Fu didn't think much about it. Looking at Han Nuo with contempt, Ye Fu sneered, Martial Academy genius. Nothing more than that. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Fu rushed out again. Like a wolf, it seems. Han Nuo didn't dare to be careless anymore and accepted the battle. Bang, bang, bang. In the central square, Ye Fu and Han Nuo were fighting with fists and feet. The dull sounds rang out like thunder, shocking everyone who saw it. Punches hit flesh, tigers and wolves collide. Call. Han Nuo punched through the wind. Ye Fu punched. This time, Ye Fu did not choose to clash fists with Han Nuo, but crossed his arms. Han Nuo punched Ye Fu directly in the chest. Similarly, Ye Fu also punched Han Nuo in the chest. Han Nuo's pupils shrank and he was shocked. He wanted to retract his fist and dodge, but it was too late. Bang, bang. 2 punches landed with 2 dull thuds. Han Nuo and Ye Fu punched each other in the chest. Da da da. Han Nuo was knocked back instantly. Ye Fu didn't move at all. The Xuanbing armor can withstand a force of 500 kilograms. Before Han Nuo could stabilize his body, Ye Fu had already stepped forward to attack him again, and his speed was extremely fast, leaving Han Nuo no chance to stabilize his body. Han Nuo was shocked. He turned around and dodged to the side in panic. Unexpectedly, Ye Fu's original attack was just a feint. The moment Han Nuo dodged, Ye Fu's attack changed and he instantly came in front of Han Nuo. Throw a punch. Han Nuo's pupils shrank and he was no longer able to dodge. Swipe. He crossed his arms over his chest. Bang. Ye Fu struck down with one blow, and a dull sound was heard. Da da da. Han Nuo's body shook and he retreated violently. One step ahead, all steps ahead. One strike repelled Han Nuo again. Ye Fu rushed out again without any hesitation or stop, at an extremely fast speed. I will kill you while you are sick. Roar. Yin. Between heaven and earth, roars of dragons and tigers sounded. Han Nuo's pupils shrank. Martial arts. Boom. Ye Fu took advantage of Han Nuo's unstable body and punched him directly. Although Han Nuo defended with all his strength, the powerful impact still made his body tremble. Call out. He was already unstable and flew backwards in an instant. Bang. A few meters away, Han Nuo fell heavily to the ground. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Everything seemed long, but it was just a moment. Everyone saw Han Nuo flying backwards, and they were all shocked and horrified. A 7-star condensation realm cultivator was actually defeated by a transcendent realm cultivator. It's incredible. Asshole. In the center of the square, Han Nuo shouted angrily. He jumped up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Ye Fu with cold eyes. I'm going to kill you. The next second, a pill appeared in Han Nuo's hand. The milky white pill dissipates the vital energy. Chapter 255 I'll fight you to death, do you dare? Etc. Looking at the milky white pill in Han Nuo's hand, Long Xiaobao in the Yi family camp said anxiously. Then, he took a step forward and looked at Han Nuo. If you can't beat him, you can admit defeat. What do you mean now? Do you want to challenge the rules of the War Department? Without waiting for Han Nuo to answer, Long Xiaobao turned to look at Tang Yi on the side and said, Captain Tang Daqian, if I remember correctly, the challenge of the War Department does not allow the use of weapons or elixirs, right? Tang Yi was stunned. That's right. Then, he responded again. Did you hear that? After Tang Yi finished speaking, Long Xiaobao smiled slightly, looked at Han Nuo in the distance, and said again, if you can't beat him, just admit defeat. Don't try to challenge the rules of the War Department, or the punishment will be severe. Han Nuo was furious. He held the pill in his hand but did not dare to take it. Instead, he pointed at Fatty Hao and roared, if you want to talk about violating the rules, it was this fat guy who broke the rules first. Just now. Hey. As Han Nuo was talking, Fatty Hao interrupted him and said, Master Han, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. Fatty has never seen such high-end stuff as elixirs, let alone eaten them. When has Fatty ever eaten them? Be careful or Fatty will sue you for defamation. Han Nuo was furious, but Fatty Hao ignored him and continued, of course, when I was fighting with you just now, although Fatty didn't take any elixirs, Fatty did drink a little wine. However, the War Department doesn't seem to have a rule that says you can't drink during a fight. As Fat Hao spoke, the corners of people's mouths twitched. Is that wine? Yes, it is indeed wine. However, it is spiritual wine soaked with 8th level earth treasure. In terms of medicinal strength, I am afraid that the pill in Han Nuo's hand is far inferior to your glass of spiritual wine. But then again, the War Department only stipulated that one cannot take medicinal pills, but it did not say that one cannot drink alcohol during a fight. All I can say is that Fat Hao took advantage of the loophole. I can only say that Fatty Hao is too disgusting. Han Nuo was furious. Han Nuo, admit defeat. At this time, Chu Xiaofeng on the side suddenly said. He saw clearly that Han Nuo was tricked by the opponent first, and now the initiative has been lost. Even if the fight continues, Han Nuo will be the only one to suffer. Hearing this, Han Nuo was stunned. Mr. Feng. Chu Xiaofeng smiled slightly. A temporary defeat does not mean a permanent defeat. Don't worry, the fun has just begun. We are still here, right? Admit defeat first and recover your energy. Han Nuo was stunned again, but soon understood what Chu Xiaofeng meant. He smiled calmly, looked at Ye Fu, and said cheerfully, okay, I admit defeat. Ye Fu was stunned. Chu Xiaofeng looked at Long Xiaobao and said with a smile, Long Xiaobao. You are very good, but in the face of absolute strength, all strategies are ineffective. Yeah, Long Xiaobao smiled calmly. You'll know soon. Chu Xiaofeng waved his right hand and said, Chu Yuan, go play with them. Remember, according to the rules of the War Department, as long as they don't die or get disabled, you can do whatever you want. It shouldn't be difficult for you to make them unable to admit defeat. Don't worry, Mr. Feng. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. As soon as Chu Xiaofeng finished speaking, a young man in blue clothes among the 13 people in the Martial Arts Academy walked out and said with a smile. Etc. Seeing this, Long Xiaobao said. Why, are you scared? Looking at Long Xiaobao, Chu Xiaofeng said with a chuckle. Afraid? Long Xiaobao sneered. What do I have to be afraid of? I just want to confirm, Mr. Feng, right? I wonder if Mr. Feng has ever heard such a sentence. Chu Xiaofeng instinctively asked, what? Long Xiaobao's expression was stern, and he said with a smile, even if there are many ants, they can kill an elephant. Hearing this, Chu Xiaofeng frowned immediately. What do you mean? What is an ant and what is an elephant? Hee. Long Xiaobao smiled slightly. Actually, I don't know either. Boy, are you kidding? As soon as Long Xiaobao finished speaking, Chu Yuan beside Chu Xiaofeng roared and took a step forward, but was stopped by Chu Xiaofeng. Long Xiaobao ignored the furious Chu Yuan, and ignored the other people in the martial arts academy. Instead, he continued to look at Chu Xiaofeng and said slowly, although I don't know what ants and elephants are, I heard from Master Yi that ants are very weak creatures, while elephants are very powerful creatures. In short, there is a world of difference between the two. The general meaning is that elephants can easily kill ants. However, if there are many ants, they can also bite a powerful elephant to death. After saying this, Long Xiaobao's face suddenly darkened. He pointed at the 2,000 Tianwang city recruits behind him and said coldly, although all of you, Mr. Feng, are warriors in the condensation realm, we have more than 2,000 people here. If we challenge Mr. Feng one by one, I don't know if Mr. Feng can resist. Are you blackmailing me? Hearing this, Chu Xiaofeng's face changed and he said angrily. If you say so, then so be it. Long Xiaobao was not afraid at all and sneered. Young Master Feng is from the Martial Academy, and his grandfather is the vice president of the Martial Academy. I guess young Master Feng must come from a prominent family. But what about us? Suddenly, Long Xiaobao changed the subject and shouted, ask them, which one of them is not from a poor little town in a marginal area. The poverty there is far beyond your imagination, young Master Feng. We are waiting for a life worth nothing. They are, and so am I. When you are on the battlefield, you must be prepared to die. From the moment I entered the War Department and set foot on the monster and barbarian battlefield, I had no intention of leaving here alive. As Long Xiaobao spoke, Chu Xiaofeng and the others couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. And you? What about you? Long Xiaobao's clear, deep eyes swept over the 13 of them one by one, and he asked grimly, do you want to die? Want to fight? Can. Want to play? That's fine. But, I'm going to fight you to death, do you dare? A loud shout sounded like thunder. Buzz. Chu Xiaofeng and the others were startled, as were the soldiers from the surrounding combat unit. Long Xiaobao ignored him. He pointed at Chu Xiaofeng and said aggressively, I can't beat you, I can't kill you, but it doesn't matter. We have more people. More than 2,000 people, one by one, challenge you, Master Feng. I wonder how long you can hold out. 200, 500, or 2,000. It doesn't matter, Master Feng, you are at the condensation realm. We 2,000 people will play with you slowly. Even if we fight to the last man, we will definitely play until you are exhausted. This is the War Department. Even if you are angry and hateful, Master Feng, you dare not kill us. The most you can do is beat us until we have no power to fight back. You don't dare, but I do. When you are exhausted, Master Feng, I will challenge you. However, I will kill you directly and then commit suicide, one life for another. Mr. Feng, do you dare? Dare you? The thunderous sound exploded, shaking all directions. Buzz buzz buzz. As Long Xiaobao spoke, Chu Xiaofeng's pupils shrank and his soul trembled violently. Does he dare? He dared not. Looking at the dull expression of Chu Xiaofeng, Long Xiaobao sneered, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, and then chuckled, of course, this is just an assumption. After all, although we are all new recruits, we are not related to each other, so they can't listen to me. However, some things are so strange. Maybe they think that Feng Xiaofeng is handsome and want to challenge him. After all, people always get excited sometimes. After Long Xiaobao finished speaking, the soldiers from the combat unit who were watching couldn't help but twitch their lips. The same is true for Tang Yi. We are not related or familiar with each other. Damn it, it's the same trick again. Dare you be more shameless? This is simply a lie. Everyone knows that these new recruits from Tianwang City are in the same group, but they just don't want you to find any evidence. Gathering to cause trouble. Who gathered the crowd and who caused trouble? Everything is a personal wish. Mr. Feng, do you still want to play? Without paying attention to the thoughts of anyone present, Long Xiaobao looked at Chu Xiaofeng with a teasing look and smiled. Play with your uncle. Chu Xiaofeng cursed in his heart, this kid is simply a lunatic. Hee. Looking at Chu Xiaofeng, who had a distorted expression and remained silent, Long Xiaobao smiled slightly. Since Mr. Feng doesn't want to play anymore, then is it our turn to play? After he finished speaking, Long Xiaobao glanced at Han Nuo. Han Nuo's body trembled. Long Xiaobao said with a bad face, young Master Yi said that we don't cause trouble, but we are definitely not afraid of trouble. If anyone comes to provoke us, we will return it 1,000 times. Want to step on us? Then we will trample you to pieces. Han Nuo, right, hee. Long Xiaobao smiled slightly, looked at Hao Peng beside him, and said with a smile, Xiao Peng, do you think brother AFU had enough fun just now? Will he challenge Han Nuo again? And brother Awang, he has a bad temper, I think he is itching to fight too. As Long Xiaobao spoke, everyone's mouth twitched. Swipe. Yi Fu and Yi Wang took a step forward instantly, staring directly at Han Nuo in the martial arts team. Their teasing voices with a hint of determination sounded at the same time. New recruit, Yi Wang, refining organs level 6, challenge you. New recruit, Yi Fu, refining organs 8th level, challenge you again. Chapter 256 New soldiers, challenging you. New recruit, Yi Wang, refining organs level 6, challenge you. New recruit, Yi Fu, refining organs 8th level, challenge you again. Yi Fu and Yi Wang spoke at the same time, looking at Han Nuo with teasing eyes and a hint of coldness, which made Han Nuo tremble and step back instinctively. Master Feng. The next second, Han Nuo looked at Chu Xiaofeng for help. At this moment, in this situation, Han Nuo could not understand clearly that without the reinforcements from Chu Xiaofeng and his party, he alone would not be able to face more than 2,000 people in Tianwang City. 7-star condensation, so what? If it is true as Long Xiaobao said, they will exhaust themselves to death. All this was far beyond Han Nuo's expectations. Chu Xiaofeng looked at Han Nuo's pleading eyes, then looked at Long Xiaobao. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Long Xiaobao. Why, Mr. Feng wants to take action. Chu Xiaofeng was stunned. Long Xiaobao's young face was filled with a hint of teasing and sophistication, and he continued with a smile, young Master Feng, you better think about it. If you make a move, you may never be able to leave the Heavenly Wolf Camp or Luoxian town. Look. As he spoke, Long Xiaobao pointed to the more than 2,000 new recruits from Tianwang City behind him and said, although I am not very familiar with them, we are all from the same place after all, so I know them a little. The people of Tianwang City, whether men or women, will fall into an inexplicable state of madness when they see a handsome man. Look, seeing that young Master Feng is so handsome, they are already a little eager to make a move. As soon as Long Xiaobao finished speaking, 2,000 new recruits from Tianwang City stepped forward. Absolute cooperation. Seeing this scene, Chu Xiaofeng's mouth twitched. He took a step back. You can't interfere in this matter. At least not yet. Master Feng. Seeing Chu Xiaofeng retreat, a trace of anxiety flashed across Han Nuo's face. Chu Xiaofeng did not say anything. Hee. Long Xiaobao smiled calmly. The look was teasing and even more amusing. You. Han Nuo suddenly became angry and anxious. He gritted his teeth and swallowed the pill. He had already surrendered and admitted defeat, and with Chu Xiaofeng's help, he naturally didn't need to continue fighting, nor did he take any pills. He could just wait for his energy to recover slowly. But now, Han Nuo was filled with hatred. If he had known earlier, he would have taken the pill. After all, although this pill can speed up the recovery of one's own energy, it cannot restore it in an instant. If he had taken the pill just now, he would have recovered a lot of his energy by now. Unfortunately, there is no if. Seeing Han Nuo swallowing the pill, Long Xiaobao was slightly stunned. Now was not the time for a duel, so Han Nuo swallowing the pill was not against the rules. However, Long Xiaobao did not care too much about it. After all, the pill could only speed up the recovery of energy, and could not directly bring Han Nuo back to his peak state. Even elixirs take time. Brother AFU. Immediately, Long Xiaobao shouted loudly. A quick battle and a quick decision must not allow Han Nuo to recover his strength. As long as he is kept in a fighting state, Long Xiaobao believes that even if Han Nuo takes the elixir, it will not make much sense. As soon as Long Xiaobao finished speaking, Yi Fu immediately stepped forward. Han Nuo was stunned. He clenched his fists, his body trembled, and he gritted his teeth in anger. You don't go too far. Too much bullying. Ye Fu sneered and scolded, so what if I bully you? If Xiaobao hadn't had some tricks today, would you have let us go if it was you? You. Han Nuo was stunned, but had nothing to say. Let them go. Impossible. He came to Luoxian town to target the Yi family. If he was at the top of the mountain and had an advantage now, how could he let the Yi family go? Why? Nothing to say. Ye Fu sneered and stopped talking to Han Nuo. New recruit Ye Fu, I am an 8th grade internal organ refiner. I challenge you. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Fu took a step forward and attacked Han Nuo directly. Han Nuo was shocked. In terms of cultivation and strength, even if he was now exhausted, he was definitely not worse than Ye Fu. The two could only be said to be evenly matched. However, the previous battle had already shown that the Xuanbing armor worn by Ye Fu became the biggest gap between the two. For Han Nuo, or for the martial arts students, the black soldier armor was not a rare item, but who told them to come to the war department and the battlefield to train. The rules of the martial arts school prohibited many things from being brought into the battlefield for training. Battle armor is one of them. Han Nuo, admit defeat. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Han Nuo was stunned instinctively, but without any hesitation, he immediately shouted, I accept your challenge, but I admit defeat. Call out. In front of Han Nuo, Ye Fu's offensive came to a standstill. The atmosphere became silent. Everyone's eyes fell on the person who spoke. This person was none other than Chu Xiaofeng, the leader of the martial arts academy. Looking at Chu Xiaofeng, Long Xiaobao frowned. Chu Xiaofeng ignored him and smiled calmly. He didn't understand it just now, but now he has figured it out. He looked at Han Nuo and said, Han Nuo, they can keep challenging you, and you can also keep admitting defeat. In terms of cultivation and strength, you are not inferior to any of them. It is impossible for them to defeat you instantly. In this way, you have the opportunity to admit defeat. In the long run, you will have a chance to recover the energy you consumed before. And what about later? Hee. As Chu Xiaofeng spoke, a cruel smile appeared on his face. Han Nuo was stunned and suddenly woke up. He looked at Ye Fu and his group with a cruel smile on his face. As long as his energy was restored, he could easily defeat anyone here. The sudden change made everyone stunned. Chu Xiaofeng's words reminded Han Nuo and everyone present, and woke everyone up. For a moment, strange eyes fell on Long Xiaobao. Snort. Long Xiaobao snorted coldly. He ignored everyone and looked at Tang Yi on the side, saying, Captain Tang Daqian, if we are not in a duel, what crime should a member of the combat team commit if he attacks another member of the combat team? Forehead. Long Xiaobao's sudden question surprised everyone. The same is true for Tang Yi. Looking at Long Xiaobao, Tang Yi thought for a moment and said, in the battle department, if the two sides do not fight, if one side attacks the other side, they will be punished with 300 military sticks. Good. As soon as Tang Yi finished speaking, Long Xiaobao's words rang out. Everyone was stunned. A pair of confused and curious eyes looked at Long Xiaobao. They had no idea what Long Xiaobao was going to do and were even more curious. Long Xiaobao didn't hesitate and waved his hand. Brother AFU, all of you come here. While Long Xiaobao was speaking, the Yi family members gathered around him, even though they didn't know what he was going to do. Now facing the geniuses from the martial arts academy, the Yi family was weak and could not compete head-on with them. They could only rely on Long Xiaobao, and they absolutely believed in Long Xiaobao. 11-year-old child. His evilness is far beyond anyone's imagination. The Yi family gathered more than 20 people together, with the genius of the martial arts academy in front of them, the 2,000 new recruits of Tianwang City behind them, and the veterans of the war department around them. However, Long Xiaobao didn't care about all this. He gathered everyone together, and gently gave instructions and made arrangements. Seeing this scene, Chu Xiaofeng frowned. Han Nuo felt something was wrong. The others looked stunned. After a while, the Yi family members dispersed. Under the stunned and bewildered eyes of everyone, the Yi family members did not hesitate at all, and took out the Xuanbing armor from the Sumeru ring and put it on. This. Hiss. The appearance of more than 20 sets of Xuanbing armor shocked everyone instantly. The same was true for Han Nuo and his group. The Yi family members did not hesitate at all. After putting on the Xuanbing armor, more than 20 people, both men and women, except Long Xiaobao, all walked towards Han Nuo. What do you want to do? Han Nuo said in shock when he saw more than 20 people from the Ye family walking towards him, and he instinctively stepped back. Unfortunately, everyone in the Ye family surrounded him in an instant. You. Just as the two words, Han Nuo, sounded, they were interrupted by Ye Fu's cold voice. New recruit, Ye Fu, I am an 8th level cultivator, challenging you. You. Han Nuo was stunned and said anxiously, I give up. New recruit, Ye Wang, who is at the 6th level of organ refining, challenges you. Just as Han Nuo finished speaking, Ye Wang's cold voice rang out. I give up. Han Nuo ignored it and spoke hurriedly. New recruit, Ye Shuang, I am at the 6th level of internal organ refining. I challenge you. I give up. New recruit, Ye Long, 4th level of internal organ refining, challenges you. I give up. New recruits. I give up. More than 20 people from the Ye family challenged Han Nuo one by one, but were rejected by Han Nuo one by one. This strange scene made everyone stunned. Ye family, what are you going to do? I give up. I give up. I give up. The Ye family challenged Han Nuo faster and faster, and more frequently. In the end, Han Nuo just instinctively admitted defeat. Even if the Ye family did not challenge him, he still shouted to admit defeat. The space stagnated and the atmosphere became silent. Forehead. Han Nuo came back to his senses and was instinctively stunned. No one challenges. New recruit, Ye Fu, I'm at the 8th level of organ refining, challenging you. Before Han Nuo could think more, Ye Fu's cold voice suddenly rang out. Han Nuo was stunned. Call out. Ye Fu punched Han Nuo instantly. Fast, fierce and violent. The Ye family members were already surrounding Han Nuo. Han Nuo was caught off guard by the sudden change and had no time to react before Ye Fu's punch landed on his face. Bang! A muffled sound. Puff! A blood mist burst out from Han Nuo's nostrils. You were looking for death. In an instant, Han Nuo was furious. Call out. He instinctively threw a violent punch at Ye Fu. I give up. Ye Fu smiled slightly. Forehead. Han Nuo was stunned. New recruit, Ye Shuang, who is at the 6th level of organ refining, challenges you. In an instant, a voice suddenly sounded behind Han Nuo. Han Nuo was shocked. Boom! Ye Shuang's punch had already landed on Han Nuo. Han Nuo's body trembled, and he instinctively took a few steps forward. His anger instantly soared to the extreme, and he turned around abruptly. I'm going to kill you. I give up. Without waiting for Han Nuo to attack, Ye Shuang said with a smile. New recruit, Ye Wang, who is at the 6th level of organ refining, challenges you. Just as Ye Shuang finished speaking, Ye Wang suddenly spoke beside Han Nuo. Call out. Ye Wang attacked with one strike. Han Nuo became alert and turned around to defend himself. Ye Wang stopped attacking and said with a smile, I admit defeat. Call out. Behind him, Fat Hao kicked out. New recruit, Fat Hao, a 1st level Yijing master, challenges you. Almost at the same time, Hao Peng's voice challenging Han Nuo rang out. Bang! Fat Hao kicked Han Nuo directly on the butt without any deviation. Da da da. Han Nuo involuntarily took a few steps forward. At the same time, the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed and burst out directly. I'll kill you. With a roar, Han Nuo rushed straight towards Hao Peng. I give up. Fat Hao said with a smile. I admit you are paralyzed. Han Nuo cursed angrily and attacked Hao Peng as usual. Han Nuo, don't. Seeing this, Chu Xiaofeng exclaimed. Long Xiaobao smiled calmly. The rules of the War Department, if the two sides do not fight, if one side attacks the other side, they will be punished with 300 military sticks. Chapter 257 Give me 10 years and I will destroy your entire clan. In the rules of the War Department, if the two sides are not fighting, if one side attacks the other side, they will be punished with 300 military sticks. Long Xiaobao's voice was not loud, but in the almost dead silence, it resounded in everyone's mind like the sound of thunder from the sky. Shameless. For a moment, countless people were wailing and cursing in their hearts. Han Nuo paused. Anger, rage, and hatred. He clenched his fists, his eyes were bloodshot, and he was extremely angry. The Ye family is going too far. In front of Han Nuo, Fatty Hao didn't care about Han Nuo's rampage at all. He gently patted the black soldier armor on his body and chuckled, Fat Master has admitted defeat. The fight is over. Do you still want to fight? 300 military sticks. You. Han Nuo gritted his teeth. I challenge you. Suddenly, Han Nuo roared again. I give up. Fat Hao shrugged. Everyone around twitched their lips. The Ye family is so shameless. In the distance, even Tang Yi's mouth twitched when he saw this scene. Although he is more inclined towards the Ye family because of Ye Bufan, it is just a comparison. As the captain of the War Department, he cares more about the fairness and justice of the War Department. But what about now? No matter whether it was the geniuses from the Ye family or the Martial Arts Academy, he felt as if these people were simply taking advantage of loopholes and playing with the rules of the War Department. Nothing like this had ever happened before. The War Department will never allow such things. Ye Bufan is a start. Competition, rules. This was originally a fierce conflict between members of the combat department, and the various restrictions were a protection for some weaker soldiers, but now everything has changed. It all seemed like a child's play. The War Department will never allow it. Tang Yi thought to himself and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that we must report these things as soon as possible, otherwise if this goes on for a long time, there will definitely be trouble. The rules of this competition must be changed. But now, Tang Yi was unable to change the current situation. After all, such customized rules were not something that a small captain like him could decide. Reporting takes time. Even changes take time. Looking at Hao Peng with a mocking look on his face, Han Nuo was furious. The same is true for Chu Xiaofeng and others. Especially Chu Xiaofeng, he didn't know when he started to clench his fists tightly. Although it was Han Nuo instead of him who was in the field, he still felt humiliated and his dignity was trampled. He is in the Martial Arts Academy, high and mighty. But what about now? If he had not been concerned about the 2,000 new recruits from Tianwang City, Long Xiaobao's previous, big words, and the evil mind that Long Xiaobao had shown time and time again, he would have taken action long ago. Unfortunately, he knew he couldn't take action. There is a high possibility that he will become the second Han Nuo, and he may even really die here. Chu Xiaofeng cannot afford to gamble on all this, and he dare not gamble. Be angry and bear it. Be angry and bear it. Hate, endure it. Even though it is unbearable, you have to endure it. The people from the Martial Arts Academy endured it, but the people from the Ye family would not. The Ye family eats everything but never suffers any loss. Tisk tisk, what do you mean by me? Are you angry? Furious? Come on, come and bite me, I give up, I give up, I give up, ha ha ha. Looking at the furious Han Nuo with a livid face, Hao Peng's unscrupulous provocative voice rang out again. Han Nuo clenched his fists so tightly that they made a creaking sound. If looks could kill, Fat Hao would have been killed instantly thousands of times. Suddenly, behind Han Nuo, Ye Fu's cold voice sounded again. New recruit, Ye Fu, refining organs 8th level, challenges you. We won't stop until we have tortured you to pieces. Buzz. Ye Fu's familiar voice gave Han Nuo a heads up. I give up, he said without thinking. The Ye family didn't give him any chance to attack. Unfortunately, is it useful to admit defeat? It's useless. Everything seemed to have fallen into an endless cycle, just like before. The Ye family members challenged Han Nuo again. Han Nuo admitted defeat, and the Ye family challenged him again. This cycle continued, and the Ye family members attacked Han Nuo from time to time. Han Nuo was angry and hateful, but he could do nothing about it. The atmosphere was dead silent, time was passing. Boom! Ye Fu knocked Han Nuo back with one strike. Bang! Han Nuo's body fell heavily to the ground. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Han Nuo's mouth. Han Nuo did not continue to get up. He just lay on the ground in a big shape, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His originally handsome face was now bruised and swollen. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. After a moment, Han Nuo burst into laughter. Forehead. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. They looked at each other. Could it be that this guy was beaten stupid? Han Nuo didn't care at all. He laughed and said, fight me, fight me, fight me. Today I admit defeat and let you beat me and humiliate me. But after today, you just have to wait for me and my Han family's crazy revenge. Unless you stay in the War Department camp forever, otherwise today's humiliation and pain will be repaid 1,000 times, 10,000 times in the future. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Amid the laughter, everyone felt a hint of murderous intent. Cold, resolute, and determined to fight to the death. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Everyone's heart trembled, and for some unknown reason, strange eyes turned to the Ye family members, and finally to Long Xiaobao. The 11-year-old child is the center of everyone's attention at this moment. Long Xiaobao frowned. Ye Fu looked solemn. Xiaobao. He just opened his mouth, but was stopped by Long Xiaobao. Glancing at Han Nuo lying on the ground, and then looking at the people of the Ye family, Long Xiaobao said, "For a person like him, even if nothing happened today, even if we stop now, will he let us go?" Buzz. As Long Xiaobao finished speaking, everyone in the Ye family trembled. The same goes for others. Won't. The two words rang out from Long Xiaobao's mouth. With a touch of firmness and determination, he continued, "From the moment he left Tianhuang City, we were destined to fight to the death. Otherwise, why would he appear here, and why did he come here?" In that case. As he spoke, Long Xiaobao's young face darkened, and he said sternly, "Why should we be polite to him? Why should we be polite to him?" As soon as he finished speaking, Long Xiaobao's eyes fell on Han Nuo. The 11-year-old boy, at this moment, revealed a hint of arrogance that didn't belong to his age. Sharp and resolute. Blackmail. I am not afraid of any threats. Revenge. Waiting for your revenge. Martial Academy family. Give me 10 years. If you want revenge in these 10 years, I can just pretend to be sick for 10 years and not leave the War Department camp. You are just a martial arts family. I don't believe you dare to go to the War Department camp and kill people to silence them. Do you think the War Department is just a decoration? Do you think the Martial Arts Academy is your home? Human race, your words don't count. I am Long Xiaobao, 11 years old this year, with a basic strength of 93. I will enter the condensation stage within a month. Do you dare to retaliate? If I don't die, I will wipe out your entire clan in 10 years. 11 years old, basic strength 93. Ye Bufan had mentioned it at the beginning, but the situation at that time, the madness of Ye Bufan and his group, and Ye Bufan's subsequent feat of challenging the 1,000-man commander Shang Yuan, compared to that, this matter was nothing. After all, people always like to watch the fun. Afterwards, this matter was ignored and gradually forgotten. But now, boom. Never stop until your words are shocking. Long Xiaobao's words made many of the soldiers watching the scene tremble in their hearts. Even Chu Xiaofeng, Han Nuo and other geniuses from the Martial Arts Academy were no exception. They looked at Long Xiaobao with shock and horror. Basic strength 93. Basic strength determines the fate of martial arts. Those who are 50 or above can enter the Martial Arts Academy. Those who are 60 or above are elites of the academy, those who are 70 or above are geniuses of the academy, and those who are 80 or above, these people are geniuses among geniuses, and are the targets of key training in the academy. If they are geniuses from the Martial Arts Academy, then what is Long Xiaobao? Monster, the greatest monster in the world. Call. Chu Xiaofeng and his group couldn't help but hold their breath. Han Nuo's heart trembled. Basic strength 93. How much is he? How could a mere 9th-rate family in a remote borderland produce such a peerless evildoer? And why didn't he go to the Martial Arts Academy but came to the War Department instead? In addition, human warriors, before the age of 12, try their best to improve their basic strength, and only start to practice martial arts after the age of 12. 11 years old in the condensation stage. Damn, this is a lie. Long Xiaobao didn't care about all this. He looked at Han Nuo, who looked stunned, with a resolute look and shouted, "Fight!" Chapter 258 Han Nuo's murderous intention. I hold my sword in my hand and laugh at the sky, and the pigs and dogs I kill all bow their heads. A man's blood is hot and never extinguished. Long Xiaobao's words made everyone present tremble, especially the sentence, "Give me 10 years, and I will wipe out your entire clan." It was really hard to imagine and accept that such a statement came from an 11-year-old child. The atmosphere was dead silent. Han Nuo stood there in a daze, a look of horror on his face, and remained silent for a long time. Chu Xiaofeng and his group were no exception. Call out. Ye Fu took a step forward and attacked Han Nuo directly. A student from the Martial Arts Academy. Super family. So what? Bang. Ye Fu kicked Han Nuo directly in the abdomen. Violent and ferocious. Since they are opponents, since they are enemies, since there is no way to make peace, then why worry, why be polite, just fight. Puff. The powerful force hit Han Nuo and caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. My internal organs were trembling violently. You. Lying on the ground, looking at Ye Fu, although he had already prepared himself to be abused and humiliated today, Han Nuo couldn't help but flash a trace of anger and murderous intent in his eyes at this moment. Ye Fu didn't care at all and simply ignored it. Call out. One kick followed by another. Since you don't resist, since you sit there and wait for death, I will torture you to my heart's content. As for the rest, I will stop the enemy with my troops and cover the water with earth. The Ye family is not afraid of any threats. The Ye family is not afraid of any challenge. Bang, bang, bang. Ye Fu attacked Han Nuo again and again, as if he had fallen into a mad state. Every punch he made hit Han Nuo flesh, which was shocking to everyone present. Tisk tisk. Fat Hao, watching this scene, shook his head in amazement and said, I've seen a lot of weirdos, but this is the first time I've encountered someone who came to my door asking for abuse and beatings without resisting. I don't know if I'll see this again in the future. How shameless. Hee hee. Everyone in the Ye family smiled indifferently. The veterans of the War Department felt ashamed. Don't they want to resist? In this situation, if you use such despicable means, it will be meaningless even if others want to resist. It is better for them to just admit defeat and end it quickly. Chu Xiaofeng and his group looked ferocious and angry. When have they ever suffered such humiliation when they are so high and mighty? However, they were born into prominent families and were not ignorant, so they naturally knew how to judge the situation, especially when facing Long Xiaobao's bold words. If Long Xiaobao was just an ordinary person, they would definitely take revenge madly, even if the matter itself had nothing to do with them. However, Long Xiaobao is not an ordinary person. A peerless evildoer whose basic strength has broken through 90 and who is about to advance to the nascent soul stage before he is 12 years old. If you can avoid offending him, you should definitely not offend him. Of course, they can also choose to kill Long Xiaobao. But what if I can't kill him? Being in the War Department and having its protection, this possibility is not impossible and the probability is very high, unless they choose to turn against the War Department and kill them by force. Unfortunately, this is absolutely impossible. If they fail to kill Long Xiaobao, they will completely offend and anger a future strong man. Just as Long Xiaobao said, give me 10 years and I will destroy your entire clan. What will greet them will be the crazy revenge of a peerless strong man, a revenge that will not stop until one of them dies. As members of a family, they must consider their family. There is no need and it is definitely not possible. In almost an instant, Chu Xiaofeng and his team made up their minds. Let's leave this matter at that. Ultimately, they are different from Han Nuo. Han Nuo and Long Xiaobao and his group were already at loggerheads, irreparable. But they were different. They had no grudges or hatred against Long Xiaobao and his group. Before today, they didn't even know each other. What's more, they still had a chance to make friends with Long Xiaobao. A future peerless powerhouse is worthy of them doing this. In this world, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. This is true for Han Nuo and Long Xiaobao, it all depends on who has greater value. Looking at Chu Xiaofeng, Long Xiaobao smiled slightly. Self-destruction of martial arts talent. This might bring about Han Nuo's infinite killing intent, but at the same time, it could also shock Chu Xiaofeng and others. Dealing with Han Nuo alone is better than dealing with 13 people at the same time. Time passes quietly. In everyone's mind, under Ye Fu's crazy beating, Han Nuo had fainted at some point. However, even though he had fainted, his bruised face still showed anger and murderous intent. Today is definitely the most humiliating day in Han Nuo's life since he was a child, without exception. If I don't avenge this, I would be unworthy of being a human being. Call. Ye Fu took a deep breath and stopped attacking. Fuck, he's still in the 7-star condensation stage, how can he fail so soon? Suddenly, Fatty Hao couldn't help but yell, and walked a few steps to Han Nuo, are you pretending to be dead? Bang, bang, bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Fat Hao kicked Han Nuo a few times. Han Nuo didn't move at all. Fat Hao frowned and said, it seems like it's really no good. Tisk tisk, 7-star condensation realm, I thought it was amazing, but it's just this good. Hearing this, the corners of the people around him twitched. Infinitely ashamed. Xiaopeng, let's go. At this time, Long Xiaobao suddenly spoke up. His voice was calm and composed, as if nothing had happened before. He didn't even look at Han Nuo, left a word, and turned away. As Long Xiaobao left, Hao Peng, Ye Fu and others also did not stay, and the 2,000 new recruits from Tianwang City also left. The whole place was dead silent. Master Feng. Beside Chu Xiaofeng, Chu Yuan hesitated as he looked at Long Xiaobao and others going away. The others also looked at Chu Xiaofeng instantly. Chu Xiaofeng's gaze stayed on Long Xiaobao's back for 3 seconds, then he retracted it and looked at Han Nuo lying on the ground. He frowned and said, "Find a tent and put Han Nuo down. Let's go." After leaving 2 words, Chu Xiaofeng turned and left. The students from the martial arts academy followed closely. In the crowd, Shang Yuan watched the 2 groups of people from the Ye family and the martial arts academy leave. Thinking back to the previous scene, a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Reluctant, yet helpless. Then Shang Yuan left quietly, as if he had never appeared. 1 day later, the news of the Ye family beating up Han Nuo, a 7-star condensation realm master in the Tinlong camp, had spread throughout the camp and even the entire Luoxian town. While everyone sympathized with Han Nuo, they also lamented the treachery of the Ye family. After this incident spread, combined with the previous incident in Shangyuan, everyone had an idea in their minds that they must not provoke these crazy people from the Ye family. In the war camp, inside the tent. After being unconscious for a whole day, Han Nuo lay on the bed and woke up slowly. However, at this moment, Han Nuo was the only one in the huge tent. Han Nuo didn't care about this at all. They said they were here to train on the battlefield, but in fact, it was not much different from playing. As martial arts students, it was impossible for Chu Xiaofeng and others to stay in the tent to take care of themselves. Moreover, after what happened yesterday, Chu Xiaofeng and his party might have become alienated from themselves. Basic Strength 93. Such a person is a rare gem among thousands even in the 3 major martial arts academies. It is impossible for Chu Xiaofeng and others to offend Long Xiaobao for their own sake. Han Nuo firmly believes this. As he thought about it, a hint of coldness and murderous intent flashed in Han Nuo's eyes. Ye family. He clenched his fists instinctively. Today's pain, today's humiliation, must be returned 1,000 times, 10,000 times. I, Han Nuo, will do what I say. Han Nuo's voice was cold, and his expression was determined. Then, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Long Xiaobao, basic strength is 93. So what? Genius, you have to grow up to be considered a genius, if not, you are nothing. Since the hatred has been formed, let's end it as soon as possible. Want to grow? Snort. Han Nuo snorted coldly, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. That also depends on whether I, Han Nuo, will give you time to grow. Kill you as soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, a colorful crystal appeared in Han Nuo's hand. Mother and Child True Essence Stone. When Ye Bufan was kidnapped by the bald man in Tianwang City, Ye Fu also used a Mother-Child True Essence Stone. However, Ye Fu used a purple True Essence Stone, while Han Nuo used a 7-color one, which was obviously slightly different. Call. I took a deep breath and calmed myself down. Pa. The next second, Han Nuo directly crushed the Mother and Child True Essence Stones in his hand. In an instant, a ray of colorful light burst out, then condensed and stayed in front of Han Nuo. A moment later, a picture emerged in the colorful light in front of Han Nuo. In it was a gorgeous woman dressed in purple brocade. Mother. Looking at the elegant woman in the picture, Han Nuo said respectfully. Nuor, you looking at Han Nuo with a bruised face, the elegant woman was stunned for a moment, a trace of worry on her face. But after just a moment, she was furious. Asshole, who hurt you like this, Nuor? Mother, she is a warrior in Guiyuan realm. I am no match for her, so Han Nuo said weakly with his head down. A general from the War Department, the elegant woman asked coldly. No. Han Nuo shook his head. He is a free warrior in the battlefield town. Free warrior. The elegant woman was stunned again, and her anger grew even stronger. How dare a free warrior hurt my Nuor? Nuor, just wait, mother will come over and kill him for you. No. Hearing this, Han Nuo immediately refused and said, Mother, this is a battlefield after all, it is not appropriate for you to come. Besides, he is just a Guiyuan realm warrior. There is no need for you to take action, mother, you only need to send 2 high-level Guiyuan realm warriors to me. Is that so? The elegant woman hesitated slightly. Okay, mother will let 13 and 14 come to find you now. No. Han Nuo refused again. Mother, you can ask 13 and 14 to go to the Xian Empire and find a city to participate in the War Department's conscription. It should only take a few days. In addition, it is best to let them change their appearance and surname. Even if they enter the War Department, they should pretend not to know the children when there are other people around. The elegant woman frowned. Why? Please don't ask too many questions, mother. I have my own uses. Han Nuo said. Good. Thank you, mother. Be careful on the battlefield. If you can't make it, come back. It's just a place to enter the cemetery of gods and demons. Even if you leave the battlefield, mother can help you. Han Nuo nodded. After a moment, the colorful picture in front of him disappeared, and so did the elegant woman. Han Nuo's face returned to its previous anger and gloom. 13, 14, 1 8-star return to the origin, 1 9-star return to the origin, Long Xiaobao, this time, I want to see how you die. Chapter 259 New soldiers join the army, many beauties. Mr. Han, you're awake. That's great. Suddenly, a big-eyed girl lifted the curtain and walked in from outside the tent. She looked at Han Nuo who had woken up and said in surprise. Shuang Feifei. Seeing the big-eyed girl, Han Nuo was slightly startled, as if he had not expected someone to suddenly appear. But after just a moment, Han Nuo's expression returned to calm, and he looked at Shuang Feifei and said in a deep voice, "Where are Feng Xiao and the others?" While Han Nuo was talking, Shuang Feifei had already jumped in front of Han Nuo. She was like a happy elf, innocent and romantic. Hearing Han Nuo's words, Shuang Feifei was slightly stunned, and then smiled and said, "Mr. Feng and the others are in the restaurant." Shuang Feifei was just halfway through her words when she was interrupted by Han Nuo. "Restaurant?" "Yes." Shuang Feifei nodded. Snort. Hearing this, Han Nuo was furious, but he didn't show it. He just snorted in his heart, "I'm suffering here, but you guys are enjoying yourself outside. Is this what we used to be good brothers for?" Without further ado, Han Nuo glanced at Shuang Feifei again and asked suspiciously, "If that's the case, then why are you here?" Shuang Feifei stuck out her tongue and said awkwardly, "I forgot to come back to get something, and I heard some noise from young Master Han, so." Han Nuo frowned, then felt relieved. There were 13 people in their group, including him, and everyone knew that Shuang Feifei was a little confused. Things like this had happened before, more than once or twice. Before Han Nuo could think about it, Shuang Feifei smiled and said, "Mr. Han, since you are awake, let's go together. You have been unconscious for a day and a night, you must be hungry. The food in the camp is terrible." One day. Hearing this, Han Nuo was stunned. "Yes. Never mind." Han Nuo waved his hand and said, "You go ahead. I won't go. I'm a little tired. I want to rest first." "Oh." Shuang Feifei responded weakly, "Then Mr. Han, you should have a good rest." Han Nuo nodded. Shuang Feifei didn't stop and jumped out of Han Nuo's tent. She was innocent and romantic, and always like a happy elf. Watching Shuang Feifei leave, Han Nuo's eyes turned cold. Chu Xiaofeng. "Humph, you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Sooner or later, I will trample you and your Chu family under my feet. As for now, Ye family, Long Xiaobao, wait." 10 days passed in a flash. In the Tinlong camp, Han Nuo's injuries had recovered as before a few days ago, and everything seemed to have returned to the starting point. In addition to daily training, he and Chu Xiaofeng and his party wandered between the camp and Luoxian town, doing nothing. In addition, on the day Han Nuo recovered from his injuries, he found Long Xiaobao, and took the initiative to admit his mistakes and apologize, hoping to shake hands and make peace with Long Xiaobao and his party. Long Xiaobao had no objection to this. The Ye family doesn't cause trouble. Seeing Han Nuo took the initiative to apologize and admit his mistakes to everyone in the Ye family, Chu Xiaofeng and his group were no longer shy about anything. They took the initiative to approach Long Xiaobao and even wanted to win him over. Basic Strength 93. At the age of 11, he reached the Ningyuan realm. Such a monstrous figure is of vital importance to every family and every force. Now that they have encountered him, they naturally don't want to let him go. Unfortunately, Long Xiaobao ignored it. Take refuge, submit. Geniuses are all arrogant, and Long Xiaobao is not just a genius, he is a monster. Even though he is only 11 years old, he has unparalleled pride in his heart. In Long Xiaobao's opinion, the only person in this world who is worthy of him is Ye Bufan. Because, others may not know, but Long Xiaobao knows that compared to himself, Ye Bufan is the real evildoer. Not only is his basic strength full, but his cultivation speed is even more terrifying. If it takes him 10 years to destroy the Han family, then Ye Bufan may only need half the time, 5 years, or even shorter. Of course, Long Xiaobao would not tell Chu Xiaofeng about this, let alone anyone else. This was a secret between him and Ye Bufan, a secret that belonged only to the two of them. All the Ye family members did every day was practice. The serious camp is as calm as water. After the battle between the Ye family and the Martial Arts Academy, Luo Tianong had just returned to the War Department, and Tang Yi told Luo Tianong about the incident and his thoughts. Luo Tianong also agreed with this and reported the matter to the War Department on the same day. Unfortunately, now that 10 days have passed, the War Department has not given any response. Luo Tianong knows that these matters involving the rules of the War Department cannot be decided in 1 or 2 days. Moreover, Luo Tianong knows that the War Department has no time to deal with these things. Qin Yao is missing. The Qin family's bounty shocked all the free warriors around the battlefield, and also alarmed the entire Tianfeng War Department. Now there are countless people in the War Department looking for Qin Yao. Of course, compared to free warriors, the combat soldiers have their own duties and cannot leave the base without permission. They can only search within the base. This is true for other camps, and the serious camp is no exception. During these 10 days, in addition to arranging a part of the soldiers to stay in Luoxian town every day, Luo Tianong would accompany him to leave Luoxian town and search within the garrison, leaving early and returning late. The same is true today. However, compared to the past, today is different. Early in the morning, Luo Tianong left Luoxian town with 8 centurions, just like he had done in the previous few days. He also took away the 8,000 soldiers under the 8 centurions. Only 2 centurions and 2,000 soldiers were left in the entire combat camp. At noon, a team of up to 30,000 people entered Luoxian town in a mighty manner, instantly disturbing the residents living in Luoxian town. After the team entered the War Department camp, it also disturbed the other members of the War Department who stayed behind. More than 30,000 new recruits. These were the new recruits recruited by the War Department in the secular empire. They were temporarily assigned to the Heavenly Wolf camp. Like the 2,000 new recruits in Tianwang City, these new recruits included both men and women, with varying strengths. Of course, even if there was a gap between them, it would not be too big. Most of them are in the stage of transcendental transformation, and condensed essence is extremely rare. Outside the quartermaster department, Chu Xiaofeng and his group of 13 people stood idly by, looking at the more than 30,000 new recruits crowded in front of them, their eyes searching back and forth among these new recruits. Mr. Feng, do you have anyone you like? I see there are quite a few women among these new recruits. Suddenly, Chu Yuan looked at Chu Xiaofeng and asked with a lewd look on his face. The other 11 people also looked at Chu Xiaofeng. I don't love power, I love beauty. Chu Xiaofeng's only hobby is beautiful women. Chu Xiaofeng ignored him, glanced at the huge group of recruits in front of him, and said disdainfully, a bunch of mediocre people. Forehead. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Chu Xiaofeng said nothing more and turned and left. Looking at Chu Xiaofeng's abnormal behavior, the people from the Martial Arts Academy were slightly stunned. Is this still the Feng Xiao they know? How could they know that Chu Xiaofeng was shocked when he saw the girls of the Yi family, especially Yi Shuang? In fact, his mind was full of Yi Shuang's graceful figure. If it weren't for Long Xiaobao, he would have already taken action. Unfortunately, with Long Xiaobao around, he was destined not to act recklessly, and could not act recklessly. If he wanted to pursue Yi Shuang, he could only do so through normal means. In this case, how could he still look down on others? As he said, a vulgar woman. Seeing Chu Xiaofeng go, Chu Yuan and the others followed without stopping. In an instant, only Han Nuo was left in the original team of 13 people. However, Han Nuo did not leave with Chu Xiaofeng and others. After staying there for a while, Han Nuo walked towards a remote corner of the camp. At the same time, 2 people in the team of recruits also left quietly. There are 2 things new recruits must do when they join the army: register and have their soul rings engraved. 30,000 people is not too many, but not too few either. In the vast team, all the new recruits who have been registered and have had their soul rings engraved will be taken to their respective tents by the veterans of the War Department. After that, the new recruits can move freely, understand and familiarize themselves with the situation in the War Department camp, and wait for the War Department to make other arrangements. Master, Master! Outside a recruit's tent, an anxious and excited voice suddenly rang out. Then, a big bearded man hurried in from outside, walked a few steps to a young man who was sitting on the bed with a bored look, and said while panting, "Master, so many beauties." The boy was about 16 or 17 years old, dressed in brocade and had a handsome face. Hearing the big man's words, the young man was stunned at first, and then his clear eyes flashed. He jumped off the bed, looked at the big man, and asked happily, "A lot of beauties?" Yes, sir, yes, there are 6, and they are all beauties." The big man responded with a hint of excitement on his face. 6. The boy was stunned again, and then he was overjoyed. "Well done." Patting the big man on the shoulder, the young man looked at a servant beside him and said, "Xiao Yi, here's the reward." "Yes, master." The servant responded, came to the big man, took out 10 gold coins from the sumaru ring in his hand, and without thinking, stuffed them directly into the big man's hand. Thank you for the reward, master." Holding the 10 gold coins in his hand, the big man said excitedly. It's okay. The young man shook his hands and said, "It's just 10 gold coins, it's nothing. Follow me, young master, and I will make sure you have delicious food and drinks in the future." Yes. The big man responded repeatedly. The young man ignored him, glanced at the big man, and continued, "Where are those beauties now?" "In the central square." "Central square, yes." Hearing this, the young man waved his hand and said, "Lead the way." Chapter 260 Yi Shuang, will you be my princess? War Camp, Central Square. This place now seems to have become the Yi family's private territory, only for the Yi family members to practice. Of course, in addition to the Yi family, there are also 2,000 new recruits from Tianwang City. Although the Yi family does not have enough high-level treasures to provide these new recruits from Tianwang City with training, replenishing qi and blood can also allow these new recruits to practice martial arts twice each time and improve their own cultivation. At the same time, under the leadership of the Yi family, although these new recruits in Tianwang City cannot practice for a long time to improve their cultivation, they can practice combat martial arts to improve their strength. In short, the people from Tianwang City were practicing again in the war camp, except for the necessary rest. They were absolutely a group of lunatics. It was so before and it is so now. After Chu Xiaofeng and his party left Junkshu, they came to the edge of the central square to watch the Yi family members practicing. This has become Chu Xiaofeng's daily routine. Looking at the Yi family, Chu Xiaofeng and others had almost the same expressions. Surprise, envy, and admiration. Surprised that they have so many high-level treasures. I envy their extravagant and wasteful training. After all, even though they are from the martial academy and each of them has a prominent family background, they cannot do that. What I admire is their perseverance. After 10 days of observation, Chu Xiaofeng and his team have discovered that the Yi family members never practice for more than 3 hours a day, and the rest of the time is spent in cultivation. Especially Hao Peng, although his cultivation is the weakest, he spends the longest time in cultivation every day. The Yi family had at least 3 hours of rest time every day, but this fat man was more ruthless than anyone else. His rest time was less than 3 hours a day, which was shortened by half. There were even a few days when they saw Fatty Hao practicing all night without stopping. If he hadn't had the support of high-level earth treasures, he would have been disabled long ago. This persistence, this perseverance. Chu Xiaofeng and his group were shocked, they thought they couldn't do it. This is simply self-abuse. Of course, hard work always pays off. The Yi family's crazy practice has resulted in a rapid improvement in their cultivation. Especially Long Xiaobao. As a demon with a basic strength of 93, and also practicing heaven-level martial arts, it can be said that Long Xiaobao's improvement speed is the fastest and most terrifying. He is almost catching up with Yi Fu, or even surpassing Yi Fu. Although it has not happened yet, it is only a matter of time. Enchanting talent for martial arts and amazing willpower. If he is not strong, who can be stronger? In just a few days, Long Xiaobao had completely convinced Chu Xiaofeng and the others. What he had said before, "Give me 10 years and I will wipe out your entire clan," was now no joke in the eyes of Chu Xiaofeng and the others. He might not even need 10 years. Such people can only be friends with you, never make enemies. For this reason, Chu Xiaofeng and his party were extremely grateful for their decision that day and not to fight to the death with Long Xiaobao and his party. Otherwise, those who are cruel to themselves will inevitably be more cruel to their enemies. If you offend, it will be a nightmare. They only paid attention to Long Xiaobao, but they didn't know that among the Ye family's group, except Long Xiaobao, Ye Fu, Ye Shuang and Ye Wang were all geniuses whose basic strength broke through 80. Even Ye Wu, Ye Long and others had a basic strength of more than 70, which was no worse than them. And there is Ye Jingxuan. Her basic strength also exceeded 90. If Ye Jingxuan is like this, how could the other two girls of the Ye family, Ye Jingyi and Ye Jingru, be too bad? What's more, Ye Bufan's basic strength has reached an unprecedented maximum value. He is definitely a genius among geniuses and a monster among monsters. The Ye family is full of evildoers. As long as the Ye family is given enough time, it will surely shock the entire Shenwu continent. Even a Long Xiaobao has already made them want to win him over. If Chu Xiaofeng and his group knew this, I wonder what they would think. I'm afraid they won't just wait and see like they are now. Unfortunately, they don't know. Master, this is it. Look there, these 6 women are absolutely top beauties, and only you, Master, are worthy of them. Suddenly, a teasing and obscene voice sounded, breaking the solemn atmosphere before their eyes. Chu Xiaofeng frowned suddenly. He took a look and looked in the direction of the sound. The same was true for the other people in the martial arts academy around Chu Xiaofeng. Han Nuo is no exception in the team. However, he had returned to the team at some point, and at this moment, a cruel, mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, which flashed by and was completely unnoticed. In the sight, the young man in brocade clothes, led by the bearded man, walked towards the central square. Beside him, in addition to the bearded man who led the way, there was also the servant from before and a middle-aged man with pockmarks on his face. The boy looked in the direction the bearded man pointed. Buzz. Suddenly, the boy's pupils shrank. With just one glance, he was stunned by the looks of Ye Shuang and the others. He said firmly, "Mine, mine, mine. They are all mine. Call out." As soon as he finished speaking, the young man took a step forward and headed straight towards Ye Shuang and the others. His speed was definitely the limit he could reach, as if he was afraid that others would compete with him. Hee. The bearded man smiled slightly at the boy's reaction. This. Chu Xiaofeng and his group were slightly stunned. What does this thing do? Before they could think about it, the young man had already run to the central square and came in front of Ye Shuang and his group. The sudden arrival of this person caused Ye Shuang and others to stop practicing instantly. Looking at the young man in front of them, Ye Fu and others frowned. Brush. Long Xiaobao glanced at Chu Xiaofeng. Chu Xiaofeng was stunned, spread his hands, smiled bitterly, and said, "I don't know him, and I have nothing to do with him. He should be a new recruit who just arrived today." New recruits. The Ye family members were stunned and looked at the young man with suspicion. The young man ignored Long Xiaobao, Ye Fu and the others, glanced at Ye Shuang and the other girls, then came to Ye Shuang, straightened his clothes, and stretched out his hand to Ye Shuang, smiling and saying, "Hello, my name is Luo Wenxuan, from the Xian Empire." Ye Shuang was stunned instinctively. "Hello." Then, she just responded instinctively. Luo Wenxuan withdrew his hand awkwardly, but he did not back down. He looked at Ye Shuang and smiled, "Beauty, what's your name?" Ye Shuang was stunned again. Ye Shuang. Then, she instinctively replied. It was because Luo Wenxuan was too polite, so polite that Ye Shuang was embarrassed to reject him. Ye Shuang. Luo Wenxuan murmured, and then said, "What a nice name." As soon as the voice fell, Luo Wenxuan looked at Ye Shuang again and said sincerely, "Ye Shuang, will you be my princess?" Forehead. At this moment, not only Ye Shuang, but everyone else was also stunned. "Be your princess? Isn't this too direct?" Luo Wenxuan ignored him, still with a warm smile on his face, and said, "Although I am not a prince yet, my father is the 6th prince of the Xian Empire, and his throne is hereditary. Sooner or later, I will take over his throne and become the prince of the empire. Ye Shuang, are you willing to marry me and be my princess?" As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Wenxuan looked at Ye Wu and the other girls and said, "And you too." Suddenly, the atmosphere became dead silent. Swish, swish, swish. A series of strange looks turned to Chu Xiaofeng in the distance. "Ladies, I am Chu Xiaofeng, from Kangchong Martial Academy. My grandfather is the vice president of Kangchong Martial Academy. If you follow me, I will never treat you unfairly, and I can even give you a chance to enter the academy." The scene 10 days ago reappeared in everyone's mind. Luo Wenxuan in front of them and the scene in front of them were so similar to that day. Feeling everyone's gazes, Chu Xiaofeng's mouth twitched. Luo Wenxuan frowned when he saw this. Brush. He glanced at Chu Xiaofeng. However, it was only a glance, and then Luo Wenxuan looked at Yi Shuang again, and asked in astonishment, "You like him? How is that possible?" Yi Shuang said instinctively. Call. Luo Wenxuan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then, are you willing to marry me and be my princess? I promise to make you the happiest woman in the world." "I don't want to," Yi Shuang said. Luo Wenxuan was stunned. "Why?" Everyone's mouth twitched again and they were completely speechless. "Why? You bastard, we didn't know each other before, and today is the first day we meet, and you ask a girl to marry you, who would agree? Presumptuous." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. "Brush." The next second, the bearded man behind Luo Wenxuan stepped forward, pointed at Yi Shuang and said angrily, "You are a poor girl, but our young prince likes you and makes you his princess. This is a blessing you have earned in several lifetimes. Don't be shameless. Today, you have to marry. You have to marry even if you don't want to." Then, the bearded man pointed at Yi Wu and the other girls and said, "And you guys, it's the same. You'd better obey our little prince, otherwise don't blame us for being rude." Call. As soon as the bearded man finished speaking, the atmosphere changed instantly. The whole place was dead silent. Chapter 261, Mutation, Luo Wenxuan, dies. "If you don't obey, you will be in trouble." A cold voice sounded, and the atmosphere around him suddenly changed. It became dead silent, depressing, and weird. Everyone looked at the bearded man with horror in their eyes. This was a naked threat, extremely arrogant. In fact, the bearded man was even more rude than Han Nuo and his party. The atmosphere was cold and silent, with both sides confronting each other. "Have you heard? Someone is challenging those crazy people again." "Fuck, is this true?" "Of course it's true." "Who?" "I heard that it was a new soldier, or a little prince of some secular empire, who fell in love with those crazy women, but they refused, so you know. I won't say any more. I have to go and watch the fun. It has become more fun since these lunatics came to our serious camp. A young prince of the empire dares to challenge those lunatics. Doesn't he know that these lunatics abused all the geniuses of the martial arts academy a few days ago? Tisk tisk, they are simply courting death. Hey, wait for me, let's go together." One person tells 10 people tell 100 people. The madman of the Yi family is notorious and is now the focus of the entire Tinlong camp. In just a moment, the news that Luo Wenxuan and his party challenged the Yi family spread throughout the camp, and the old soldiers who stayed behind rushed to the central square. No reinforcements, just watching the fun. The veterans were like this, and even the new recruits who had just arrived at the war camp rushed to the central square out of curiosity. The crowd is surging. In just a few moments, the central square was surrounded by people, both new recruits and veterans. The number of people exceeded 10,000 and was still increasing. "Are you threatening us?" In the Yi family camp, Yi Fu looked at the bearded man in front of him and asked coldly, with a hint of uncontrollable anger in his voice. So was Yi Fu, and so were the others. First it was the brothers Shang Yuan and Shang Kui, then it was Han Nuo, Chu Xiaofeng and a group of martial arts academy disciples, and now it's this little prince of the empire. These people are really endless. So what? Facing Yi Fu's cold voice, the bearded man said disdainfully, "You are just a bunch of lowly people, and you dare to disobey our little prince. You are simply courting death. I will give you 3 minutes to think about it. If you don't obey, I will kill you and your whole family." Wow! As soon as the bearded man finished speaking, the whole audience burst into noise. Too arrogant, too presumptuous. Threatening to kill people in the War Department is simply lawless. What do you think this place is? This is the War Department, not the imperial capital of your empire. You are not allowed to do whatever you want. Yi Fu shouted angrily. War Department. So what? The bearded man had a look of disdain on his face, and then he sneered, "Do you know who the commander of the Heavenly Wolf Camp is? He is the third prince of our empire, the third uncle of our young prince. Killing you is like a piece of cake." Yi Fu suddenly became furious. Luo Wenxuan was stunned. Looking at the bearded man, he was shocked and said in horror, "Ah da. Master, don't worry. I'll take care of it." Luo Wenxuan's words just came out when he was interrupted by the bearded man. Then, the bearded man gave Luo Wenxuan a reassuring look and said, "Besides, Master, do you think they dare to resist?" Luo Wenxuan was stunned. The bearded man ignored him, looked at Yi Fu and the others again, and said coldly, you still have 2 minutes to consider, you'd better make a decision quickly. When the time is up, don't blame me for being rude. The Ye family was anxious and angry. This big guy is unreasonable. Mr. Feng, something is wrong. Outside the central square, in front of the crowd of onlookers, Chu Yuan glanced at Chu Xiaofeng beside him and said. Chu Xiaofeng frowned. Something wrong. This is not just wrong, it's abnormal. What is the War Department? It is an existence that is completely superior to the empire. As a little prince of a secular empire, he must be aware of some of the situations and rules of the War Department. He should be even more clear that in the War Department, not to mention a little prince, even the emperor of the empire has to behave himself. If you are a dragon, you have to coil up. If you are a tiger, you have to lie down. Even if this young prince is a playboy, even if he is arrogant and doesn't know the rules of the War Department, what about the guards around him? Young people may be frivolous. But the guard of the young prince in front of him was already a middle-aged man. At this age, he had long lost the frivolity of his youth. Even those of them from the martial arts academy knew how to judge the situation, so how could this big man not know? He should know what to do and what not to do, but he was the one who took the initiative to stir up trouble. The War Department is not someone the empire can afford to provoke. Even martial arts academies are not acceptable. He is bringing disaster to the empire. What's worse, the young Prince Luo Wenxuan opened his mouth to stop it, but was perfunctorily rejected by the guard. Who is the master and who is the servant? Chu Xiaofeng couldn't help but look at Long Xiaobao in the Ye family camp. Long Xiaobao frowned. Chu Xiaofeng saw it clearly, and he also understood it clearly. He comes with ill intentions. 1 more minute. Before Long Xiaobao could think about it, the bearded man's cold voice sounded again. He took a step forward, and his sharp momentum directly suppressed the Ye family's group. What are you doing? Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind the crowd. Forehead. Everyone was stunned instinctively. Get out of the way. Then, the voice sounded again. Behind the crowd, Tang Yi had a stern expression on his face. He walked step by step towards the center of the square. Wherever he passed, the soldiers of the combat unit made way for him. Call. Although he hadn't seen Tang Yi yet, he was absolutely familiar with his voice. The big bearded man always gave Long Xiaobao a strange threat. When he heard Tang Yi's voice, Long Xiaobao breathed a sigh of relief for no reason. At this time, something strange happened. Puff. Puff. Luo Wenxuan and the servant beside him both spat out blood at the same time. Everyone's attention was on Tang Yi and they had no idea what was going on. Bang. Bang. With 2 muffled thuds, Luo Wenxuan and the servant fell to the ground at the same time. Master. Beside Luo Wenxuan, another big man exclaimed. Bang. He instantly knelt down in front of Luo Wenxuan. Master, master. The big man kept pushing Luo Wenxuan with his hands, but no matter how he shouted, Luo Wenxuan did not respond at all. The atmosphere was dead silent. The sudden change left everyone stunned. Swish, swish, swish. A series of surprised eyes turned to Luo Wenxuan and the servant who were lying on the ground, with expressions of confusion, astonishment and puzzlement. Tang Yi, who had just walked through the crowd and arrived at Renqing, happened to see Luo Wenxuan and the servant vomiting blood and falling to the ground. For a moment, Tang Yi was stunned where he stood. What happened? Everyone couldn't help but ask themselves this question. Swish, swish. Everyone in the Ye family looked at each other. Long Xiaobao frowned. Suddenly, the big man who had been calling out to Luo Wenxuan suddenly raised his head. He looked at the big bearded man and said in a trembling voice, Ada, young master is dead. Boom. Never stop until your words are shocking. The big man's words made everyone present couldn't help but shrink their pupils and tremble. Their eyes couldn't help but fall on Luo Wenxuan and the servant lying on the ground, with a look of horror. Dead. Luo Wenxuan, the young prince of the Xian Empire and the nephew of General Tianong of the Tinlong Battalion, was killed in front of more than 10,000 people. Who killed him? Who dares to kill people in the War Department? Buzz. The bearded man's body also trembled violently. He glanced at everyone in the Ye family. Anger and murderous intent instantly emerged and burst out from his eyes. He was like an angry beast, causing everyone in the Ye family to tremble in their hearts. You actually sneak attacked and plotted against my young master. Buzz. The big man's words made everyone tremble. The Ye family launched a surprise attack, or was the Ye family killed? Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, everyone's eyes fell on the Ye family. Everyone in the Ye family trembled, stunned and shocked. Without waiting for them to think about it or to explain, the bearded man's anger and murderous intent had reached the extreme. You were looking for death. Boom. As the two words came out, a terrifying aura burst out from the big man. Return to the origin realm. Everyone's pupils shrank. Call out. The bearded man attacked with one strike. Stop. Tang Yi shouted loudly and attacked the bearded man directly. It's here in a moment. Court death. Seeing Tang Yi attacking him, the bearded man became furious. With a loud shout, he gave up attacking the Yi family and turned to deal with Tang Yi. In an instant, the two fists collided. Boom. A thunderous sound rang out, and the entire space trembled. Da da da. Tang Yi retreated 7 steps in a row, his expression changed drastically. The big man didn't move at all. Do you want to cover up these murderers? Before Tang Yi could think about it, the bearded man looked at him with cold eyes and his angry voice sounded instantly. Tang Yi was stunned. The matter has not been clarified yet, you fart. Tang Yi was just halfway through his words when he was interrupted by a bearded man. The man angrily said, investigate. Investigate your ass. Who else could have attacked my young master in such a short time in front of both of us except them? Could it be that you want to protect them? Or are you and them actually in the same group? Buzz. Tang Yi's body trembled and he was stunned again. Second brother. The bearded man shouted loudly. Brush. Another big man next to Luo Wenchuan suddenly stood up. His expression was angry and murderous. The bearded man pointed at the Yi family and said coldly, you and I will join forces to kill these people to avenge the young master. Anyone who dares to stop us will be killed. Kill. Another big man also shouted coldly. Endless murderous intent filled the entire place. Kill. Chapter 262. Desperate situation, no one can beat them. Boundless anger and cold murderous intent. No one expected that Luo Wenchuan would be killed suddenly and strangely, and no one thought that the two guards in anger would dare to ignore the War Department. No one thought that the two guards of a mere young prince of the empire would be high-level Guiyuan realm beings. Murderous intent suddenly appeared. Luo Wenchuan's two guards attacked the Yi family members directly. Tang Yi rushed out again, but he was alone and could only hold back one person. The bearded man still killed the Yi family members unscrupulously. Call out. A cold light flashed and attacked the bearded man. The bearded man paused. Brush. He grabbed with his big hand, and an ice-cold Xuanbing-level spear instantly appeared in his hand. The sharp tip of the spear was only a few centimeters away from his body. This scene made the bearded man's face even colder. Run. At this moment, Long Xiaobao shouted loudly. Those who come with evil intentions will not come, and those with good intentions will not come. How could he not understand now that the inexplicable uneasiness and threat he had felt before were not wrong at all? The two big men in front of him were coming for them. Not for anything else, just to kill. Would a young prince of the empire be protected by two people at the Guiyuan realm? It's impossible. The young prince Luo Wenchuan was probably killed by these two people. Only with their strength and at that distance at that time could they kill Luo Wenchuan without anyone noticing. Cruel and vicious enough. Buzz. Long Xiaobao shouted loudly, and everyone in the Yi family woke up suddenly. Run. In an instant, they scattered. Want to run? The bearded man angrily said, you killed my young master and you still want to run away. Do you really think that the two of us are just decorations? Give it back to you. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, the bearded man threw the spear in his hand instantly and attacked the fleeing Long Xiaobao directly at an extremely fast speed. A cold light flashed. As Long Xiaobao ran away, his young body trembled. Puff. The next second, he paused, and suddenly lowered his head. A blood-stained spear burst out from his chest and pierced through his body in an instant. With a swoosh, the spear shot several meters away, and with a bang, it pierced heavily into the ground. A stream of blood spurted out. Long Xiaobao looked shocked and dazed. From the moment the bearded man threw the spear in his hand, to the moment it pierced Long Xiaobao's body and then stabbed into the ground, it took less than a second. Boss. Xiaobao. 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 Seeing the scene of Long Xiaobao being pierced by a spear, the pupils of the Yi family shrank, their hearts trembled, and they couldn't help but scream at the same time. They rushed towards Long Xiaobao one by one. Run. Long Xiaobao uttered a word with difficulty. Bang. The next second, he fell to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone in the Yi family rushed directly in front of Long Xiaobao. The atmosphere suddenly became dead silent. Everyone was stunned for a moment. One shot, kill instantly. At the age of 11, with a basic strength of 93, 1 foot has already stepped into the condensation realm, and he also has a demon-like mind. Now, Long Xiaobao has almost become a myth, legend, and demon that is passed down by word of mouth in the entire Tinlong camp. If he hadn't died, he would have become an unrivaled powerful figure among the human race in the future. But now, just like that, dead. It seemed for a moment no one could accept this fact. They all stood there in a daze, silent for a long time, leaving the atmosphere so silent that you could hear a pin drop. This is what Chu Xiaofeng and his group did. Even Tang Yi was like this when he was fighting with the big man. Asshole. Suddenly, Tang Yi roared. His face was ferocious and his eyes were bloodshot, like a rampaging beast. Who is Long Xiaobao? He is a martial arts genius, a monster among humans, and a genius and a monster belonging to the War Department. It can be said that he will definitely be a peerless strong man in the future, and will definitely be the nightmare of the demons and barbarians. If Long Xiaobao had not refused at the beginning, he would have left the Tinlong camp and entered the central fortress, and was trained by the only commander of the Tianfeng War Department. But what about now? He was actually killed. Moreover, he was killed in the war camp, in front of nearly 10,000 soldiers of the War Department, even though he was a captain of 1,000 men. Angry, angry, angry. Tang Yi's heart was trembling. Kill on the spot. Suddenly, Tang Yi shouted loudly, and in his voice there was only endless rage and endless murderous intent. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Yi rushed out to kill. 8 stars returned to their origin. Can't defeat you. So what? Today, you must die. Buzz. Tang Yi's 4 cold words made the soldiers of the combat unit who were originally watching in a daze tremble and suddenly wake up. Killing people in the war camp. This is a shame for the War Department and a shame for the serious war camp. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The next second, among the tens of thousands of soldiers watching around, more than 1,000 veterans of the War Department drew their swords one after another, and the anger in their hearts reached its peak. Fighting is allowed, but killing is not. Kill. In an instant, more than 1,000 veterans of the War Department raised their swords and surrounded and killed the 2 Guiyuan realm warriors in front of them. They were not afraid and did not retreat. Their boundless murderous intent shook the space. The 2 big men couldn't help but tremble. Asshole. The bearded man shouted angrily, it's okay for them to kill my young master, but why can't we kill him to avenge our young master? The War Department has its own rules. Killing someone means paying with one's life. But it is not up to you to enforce it. Tang Yi said coldly and resolutely. Kill. Snort. The bearded man snorted angrily, War Department. I think you are just being unreasonable and just want to protect them. In that case don't blame us for being rude. Second brother. Exist. The young master has done us a favor. The young master was killed today because of our negligence. Even if we die, it doesn't matter. Killing one is killing 2 is also killing. In this case, we should avenge the young master and apologize. No one from the Ye family should be spared. Good. The words of the 2 big men made everyone tremble. The Ye family, leave no one behind. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, the big bearded man attacked the Ye family members. Bang. In front of Tang Yi, another big man punched at him, and the violent momentum made Tang Yi's mind tremble. Tang Yi did not dare to be careless, and punched out instantly, meeting the fist with the fist, and the 2 fists collided, with a loud bang. The space trembled violently. Tang Yi only felt a huge force sweeping from his arm, and in an instant, the blood in his body surged. Puff. The next second, Tang Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. Da da da. He quickly stepped back a dozen steps. As soon as his footsteps stabilized, Tang Yi looked directly at the big man. His eyes trembled and he said in horror, 8 stars returned to origin, you have been hiding your strength before. Then, Tang Yi shouted angrily, who are you? The little prince's bodyguard. He believed it before, but now, he definitely doesn't believe it. Snort. The big man ignored him and snorted coldly. Call out. The next second, he ran straight towards the Yi family. Coming for the Yi family. Tang Yi's heart trembled again. Stop them. He roared angrily. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Yi also rushed forward. Kill. In front of the Yi family, the soldiers of the War Department who had originally surrounded and killed them, now saw that the bearded man did not retreat but advanced. They did not hesitate at all and rushed forward to kill. Suddenly, a long knife appeared in the bearded man's hand. The blade is sharp and flashing with cold light. Call out. He slashed with his sword. Puff. A stream of blood shot out, and with a bang, a soldier from the War Department fell to the ground instantly. Bloody liquid flowed out from the wound on his neck, instantly dyeing the ground red. The soldier was killed with one blow. Asshole. Seeing this scene, the other soldiers in the combat unit became even angrier. They pounced on the bearded man frantically, but unfortunately, facing the more than 1,000 soldiers from the War Department who pounced on him, the bearded man didn't care at all. There was nothing but contempt and disdain in his eyes. As a powerful 9-star Return to Origin realm expert who was only one step away from the divine Yuan, how could he be afraid of these soldiers who were like ants in his eyes? Kill. The big man swung the long sword in his hand again and again. Fast, fierce and violent. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splattered everywhere, and soldiers from the combat unit kept falling to the ground and dying. Bloody and tragic. Killing one is killing two is also killing. If that's the case, then kill them thoroughly and thoroughly. Today, before they took action, they had no intention of leaving alive. No matter what, the Ye family must be destroyed. If gods stand in the way, kill the gods. If Buddhas stand in the way, kill the Buddhas. Crazy, chaotic. The scene before them shocked and stunned all the recruits watching there, making them tremble in their hearts. Even Chu Xiaofeng and others looked horrified. These two big guys are simply crazy. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound was heard. Although they were both in the Guiyuan realm, Tang Yi was knocked back again by the big man in front of him. His figure flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Bang! A few meters away, Tang Yi fell heavily to the ground. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Tang Yi lay on the ground, supporting himself with his right hand, looking at the chaotic and bloody scene in front of him, watching the two big men slaughtering the soldiers of the War Department, watching the soldiers fall to the ground and die one by one. Tang Yi's eyes were bloodshot, and he was extremely angry, but his heart was shaking uncontrollably and bleeding. Brush. The next second, Tang Yi no longer hesitated. He took out a bamboo tube from his body and pulled it. With a whoosh, a rocket shot out from the top of the bamboo tube and rushed straight into the sky. Boom! Thunder exploded in the sky. The fireworks exploded, and a huge blood-red wolf was perched above the head. In the void, the blood-red wolf covered the sky and the sun, and did not disperse for a long time, so that everyone within a radius of several thousand meters could see it clearly. Serious camp, blood wolf signal, calling for help. Today, no matter who you are, where you come from, or what your purpose is, don't even think about leaving the war camp alive or walking out of Luoxian town alive. Must kill, must die. Chapter 263 Return to Origin. Fireworks exploded, and the shadow of a blood wolf covered the sky and illuminated the sky red. The huge blood-red wolf appeared in the sight of everyone within a few thousand meters of Luoxian town. Luoxian town, southwest side. Luo Tianong, like the previous few days, led some soldiers from the Heavenly Wolf camp to search for Qin Yao's traces within his own garrison. The sudden blood wolf signal instantly disturbed his team. A condensation realm soldier beside Luo Tianong looked at him in shock and said, "Commander." Luo Tianong's pupils shrank. "Go back to camp." Without any hesitation, he shouted loudly. Immediately, Luo Tianong took the lead, instantly leaving behind the soldiers around him, and rushed towards Luoxian town alone at an extremely fast speed. The wind passes, leaving no trace. Luo Tianong rushed out, and the other soldiers no longer hesitated. Blood wolf signal, a call for help in a dangerous situation. Bang, bang, bang. Near Luoxian town, except for Luo Tianong and his party, all the soldiers and officers of the Tinlong battalion turned around and rushed to Luoxian town without any hesitation. 8,000 soldiers and generals, as powerful as tigers and wolves. Back to help. Luoxian town, war camp. Snort. Looking at the bloody giant wolf in the void, the bearded man was stunned at first, then he snorted coldly and said angrily, "Ask for help. Can you make it in time? Second brother, use all your strength to kill them all, especially the Ye family, don't spare any of them." "Good." The second brother replied sternly. Boom boom. Two terrifying auras instantly emerged from the two men. Tianluo Ba Dao. Hunyuan Thunderbolt Spear. The two big men shouted loudly, one of them held a gun and the other held a knife. The gunlight and knife energy around them rose wildly, making the whole space tremble. A shot was fired, and the space shook. With one slash of the sword, the sky and the earth changed color. The martial arts swept out like a roaring beast with terrifying ferocity. Puff, puff, puff. Wherever he passed, blood splattered. In a single encounter, in a breath, broken limbs and arms were scattered everywhere, bright red blood dyed the ground red, and dozens of soldiers from the combat unit were killed instantly. Kill. The two big men killed dozens of soldiers from the combat unit with one strike. They did not hesitate at all, nor did they stop for a moment. They picked up their guns and held their knives, and charged forward again with even greater momentum. If gods stand in the way, kill the gods; if Buddhas stand in the way, destroy the Buddhas. They were like two invincible gods of war, invincible among thousands of troops. Bleeding all the way. As we move forward, death looms. The bloody scenes shock the soul. The new recruits around as well as Chu Xiaofeng and his group were all stunned and dumbfounded. They had never seen such a bloody and tragic scene before. Something's going to happen. Something big. How could the War Department tolerate the massacre of its soldiers in the War Department camp? Asshole. Looking at this scene, Tang Yi roared angrily. Call out. He took a step forward, holding a spear, and charged at the big man again. Kill them at all costs. At this point, it is no longer a question of who is right or wrong. No matter who killed Luo Wenxuan, no matter what these two men want to do, they slaughtered dozens of soldiers from the War Department, and the two sides will fight to the death. Even if you are defeated, you must fight to the last man standing. Tang Yi's loud shout, coupled with the impact of the bloody scene, made the already angry soldiers of the War Department even angrier, and each of them seemed to have fallen into a state of madness. Don't be afraid, don't retreat. Like a moth to a flame, fighting to the death. Call out. Suddenly, a figure shot out from among the new recruits and attacked the Guiyuan realm man in front of Tang Yi. The spear in his hand swept out like an angry dragon. The big man faced the enemy with a gun. When guns collided with each other, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The big man took a few steps back. Tang Yi, what's going on? A middle-aged man next to Tang Yi, holding a spear, looked at the big man in front of him with cold eyes and asked sternly. What a lot of nonsense. Kill. Tang Yi shouted sternly. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up his gun and rushed out again. The middle-aged man was slightly stunned. There were only two captains, him and Tang Yi, in the Tianlong camp. Although he didn't know what had happened, it was a fact that the two big men slaughtered the soldiers of the War Department in front of him, and it was also a fact that the soldier fell to the ground and died tragically. No need to think too much, just this is enough. Kill. The middle-aged man no longer hesitated and rushed out with a gun. 2-1. Tang Yi and his two companions surrounded the big man. In the distance, a big bearded man was fighting alone against more than 1,000 veterans of the War Department. He was like a wolf among a flock of sheep. He showed no fear and slaughtered them crazily. He released his energy like a piece of armor, preventing the soldiers from hurting him. Although this was very exhausting for him, the bearded man had no intention of leaving here alive from the moment he started. Fight to the death and slaughter. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sharp arrows, along with the crazy offensive of the combat troops, came from the veterans' camp and attacked the bearded man in front of them. Although these sharp swords could not hurt the bearded man, every combat soldier knew very well that these sharp arrows and all the offensives could consume the man's own energy. When your energy is exhausted, I will kill you. Today, life for life. The big bearded man advanced and pressed forward. The fighting and killing are in full swing. Behind the more than 1,000 veterans, 2,000 new recruits from Tianwang City were waiting in full vigilance. As long as the bearded man broke through the veterans' defense line, they would surely fight to the death. Behind him, the Yi family gathered. Boss, boss. Fat Hao held Long Xiaobao, whose eyes were closed, and kept shouting, tears streaming down his face, his voice already a little hoarse. Men don't shed tears easily, but they do when their love is deep. However, no matter how sad Hao Peng was or how he cried out, Long Xiaobao never responded at all. It seemed as if he no longer wanted to stay in this world. Bloody liquid flowed from the wound. Yi Shuang took the spiritual wine soaked with the 8th level earth treasure and kept feeding it to Long Xiaobao. Apart from this, they really couldn't think of any other way. It is a kind of helplessness, and even more of a despair. The 8th level of earth treasure cannot be defeated. Long Xiaobao's vitality continued to fade, and his breath became weaker and weaker. He was dying. The atmosphere was dull, dead silent and depressing. Bass. Suddenly, a long metallic sound was heard. Ye Fu drew his long sword. He glanced at Long Xiaobao, a tear rolled down his eye, and suddenly, he turned around and looked at the bloody fight in front of him, with a look of determination on his face. Kill. In one word, firm and resolute. Everything was caused by them and the Ye family. What's more, Long Xiaobao was seriously injured and in danger. How could they stay out of it? Even if we are defeated or die, we must fight. Everyone in the Ye family holds weapons in their hands. Fight to the death. Ha ha ha. At this time, a burst of laughter broke out from outside the fighting. Playful and amusing, the sudden change stunned everyone present, and even the fierce fight suddenly came to a halt. Swish, swish, swish. Surprised eyes looked in the direction of the voice. This was true for both the new recruits and veterans of the War Department, Tang Yi, and another centurion, the two big men, and everyone in the Ye family was no exception. In an instant, this voice seemed to become the protagonist. Recruit camp, southwest side. Everyone's eyes turned to look over. Call out. However, before anyone could see clearly the owner of the voice, a figure shot out at an extremely fast speed and attacked Tang Yi and the big man in front of the centurion directly. Almost everyone could only see an afterimage. The big man's pupils shrank and he was shocked. Brush. He thrust the spear in his hand forward. Yin. A long metallic sound was heard. A cold light flashed. A long sword appeared out of thin air in the hand of the man. The sword was unsheathed and he attacked the big man in front of him with an extremely fast speed. The confrontation happened in an instant. When weapons collided and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Call out. After a collision of swords, the man repelled the big man's spear attack, and then he attacked with a sword again. The attack was tricky and fierce, and went straight to the big man's right arm. The speed was so fast that even the big man could only see a cold light of the sword. Puff! A bloody red liquid instantly shot out from the big man's right arm. The big man in Guiyuan realm was injured. The sudden change in the confrontation made everyone stunned and shocked. The big man was even more horrified, and without the slightest hesitation, he retreated instantly. Who are you? A few meters away, the big man looked at the person coming and asked sternly. In the sight, a man in a white robe stood proudly, holding a long sword, like a swordsman. He looked at the big man in the distance and smiled slightly. Good man. Good man. The big man's mouth twitched slightly. The people around were stunned. Pa, pa, pa. Suddenly, another round of crisp applause rang out. Forehead. Everyone was stunned again. Following the sound, I looked. Among the new recruits, a man in a black robe pushed through the crowd and walked slowly. It was not really pushing through, because wherever the man in the black robe passed by, everyone seemed to be pushed away by an unknown force. In an instant, the man in black robe appeared in everyone's sight. Looking at him, everyone was stunned again, and a feeling of evil charm emerged in everyone's heart. The man in black robe ignored him. He glanced at the big man in front of the white-robed man, then looked at the big bearded man in the distance, smiled slightly, with a hint of evil and teasing on his face, and said, Han Shisen, Han Shisi, when did you two become so arrogant and so arrogant? You ran to the territory of the War Department, in front of so many people in the War Department, ignored the rules of the War Department, and killed people from the War Department. Does your wife of the Han family know? Does the young master of the Han family who is present know? Chapter 264 I want you to be buried with me. Han Shisen, Han Shisi, when did you two become so arrogant and so presumptuous? You ran to the territory of the War Department, in front of so many people from the War Department, ignored the rules of the War Department, and killed people from the War Department. Does your wife of the Han family know about this? Does the young master of the Han family who is present here know about this? Never stop until your words are shocking. The teasing voice of the man in black robe made many people present tremble involuntarily, their pupils shrank sharply, and their expressions were extremely horrified. Han family. Han Nuo. This is a thought that many people have in their minds for a moment. Involuntarily, a series of strange looks were cast at the two big men, and then they all fell on Han Nuo who was in Chu Xiaofeng's group. The atmosphere was dead silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone still clearly remembers that 10 days ago, Han Nuo challenged the Ye family, but was counterattacked and even humiliated by the Ye family. Were these two big men sent by Han Nuo? If this is the case, then everything makes sense and is explained clearly. Han Nuo wants to take revenge on the Ye family, and these two big men are naturally coming for the Ye family. Everything that happened before became infinitely reasonable. Luo Wenxuan was killed. This is probably a frame-up. The two big men just want to find an excuse and reason to attack. What's worse, they did this just to kill people. Let me ask, if these two big men are really from the Han family, and Luo Wenxuan and the servant are dead, who can know their origins, and who can suspect the Han family? Everything was just a matter of the Purple Cloud Empire and had nothing to do with Han Nuo and the Han family. Perhaps that was why the two men were so fearless. A single thought leads to endless possibilities. Han Nuo's body trembled. Tang Yi's eyes fell on Han Nuo, and a cold light flashed. The same is true for everyone in the Ye family. Angry, angry, angry. Han Nuo. Fat Hao held the dying Long Xiaobao in his arms and shouted loudly. The next second, he gently put Long Xiaobao down, stood up, took a step forward, and faced Han Nuo. Hao Peng clenched his fists involuntarily, and his eyes were filled with blood and coldness. He was extremely angry and hateful to the point of madness. Han Nuo was stunned. What are you doing? I don't know them at all, and there are no such people in our Han family. Han Nuo defended himself after looking at Hao Peng. Then, he flew into a rage, pointed at the man in black robe and said angrily, "Who are you? Why are you framing me? Frame my Han family." Hee. Hearing this, the man in black robe smiled indifferently. Framed. Looking at Han Nuo, he had a devilish smile on his face. So, these two people are not Han 13 and Han 14 from your Han family. Did we make a mistake? Nonsense. Han Nuo yelled angrily. Hee. The black-robed man smiled again. It's okay, it doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Anyway, many people know Han Shisen and Han Shisi. Although they have changed their appearance now, as long as we capture them, they will have no way to quibble. Hearing this, Han Nuo was shocked. Casual. Oh. The man in black robe sneered. Then, he glanced at the furious Tang Yi and said with a smile, "Captain Tang Dakian, we two brothers will help you capture these two. However, you have to keep an eye on some people. If they take advantage of the chaos to escape, hee. Buzz. Hearing this, Han Nuo's heart trembled. Angry. Some people, aren't they just talking about him? Take it. Tang Yi pointed at Han Nuo and shouted two words. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, 4 soldiers from the combat unit came to Han Nuo. So many brothers had died today, and they looked at Han Nuo with anger in their eyes. Han Nuo was stunned. What are you doing? He was about to resist when Tang Yi's cold voice sounded again. The War Department never wrongly accuses anyone. If it wasn't you, they would definitely not embarrass you. If it was you, they would naturally not let you go. The War Department will investigate everything clearly. But now, if you resist, I will kill you on the spot. Buzz. Hearing this, Han Nuo's body trembled again. Kill on the spot. Han Shisen and Han Shisi were both very powerful and could ignore the remaining troops of the Tinlong camp. But Han Nuo couldn't do that. He was only at the 7-star condensation realm. If the War Department wanted to kill him, it would be easy. Han Nuo did not dare to resist and surrendered. Hee. Seeing this, the black-robed man smiled calmly. He glanced at the bearded man and said, "So, your young master has surrendered. Do you two want to surrender on your own, or wait for my 2 brothers to capture you?" "I don't know what you are talking about. Young master. Is he worthy? Besides, we don't even know him." Hearing this, the bearded man pointed at Han Nuo and denied it. Yeah. The black-robed man smiled calmly. "It's okay, I've already said it before, it doesn't matter if you don't admit it, as long as we capture the 2 of you, everything will come out naturally. Call out." As soon as he finished speaking, the man in black robe disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in front of the bearded man, and his speed was so fast that it was frightening. In front of the bearded man, the man in black robe did not hesitate at all, and punched directly, giving the bearded man no chance to resist or dodge. Boom. A dull sound was heard. Puff. The bearded man spat out a mouthful of blood. Call out. His body flew backwards rapidly like a kite with a broken string. Boom. 10 meters away, the bearded man fell heavily to the ground. With a puff, another mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Ding dong. The long sword in the big man's hand also fell to the ground. One punch, defeat in seconds. Hiss. The scene before them made everyone gasp. Everyone has witnessed the strength of the bearded man. He is a strong man in the 9-star return to origin realm, only one step away from the divine origin. Previously, more than 1,000 soldiers of the War Department could not do anything to him, but now, in front of the black-robed man, he was defeated instantly with a single punch. How strong is the man in black robe? You are, in the divine origin realm. As if sensing the curiosity in everyone's hearts, the bearded man supported himself with his right hand and struggled to get up from the ground. With a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, he looked at the man in black robe in horror. Hee hee. The man in black robe smiled slightly. So, you two can't escape today. Although he did not give a direct answer, he indirectly admitted it. Buzz. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but tremble in shock. God, origin, realm. Han Nuo was even more frightened. Who are you? Suddenly, the bearded man looked directly at the man in black robe, his eyes bloodshot, and shouted angrily. If they were coming for the Ye family, then the two men, one in black and one in white, were clearly coming for them, the Han family. Everything that happened today was perfect. No one would suspect the Han family, or even associate them with the Han family. But now, under such circumstances, the Han family has become the biggest suspect, and the War Department will definitely investigate it thoroughly. If all this is confirmed, the bearded man simply dare not imagine the consequences. The War Department kills people, and so many soldiers from the combat unit were killed or injured. Can the War Department endure it? At that time, the Han family will inevitably have to bear the wrath of the entire Tianfeng War Department. What's worse, the Han family will have to face a total of 81 War Departments. Hateful. These two people clearly want to push the Han family into an irretrievable situation. Hee hee. Feeling the anger of the bearded man, the man in black robe kept the smile on his face as always and chuckled, "Good man." The bearded man's mouth twitched. Well, you're paralyzed. Tang Yi saw everything clearly. He glanced at the bearded man, then at the man in black robe, and frowned. The two men, one in black and one in white, seemed to be helping the War Department, but their real purpose was probably not that. Instead, they wanted to use the War Department to deal with the Han family. Otherwise, why didn't they take action earlier, but waited until now, until the two bearded men killed nearly 100 soldiers from the War Department? Since they knew the identities of the bearded man and the other two, they must have known all this long ago. If they had taken action earlier, the situation would not have turned into what it is now. Undoubtedly, they also came with bad intentions. Those who harbor ill intentions should be punished. However, compared to these, Tang Yi cared more about capturing the two bearded men. After all, they were the beasts that killed the soldiers of the War Department. As for the other two, even if Tang Yi knew their purpose, he could do nothing about it. This is an open conspiracy. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the bearded man laughed loudly, then suddenly looked down at the man in black robe in the distance. In front of everyone's surprised eyes, he sneered, "Although I don't know who you are or what your purpose is, do you think you won?" Hearing this, the man in black robe frowned. The bearded man ignored him. He glanced at the other man and said with a smile, "Second brother, I'm afraid we're going to die here today." "Are you afraid of death? 20 years ago, I was already a dead man." Another big man chuckled. "Good." The bearded man smiled and said, "On the road to the underworld, it would be too lonely with you, my brother, accompanying me." "Die." The man in black robe sneered. "Do you think that if you two die, you can put an end to all the problems and help the Han family get rid of the crime? Dream on." Hee hee. The bearded man smiled calmly. Didn't care at all. The next second, he swept his mocking eyes across everyone present, a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes, and he said resolutely, "Today, even if the two of us die, you will be buried with my young master." As soon as he finished speaking, the bearded man threw a black pill into his mouth and swallowed it without any hesitation. The man in black robe frowned. Brush. Another big man also swallowed the same black pill. "Kill! Kill!" In an instant, the two of them shouted loudly. Swoosh, swoosh. With violent momentum and fierce murderous intent, the two men rushed out like angry beasts and attacked the Ye family members behind more than 1,000 veterans. Boom. In an instant, a black aura emerged from the two of them. Kill. Chapter 265, Rotten Corpse, No Evidence. Black fog and terrifying haze. The two bearded men rushed out, ignoring the men in white and black robes, and rushed straight to the defense line of more than 1,000 veterans of the War Department, attacking the Ye family. "If I die, I will take you with me to be buried." The sudden change made everyone's pupils shrink. Although no one knew what kind of elixir the two bearded men took, but looking at the black air around them and the terrifying aura, this elixir must be extraordinary. Is this a dying counterattack? Death strikes. More than 1,000 veterans in the War Department were shocked. Two seniors. Seeing this scene, Tang Yi couldn't help but shout. At this moment, in this situation, as the captain of the War Department, he no longer cared whether the black-robed and white-robed men had ulterior motives. Over 100 soldiers in the War Department had been killed or injured, and he did not want the casualties to continue to increase. He could only rely on the two people in front of him. Snort. The man in black robe snorted coldly. He naturally knew what Tang Yi meant, and without any hesitation, he took a step forward and attacked the bearded man directly. They could sit back and watch before they showed up, but now that they certainly wouldn't let the two bearded men continue to massacre the soldiers of the War Department. You want to commit murder in front of my two brothers? Do you really think we are just decorations? The cold voice of the man in black robe sounded, and he instantly came in front of the bearded man. Without any hesitation, he punched him to death. The violent, fierce and terrifying aura shook the space. The bearded man paused. Asshole. He cursed angrily, turned around, retracted his attack, and then punched the black-robed man who was attacking him. Oh. The man in black robe sneered. Contempt and disdain. Wei Yuan and Shen Yuan face off. It's just asking for death. In an instant, the two men's fists collided. Boom. A thunderous sound was heard. Crack. The bearded man's body trembled, and the sound of bones breaking was heard. His entire right arm retracted, and his body flew backwards instantly. Puff. A mouthful of black blood spurted out in midair. Boom. Dozens of meters away, a big bearded man fell heavily to the ground. A huge roar was heard and everyone felt the ground shaking. Puff. Then, the bearded man spat out another mouthful of black blood. The man in black robe frowned. Previously, he saw with his own eyes that the bearded man and another person took a black pill. He originally thought that it was an amplification pill, and that the bearded man and the other man wanted to stimulate their potential and make a final counterattack. But now, after one strike, he found that the bearded man's fighting power was exactly the same as before, and it had even decreased instead of increased, which made him feel stunned and surprised. Suddenly, the black-robed man's expression changed drastically. Call out. In the distance, the man in white robe also rushed out and faced another big man. Old White, stop it. Suddenly, the man in black robe shouted. The man in white robe paused and his attack suddenly came to a halt. Call out. In front of him, another big man did not hesitate at all. He ignored the man in white robe who was stronger than himself, and instead of retreating, he advanced towards him to kill him. Retreat. Seeing this, the black-robed man was very anxious. He shouted, these two bastards took the corpse-rotting bone-dissolving pills. They want to die with us. Boom. Upon hearing this, the man in white robe trembled and his face turned pale. Call out. The next second, he disappeared from the spot in a flash, and appeared again in midair. Looking at the big man who was rushing towards him, the man in white robe looked horrified. Damn it. The attack missed and the big man shouted angrily. The space suddenly became silent. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. Corpse-dissolving bone pill. What is that? Everyone heard clearly what the black-robed man said, but most of them had no idea what this corpse-dissolving bone pill was. They looked stunned and confused, and couldn't help but look at each other in bewilderment. Tang Yi, another captain, Chu Xiaofeng and others all had horrified expressions, for they knew exactly what this corpse-rotting bone-transforming pill was. Rotting corpses, dissolving bones, and forbidden elixirs. Asshole. The man in black robe cursed angrily. He stared at the bearded man in the distance with cold, angry eyes, and without the slightest hesitation, he glanced at his arm again. At this time, his right arm was filled with black air. Not only that, the black gas continued to spread along his arms and towards all parts of his body, and the speed was visible to the naked eye. Yin. Suddenly, the sound of a sword was heard. The long sword suddenly appeared. The man in black robe held the sword in his left hand. Without hesitation, he gritted his teeth, moved his left hand, swung the sword, and attacked his right arm. Puff. Bright red blood spurted out. Paw. The black-robed man's right arm was cut off in an instant and fell to the ground. A brave man cuts off his arm just to save his life. The sudden scene stunned all those who didn't know about the corpse-dissolving bone pill. They looked horrified and puzzled. A wisp of black air rose from the ground. Everyone could clearly see that the right arm of the man in black robe that he had cut off was already completely black, like a piece of black charcoal. However, this was just the beginning. After a moment, everyone could clearly see that the right arm had turned directly into a pool of black blood, with no flesh or blood left. Hiss! This scene made everyone gasp. What would have happened if the man in black robe had not cut off his right arm? Once the black energy swept over his body, he would have turned into a pool of blood. The man in black robe had a ferocious look on his face. He retracted his sword and immediately took a pill to stop the bleeding from the wound. Then he glanced at the bearded man in the distance. Angry, hateful, and furious. Good, good, very good, what a great Han family. I didn't expect that you even have this kind of forbidden elixir. Suddenly, the cold voice of the man in black robe sounded. There is nothing but anger. He, a powerful man in the Shenyuan realm, almost fell into the hands of a Guiyuan. It's really abominable. Snort. The bearded man snorted. There was a hint of sneer on the corner of his mouth, and even a hint of unwillingness and loss. It was just a little bit, or even just a little moment. If the man in black robe discovered it a little later, then the poison of the corpse-corrupting and bone-dissolving pill would penetrate into his body through his arm. By then, even a saint will be unable to save you. Return to the origin, the divine origin, and exchange life for life. Unfortunately, the effort failed. But the bearded man was just disappointed. After a moment, he looked at the man in black robe and said with a smile, "You are lucky, but I am a dying man. It is worth it to use my life in exchange for an arm of yours, a great divine Yuan realm." Ha ha ha. The bearded man laughed loudly towards the sky, while the man in the black robe looked angry. Ahem. Suddenly, the bearded man coughed again, and as he coughed, a few traces of blood spurted out of his mouth, but the blood was not red, but black. The bearded man didn't care about this at all. He still looked at the man in black robe with contempt and sneered, "Although I don't know who you are and why you keep saying that we are from the Han family. However, we two brothers will not let you succeed. If you want to scheme against others, don't try to use us. I'll say it again, my brother and I have nothing to do with the Han family. We don't even know what the Han family is. We are from the Xian Empire and are the guards of our young prince." Puff. As soon as the bearded man finished speaking, a mouthful of black blood spurted out of his mouth again. Oh, there was a hint of a smile on his face. There is no pain, only relief. Bang. The next second, the bearded man fell to the ground with his head raised, and black blood was flowing from his nose, eyes, ears and mouth. Life ends, there is no vitality. Call. After his death, black energy surged from his body. The sudden scene shocked everyone. In an instant, the bearded man's arms and soles turned into a pool of black blood, followed by his limbs and even his entire body. In just a breath, the bearded man's body disappeared without a trace, leaving only a pool of black blood. Rotting corpse and turning into bones. Bang. At the same time, another big man also fell to the ground. Death, fatality. Just like the bearded man, his body, his flesh and blood, instantly turned into a pool of black water, and nothing else was left. Damn it. Seeing this scene, the big man in black robe couldn't help but yelled angrily. He clenched his fists and looked ferocious. Corpse-dissolving bone pill. Originally, everything today was under their control. As long as the identities of Han Shisen and Han Shisi were confirmed, even the entire Han family would be unable to distinguish them. At that time, the War Department will definitely not give up. As a martial arts family, the Han family is powerful, but not strong enough to contend with the 81 War Departments at the same time. Once the War Department attacks, although it will not cause the Han family to be destroyed directly, but the overall strength of the Han family will definitely be weakened a lot. As one thing declines, the other will naturally grow. This is a good thing for any of the Han family's hostile families, and it can even create a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. But now, Han Shisen and Han Shisi died, and even their bodies were not left behind. How could we identify their identities and prove that they were members of the Han family? Catch the thief and seize the stolen goods, catch the adulterer and seize both. Without Han Shisen and Han Shisi, or even the two bodies, they would not be able to accuse the Han family. All the planning was in vain. All previous calculations and efforts have gone to waste. No evidence to prove the truth. Chapter 266 Long Xiaobao, The Disappeared Body. Dead silent space, depressing atmosphere. Looking at the two puddles of black water in front of them, everyone present had a strange look on their face, especially the two men in black and white robes. They had never imagined that Han Shisen and Han Shisi would have such a forbidden elixir as the corpse-rotting and bone-dissolving pill on them. What's worse, the black-robed man, a powerful divine Yuan realm expert, even lost his right arm for this. If he had known this would happen, he should have captured Han Shisen and Han Shisi directly. Unfortunately, time cannot be reversed. It's too late to regret. Hee. Amid everyone's strange looks, Han Nuo smiled calmly. Han Shisen and Han Shisi were dead, and they turned into corpse water directly. There was no evidence, and no one could force the Han family to bear the blame. In other words, from the moment Han Shisen and Han Shisi took the corpse-dissolving pill, the matter was doomed to end here. The most important thing was that Long Xiaobao was dead. 11 years old, in the condensation stage, basic strength 93, a martial arts genius, a monster of the human race, so what? If he died, he would have nothing. Why are you laughing? Looking at the smile on Han Nuo's face, Fat Hao shouted angrily. Hee. Han Nuo ignored Hao Peng's anger, chuckled, shook his head and said, I'm not laughing, I just feel it's a pity. Originally, some people wanted to frame my Han family. If we could capture these two people alive, my Han family could still confront them. But now. As he spoke, Han Nuo looked at the black-robed man with the broken arm and said, two powerful men in the divine origin realm let two men in the return origin realm die in front of you. You didn't do this on purpose. Just to make everyone believe that it was me, my Han family, who did this. You. Suddenly, the man in black robe became furious. Han Nuo ignored him and continued, but you two are really stupid. What do you think my Han family is? A low-class family from a barren land. Ridiculous. Without evidence, you can't frame my Han family, let alone frame me. You. The man in black robe gritted his teeth. Han Nuo. This guy is so fearless because he relies on the demise of Han Shisen and Han Shizi's physical bodies. If they were captured alive, would he still dare to do so? What a bullshit evidence, what a bullshit Han family, I'm sure you did it. Han Nuo, you killed my boss, I'm going to kill you now. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Fat Hao rushed towards Han Nuo. Captain Tang Dakion. Han Nuo's face darkened, and he shouted, as the captain of the War Department, and I am also a member of the War Department, are you just going to watch him commit murder in front of you? Call out. Immediately, Tang Yi dodged and stood in front of Han Nuo. Fat Hao attacked with a punch. Bang! Tang Yi blocked it easily. What are you doing? Looking at Tang Yi in front of him, Fatty Hao was furious, can't you see clearly that those two people were sent by him? Tang Yi was stunned. Of course he knew. Hee. Behind Tang Yi, Han Nuo smiled slightly. What makes you say that I sent those two people? Evidence, where is the evidence? The War Department is a reasonable place. You want to frame me without evidence. Be careful or I will sue you for defamation. You. Fat Hao was furious. Tang Yi frowned, turned around suddenly, and threw a punch. Han Nuo, who was captured by the combat soldiers, had no way to dodge. With a dull bang, Tang Yi's punch hit Han Nuo directly in the abdomen. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Han Nuo's mouth. You. Looking at Tang Yi in front of him, Han Nuo looked shocked and angry. The people around were also stunned. Tang Yi glared at Han Nuo and said coldly, you'd better behave yourself and don't be too complacent. This matter is not over yet and we won't just let it go. So many brothers were killed and injured today, the War Department will definitely investigate thoroughly. As for you, although we can't do anything to you now, before that, I hope you will cooperate with our investigation. If not, a hint of coldness flashed across Tang Yi's eyes. In the War Department, we have plenty of ways to deal with you. Maybe one day, if the demon tribe attacks by mistake, we may kill you. You. Han Nuo's body trembled immediately, and he was furious. Tang Yi, what the hell do you mean? Do you want to use your power for personal gain? Let me tell you, there are so many people watching here today. If I die, it must be you who did it. My Han family will never give up. If it were just you and me, you would be a dead man now. Tang Yi said coldly, looking at Han Nuo without any hesitation. You. Han Nuo was furious. Snort. Then he snorted again. Although Tang Yi said so, Han Nuo knew and was certain that Tang Yi didn't dare to do anything to him, and the War Department didn't dare to do anything to him either. After all, the War Department also has to be reasonable. Unreasonable. The Han family will not give up, and the Martial Arts Academy will not sit idly by. After figuring this out, Han Nuo looked at Tang Yi and said with a smile, "Investigate, go ahead. A person with a clear conscience has nothing to fear. I haven't done anything wrong, so I'm not afraid of your investigation. Han Shisun and Han Shisi are already dead, and there is no evidence to prove their wrongdoing. Even if the War Department searches the entire Shenwu continent, this matter has nothing to do with the Han family. As for the fact that the Han family is missing Han Shisun and Han Shisi, so what? The Shenwu continent is so large, and countless people die every day. How would the Han family know where these two people died? In short, when the person is gone, everything is over." Tang Yi was furious and felt even more aggrieved. "I clearly know that all this is related to Han Nuo, but I have no evidence and there is nothing I can do to him. This feeling is worse than death. Little fatty, come back." At this time, Yi Fu in the distance suddenly spoke. Fat Hao was stunned. "Brother AFU." He turned around and looked at Yi Fu hesitantly. Blood debts must be paid with blood. Sometimes, murder does not require evidence, let alone any reason. Looking at Han Nuo, Yi Fu's 17-year-old face was covered with a layer of coldness for the first time. He said resolutely, "As long as we are strong enough, what does it matter to the Han family? One day, we will be powerful enough to wipe out the entire Han family." Buzz. The cold voice in Yi Fu's words made everyone present tremble in their hearts. That feeling seemed familiar. Oh, Han Nuo sneered when he heard this. Will he become a powerful person one day? He believed that Long Xiaobao could advance to the divine martial realm, but in Han Nuo's opinion, the fact that the people from the Yi family wanted to advance to the divine martial realm was simply the biggest joke in the world. The Yi family already had a monster like Long Xiaobao, can they have a second one? Wishful thinking. Yi Fu did not explain, and shouted. "Walk. From now on, the Yi family and the Han family will fight to the death." Upon hearing this, Fat Hao looked at Han Nuo with cold eyes, and without hesitation, he walked directly towards the Yi family camp. "Brother AFU, are we just going to let it go? Now that bastard is still in the War Department. If we wait until he leaves the department, we will have no chance to take action. Besides, how long will it take to cultivate to the level of Shenwu?" The boss Fat Hao came to Yi Fu and whispered with a hint of unwillingness in his voice. "Don't worry, the War Department won't let him go so easily." Yi Fu said coldly, and then added in a low voice, "Everything will be discussed after the young master comes back." Fat Hao was stunned, but didn't say anything more. The group turned back. Looking at the Yi family, Tang Yi, Chu Xiaofeng and his group, even the two men in the divine origin realm couldn't help but frown. They always felt that Yi Fu was not shooting without a purpose. "Chu Yuan, find someone to check the situation of the Yi family." Suddenly, Chu Xiaofeng frowned and said in a deep voice while looking at everyone in the Yi family. "Good, boss." As soon as Chu Yuan said a word, Fat Hao exclaimed. Everyone couldn't help but frown. Following the sound, I looked. In the sight, Fat Hao fell to his knees on the ground, and everyone from the Yi family gathered together, each with a look of shock and confusion. "Who among you has seen Xiaobao?" Yi Fu frowned and looked at the 2,000 new recruits from Tianwang City, and couldn't help asking in a deep voice. At this moment, in front of Hao Peng, where Long Xiaobao had been before, there was no trace of Long Xiaobao except for the pool of blood. Upon hearing this, the 2,000 new recruits from Tianwang City were stunned, and then shook their heads. Previously, all their attention was on the two divine Yuan realm masters, and they didn't pay much attention to Long Xiaobao at all, let alone when Long Xiaobao's corpse disappeared. The response from the 2,000 new recruits from Tianwang City stunned Yi Fu. No one saw it. Long Xiaobao's corpse just disappeared out of thin air. Not only Yi Fu and the Yi family, but even Tang Yi and others looked shocked and confused at this moment. Tang Yi walked a few steps to the front of the Yi family, looked at the only pool of blood on the ground, and asked, "What happened?" Han Shisun and Han Shisi turned into a pool of blood and their bodies disappeared because they took the corpse-resolving bone pill. But Long Xiaobao was different, he was just shot through the body by the bearded man, and he didn't take the corpse-resolving bone pill. Moreover, even if it was related to the corpse-rotting and bone-transforming pill, a pool of black blood would have been left behind after Long Xiaobao's body died, but there was none at all now. A person, or a corpse, just disappeared out of thin air while surrounded by tens of thousands of people. How is that possible? The atmosphere was depressing and eerie to the extreme. Unbelievable. Chapter 267 The Fire in the Heart, Ye Fu advances. At the moment, the central square of the Tianlong camp was in a dead silence. No one expected that Long Xiaobao's body would suddenly disappear, but in front of tens of thousands of people, in front of two powerful gods, he disappeared without a trace. Too bizarre, too unbelievable. After just a moment, the two powerful divine Yuan realm masters came back to their senses first. They looked at each other, and without any hesitation, they left the war camp. Whether the mission succeeds or fails, for them, it is no longer advisable to stay here for long and they must leave as soon as possible. Come and go in a hurry. No one in the War Department could stop it, nor did they dare to stop it. Tang Yi and another Centurion captain also came back to their senses after the two Divine Yuan Realm Masters. Looking at the two Divine Yuan Realm Masters who left, they both had helpless expressions on their faces. Although they wanted to find out the identities of the two Divine Yuan Realm Masters, they were helpless. Afterwards, Tang Yi no longer paid attention to the two powerful Shenyuan Realm Masters who left, but mobilized all the soldiers in the war camp to search for Long Xiaobao's trace in Luoxian town. As soon as the Blood Wolf signal was issued, Luoxian town was completely closed, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. If anyone wanted to leave with Long Xiaobao's body, they would definitely be spotted by the soldiers of the War Department. Even if someone was in the Divine Yuan realm and flew away, they would not be able to escape the eyes of the soldiers of the War Department. An 11-year-old human genius at the Condensation realm with a basic strength of 93 was killed in front of him. This was a dereliction of duty for Tang Yi. He would not allow any accidents to happen to Long Xiaobao's body. The soldiers of the War Department went out one after another and conducted a carpet search of Luoxian town and even the entire War Department camp. The Yi family members and the 2,000 new recruits from Tianwang City were no exception. Even Chu Xiaofeng and his team got involved. One word: find. If he is alive, I want to see him in person. If he is dead, I want to see his body. In the entire Tianlong camp, Han Nuo was the only one who looked horrified, fearful, and even terrified after seeing Long Xiaobao's body disappear. He was not a fool, and was even a little smart. He naturally knew what kind of person was able to take away Long Xiaobao's body in front of two powerful Divine Realm Masters while surrounded by tens of thousands of soldiers. He must be an extremely powerful and terrifying master. Tang Yi and others thought of this, and Han Nuo naturally thought of it as well. The most important thing is that Long Xiaobao, who was pierced through the body by a spear, was only dying and had not really died. This undoubtedly became the biggest variable. What if Long Xiaobao was rescued? Although this possibility is small, it is not impossible. 11 years old, in the condensation stage, with a basic strength of 93. Han Nuo felt his scalp tingling when he thought of Long Xiaobao's enchanting talent and brain. Plus an unfathomable powerful person. Give me 10 years and I will wipe out your entire clan. Long Xiaobao's childish, resolute and strong voice echoed in Han Nuo's mind again and again, lingering for a long time and making him break out in cold sweats. 20 minutes later, Luo Tianong and the 8 centurions of the Tianlong War Department led the army back to the Luoxian Town War Department camp. After learning what happened before, Luo Tianong and the 7 centurions were completely furious, but Shang Yuan was the only one who was extremely shocked. However, they didn't care too much about it. It had already happened, and there was no point in being angry. Under Luo Tianong's order, the 10,000 garrison troops of the Tianlong War camp, plus more than 30,000 new recruits, launched a carpet search of the entire Luoxian town. In Luoxian town, everyone except the War Department also fully cooperated. It can be said that on this day, there were hundreds of thousands of people looking for Long Xiaobao. Unfortunately, to no avail. Long Xiaobao seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. Even though the War Department searched every inch of land and every house in Luoxian town, they could not find Long Xiaobao's body. What's worse, except for the 2 powerful masters of the Divine Origin realm who left, no one else left Luoxian town. Everything became a mystery. The mystery of Long Xiaobao's disappearance. In this regard, Luo Tianong and the entire Tianlong combat division were deeply helpless. They had done their best, and the rest was not something they could decide. That night, Luo Tianong reported everything to the War Department. Someone openly provoked and killed people in the War Department. In addition to the massacre of nearly 100 soldiers in the War Department, a human genius, even a human monster, also died. This matter was too big, so big that Luo Tianong was unable to bear it, and he dared not conceal it. Ye Bufan and Qin Yao are missing. Long Xiaobao is missing. Bloody killings. It is a turbulent time for the Tianfeng War Department. On the second day, the 5-star General Xuanyuan Long personally visited Luoxian Town and Tinlong Camp, revoked Luo Tianong's 1-star general rank, and dismissed Tang Yi from his position as a 1,000-man commander. The position of general will be contested again on July 7. As for the position of the commander of the Sirius camp, the 4-star commander Wang Xuan will temporarily take over. Before the arrival of July 7, before the new commander of the Sirius camp is born, the entire Sirius camp will be commanded by Wang Xuan. At the same time, Wang Xuan will also be accompanied by all his 3-star, 2-star, and 1-star commanders, as well as all the soldiers under these commanders. Nearly 300,000 troops were stationed outside Luoxian Town. General Zi Qinhao personally gave the order, 5-star General Xuanyuan Long passed on the order, and 4-star General Wang Xuan personally carried out the order. Luoxian Town was sealed. No in, no out. Anyone who resists will be killed on the spot. Strong and domineering. This time, the bloody incident that occurred in the Sirius camp has completely angered the War Department. The War Department will never give up and will investigate it to the end. Until then, it will be kept strictly confidential. In addition, with Wang Xuan, a 4-star warrior in the Divine Yuan realm, in charge, anyone who wanted to use the mother and child True Yuan stone to send a message to the outside world like Han Nuo did last time would inevitably be detected by Wang Xuan. In this regard, Zi Qinhao had only one word: kill. Those who disobey military orders will be treated as members of the same clan. The War Department has explained everything. If anyone still dares to disobey or provoke us, especially at this moment, there is no point in keeping them. As for Han Nuo, he was personally escorted by the 5-star General Xuanyuan Long out of the Sirius camp in Luoxian Town, and his whereabouts have been unknown since then. Everything seemed to have returned to the starting point. Everything seemed to have returned to calm. However, in the Sirius War camp, both the previous garrison of the Sirius War camp and the soldiers under Wang Xuan's command later felt a sense of impending storm. Solemn and depressing. Not for anything else, just because of the Yi family. After the bloody murder of Han Shisan and Han Shixi and Long Xiaobao's disappearance, the Yi family and even the 2,000 new recruits in Tianwang City fell into endless silence. Whether it was the dismissal of Luo Tianong and Tang Yi, the closure of Luoxian Town, or Han Nuo being taken away by Xuanyuan Long, the 5-star general, the Yi family did not care. Everything in the world has nothing to do with me. Practice, practice, practice. Everyone in the Yi family practiced and practiced. If the previous training of the Yi family and the 2,000 new recruits from Tianwang City could be described as diligent, then now, the word, diligent, is far from enough to describe them. Instead, the word, diligent, is used to describe them. Instead, they are crazy. If he doesn't go crazy, he will turn into a demon. The 2,000 new recruits in Tianwang City were better off. After all, they didn't have the support of the 8th level Earth Treasure Spirit Wine, so it was impossible for them to practice for a long time. However, the people of the Yi family headed by Yi Fu were completely different. With the support of the Earth Treasure, they spent all their time in crazy practice except for 1 hour of rest and sleep every day. Without strength, you are just an ant. In this world, the strong are always respected. The weak are mediocre and can only be trampled, bullied and slaughtered by others. If you want to control your destiny, you must be above all others. The heart is not cold, the blood is burning. The bloody massacre of the Han family and the death of Long Xiaobao were a series of shocking events that made everyone in the Yi family experience for the first time the helplessness they felt in the face of absolute strength. At the same time, it also caused their minds to undergo their first transformation, and everyone seemed to have a suppressed fire in their hearts. This is anger, but also bloodiness. The calm at this moment is just the prelude to the coming storm. Han family, I will not stop until you destroy me. Outside the central square, ever since the bloody incident in the War Department, Chu Xiaofeng and his companions, apart from the necessary practice every day, have been paying attention to the practice of the Yi family members, as if this had become a part of their lives and their only pleasure. Moreover, under the influence and stimulation of the Ye family, their daily practice time also increased a lot. However, they could not be as crazy as the Ye family, who only rested for 1 hour every day. These are a bunch of lunatics. It was like this a few days ago and it is also like this today. Tisk tisk, it seems that Han Nuo made a stupid choice this time. I'm afraid that he has completely angered this group of lunatics, which will definitely bring a lot of trouble to the Han family in the future. Looking at the crazy practice of the Ye family, Chu Yun shook his head and laughed. The others couldn't help but nodded. Although there was no substantial evidence this time and the Han family could not be implicated, everyone knew that this incident must be related to Han Nuo and the Han family. They thought so, and so did the others, and the Ye family was no exception. Blood debt must be repaid with blood, murder must be paid with life. Looking at the current state of the Ye family, it is clear that they will not give up. Moreover, they are practicing so frantically at this moment, probably to take revenge on the Han family. Once this group of people grows up, they will inevitably take crazy revenge on the Han family. What is a madman? If you are cruel to yourself, you will be even more cruel to your enemies. Being targeted by a group of lunatics is not a good thing for any force or family, it may even be a nightmare. Chu Xiaofeng frowned. Is it just trouble? Looking at the Ye family, he always felt that this was far from the case. Boom. Suddenly, the whole space seemed to shake. What's going on? The 11 people from the martial arts academy were startled, and even Chu Xiaofeng suddenly came back to his senses. They all looked in the direction of the source of the noise. In the central square, Ye Fu suddenly stopped practicing martial arts. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, and the rich energy of heaven and earth gathered towards him. The huge commotion before undoubtedly came from Ye Fu. Huff, huff, huff. Chu Xiaofeng and his party clearly felt that the traces of heaven and earth's vital energy were madly pouring into Ye Fu's body, and the speed was extremely fast. Yin. Roar. The next second, a dragon roar and a tiger roar were heard. Ye Fu advanced. Chapter 268 The Ye family's evildoer shows his power. Ye Fu advances. The roars of dragons and tigers were heard everywhere. Around him, wisps of heaven and earth vital energy were madly pouring into his body. Although the speed was very fast, it was not as fast as the speed at which the heaven and earth vital energy gathered. It was as if there was some kind of suction force on Ye Fu's body, pulling the heaven and earth vital energy to gather continuously. In just a moment, the vital energy of heaven and earth condensed into mist. With the roar of a dragon and a howl of a tiger, the thick energy of heaven and earth directly condensed and transformed into the shadow of a vicious tiger and a divine dragon. The divine dragon is entrenched and the vicious tiger is roaring at the sky. The terrifying momentum shook the heaven and earth. The sudden change made the Ye family and the 2,000 new recruits from Tianwang City stunned. They all stopped practicing and stepped aside. Looking at Ye Fu, they were stunned at first, then excited and overjoyed. Anyone could see that Ye Fu had broken through the transcendental stage and advanced to the condensed essence stage. The people from the martial arts academy were even more shocked. Chu Yuan was horrified and said in a trembling voice, Feng, Master Feng, is this the inherited martial arts formula? Chu Xiaofeng frowned and said in one word, yes. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan and the others took a deep breath and looked at Ye Fu with horror. Their bodies even trembled slightly involuntarily. After a warrior breaks through the transcendent stage and advances to the condensation stage, he begins to practice martial arts techniques. There are 4 levels of martial arts: human, earth, heaven, and God. The higher the level of the martial arts, the more benefits and advantages it will naturally have. Of course, it doesn't mean that the higher the level of the martial arts you practice, the greater the advantage. Rather, choosing the martial arts that suits you can maximize your own advantages. However, no matter what martial arts technique is being practiced, whether it is suitable or not, before practicing, the martial artist needs to become familiar with the martial arts technique, and then slowly adapt to it, until he is thoroughly proficient in it, and then he can truly use it in practice. This all takes time. However, there is one exception. Inheritance. A Jodian realm expert can instill a martial art into someone's memory and soul in advance. Once the inheritor breaks through the transcendent realm, the inherited martial art can directly bring him into the best state of cultivation, which is somewhat similar to enlightenment. The advantage of this kind of martial arts inheritance is that the inheritor does not need to spend time and energy to familiarize himself with the martial arts, and can directly use it skillfully. Moreover, the first practice when he has just advanced to the condensation realm can maximize his practice effect. Of course, there are pros and cons. Once a Jodian realm expert instills and passes on martial arts techniques to someone, he will inevitably lose a part of his own vitality and cultivation. Normally, no one would do this. Familiar with martial arts. Although it takes a certain amount of time, it is not long, maybe a day, or even just a few hours. There is no need to do this at all. But now, looking at Ye Fu in front of them, Chu Xiaofeng and others were all horrified. Someone passed on martial arts skills to Ye Fu. No doubt about it. Ye Fu of the Ye family, behind him stood a Zhou Tian realm expert, and this Zhou Tian realm expert must be his dearest and most beloved person. Otherwise, he would never waste his own cultivation and life to instill and pass on martial arts skills to Ye Fu. Thinking of this, Chu Xiaofeng and his group felt their scalps tingling. The Jodian realm experts are not the strongest in the Shenwu continent, after all, there are Shenwu above Jodian. However, no one can ignore the existence of a Jodian realm expert, or in other words, no one dares to ignore the existence of a Jodian realm expert. This is the case with the War Department and the Martial Arts Academy. Chu Xiaofeng, Chu Yuan, Han Nuo and other martial arts academy families are no exception. Han Nuo is in big trouble now. I'm afraid the Han family will be in trouble because of this. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Chu Xiaofeng suddenly said, "It's more than just bad luck." His words startled the martial arts academy group. "Mr. Feng, what do you mean?" Chu Yuan couldn't help but ask in a low voice, looking at Chu Xiaofeng with a suspicious look. Chu Xiaofeng frowned, looking at Ye Fu who was practicing with his eyes closed in the distance, hesitating for a moment, and said, 2 days ago, he was only refining the 8th level of the internal organs. Forehead. While everyone was at a loss, Chu Xiaofeng continued, it took him less than 2 days to go from the 8th level of internal organ refining to the 10th level of internal organ refining. In other words, he increased his strength by about 10 kilograms every day. We have been keeping an eye on them for the past 2 days. You should know that although they only have 1 hour of rest time every day, they can only practice martial arts 20 times at most in a day. 20 martial arts moves, 10 kilograms of strength. 1 martial arts move, 0.5 caddies of force. Of course, this 0.5 caddies of force is biased, and among the 4 levels of martial arts, there is no martial art that can increase 0.5 caddies of force at once. Human level martial arts, each practice increases strength by 0.1-0.2 caddies, Earth level by 0.3-0.4 kilograms, and Heaven level by 1 to 2 caddies. In this case, we can only take the nearest value. 0.4 at a time. That is to say, he is practicing Earth level martial arts. Anyone who practices Earth level martial arts must have a basic strength of more than 7. And, between 70 and 79, the strength limit of each martial arts practice is only 0.3. Since he has reached 0.4, then his basic strength must be more than 80. Boom. A word can wake a dreamer up. Chu Xiaofeng's simple analysis made Chu Yuan and the other 11 people tremble involuntarily and their souls were shaken. Basic strength above 80, even in the martial arts academy, he is one of the best. But now, the Ye family had just produced the monstrous Long Xiaobao, and now, they had produced Ye Fu, whose basic strength was over 80. How could they not be shocked and astonished? Ye family. What kind of family is this? 2 geniuses in a row. Han Nuo. Han family. Looking back on that day, Long Xiaobao said, "Give me 10 years and I will wipe out your entire clan." Ye Fu said, "One day we will become powerful and wipe out your entire Han family." At that time, whether it was Chu Xiaofeng or Chu Yuan's group, although they didn't say anything, they had the same idea as Han Nuo. Long Xiaobao's basic strength was 93, and he advanced to the Shenwu level. No one didn't believe it, but Ye Fu they didn't believe it. But now it seems that what Ye Fu said is true. Basic strength above 80. He still has a chance to reach the divine martial realm. Hiss. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan and the others couldn't help but take a deep breath. Long Xiaobao just died, and now Ye Fu popped up. Chu Xiaofeng and his group understood it clearly. The same was true for Wang Xuan, who was in the divine origin realm and was startled by Ye Fu's breakthrough in the void. After arriving in Luoxian town, he had already gained a preliminary understanding of the Ye family through the registration at the quartermaster department. He naturally knew what level of cultivation Ye Fu had when he entered the War Department camp, but now he has already advanced to the Nengyuan stage. This speed shocked even him in the Shenyuan realm. However, this is just the beginning. 2 days after Ye Fu advanced to the condensation realm, Ye Wang and Ye Shuang broke through the transcendent realm and advanced to the condensation realm. Similarly, when they advanced to the condensation realm, the sound of swords and the chanting of swords resounded throughout the Tinlong War Department camp, and the same Jodian realm strongman martial arts tactics were passed down. In 4 days, the 6th level of internal organ refining advanced to condensation of essence, and the strength increased by 10 kilograms every day. Each time martial arts training was practiced, the strength increased by 0.4 kilograms. There is no doubt that Ye Wang and Ye Shuang both have a basic strength of over 80. The Ye family has 2 more evildoers. There is Long Xiaobao, there is Ye Fu, and now there are Ye Shuang and Ye Wang. One has a basic strength of 93, and the other 3 have a basic strength of over 80. These people are geniuses and monsters even in the martial arts academy, but they are like cabbages in the Ye family. Chu Xiaofeng was shocked. Chu Yuan was shocked. The group from the martial arts academy were stunned. The entire Sirius camp and even the entire Luoxian town were in an uproar. Fortunately, the entire Luoxian town is now under lockdown. Otherwise, this news would have spread throughout the entire Shenwu continent and alarmed the 3 major martial arts academies of the human race. As the only controller of Luoxian town today and the only person who can leave Luoxian town, Wang Xuan reported the matter to Zi Qinhao on the day when Ye Wang and Ye Shuang broke through. He couldn't hide it, nor did he dare to hide it. You know, 3 geniuses with a basic strength of more than 80 are no less valuable than a monster with a basic strength of more than 90. Now, Long Xiaobao, who had a basic strength of 93, has died and his body is nowhere to be found. How could Wang Xuan dare to neglect the remaining 3? What's worse, others may not know, but Wang Xuan knows very well that the Ye family in Tianwang City is the family of Flying Dragon Commander Ye Tianshang. This is why Zi Qinhao directly sent him, a 4-star general, to take charge of a 1-star general's base. First, of course, it was to keep the War Department confidential during the investigation. Secondly, General Filong's son is missing. A genius of the Ye family with a basic level of 93 has fallen. How can the War Department allow any mistakes to happen to the others? Long Xiaobao, with a base strength of 93, had a monstrous talent that overshadowed the strengths of the Ye family. Now, Long Xiaobao was nowhere to be found, and the strengths of the Ye family were fully exposed. On the 7th day, the weather was sunny. On this day, Ye Wu, Ye Long, Ye Qin, Ye Qi, Ye Hu 5 girls and 5 boys of the Ye family, 10 young men, broke through one after another and advanced to the nascent soul stage. The martial arts secrets are passed down with great fanfare. The strange phenomena in heaven and earth shook Luoxian. 5 men and 5 women, if one is willing, it is not difficult to figure out that the basic strength of all 10 of them, without exception, has exceeded 70. A demon with a basic strength of 93, plus 3 geniuses with a basic strength of 80, and 10 geniuses with a basic strength of 70, all appeared, showing their brilliance. This is the Ye family, a family so terrifying that it can suffocate people. He is from Tianwang City. He once belonged to the days of poverty. He is now very weak. But what about the future? This day belongs to the Ye family. This era may also belong to the Ye family. The sharp edge is fully displayed, and the evildoer is shocking. Under such a sharp edge, some people are destined to be ignored and covered up. The eldest son of the Ye family, the fool in the past, and now the soul of the Ye family, Ye Bufan. His basic strength is at a maximum of 100. Chapter 269 July 7th, Filongtai. The Ye family is a monster with amazing sharpness. No one had expected that in a mere Tianwang City, a 9th-rate family in a border area, not only would there appear a monster like Long Xiaobao with a basic strength of 93, but also 3 geniuses with a basic strength of over 80 and 10 with a basic strength of over 70. What does a basic strength of over 70 mean? What does it mean when the basic strength is above 80? For any force, the stronger the foundation. On the Shenwu continent, apart from the Martial Academy and the War Department, all other major families and empires will do their best to train members with a basic strength of more than 70. After all, these people have the hope of reaching the Shenwu realm. Although the probability is very small, it is also a hope. Moreover, even if they have no hope of reaching the divine martial realm, they can still advance to the Jodean realm and will surely become the backbone of the family in the future. Unfortunately, there are too few such people, and they are hard to come by. Even for a martial arts family like the Han family, it is extremely rare. But the Ye family is different, with 14 in a row. How should we evaluate the Ye family? Weak. Ant. Yes, he is still very weak now, so weak that a Guiyuan realm expert can wipe out his clan. But what about 10 or dozens of years later? Once the younger generations of the Ye family grow up, the Ye family will inevitably become a giant on the Shenwu continent. When we become powerful, we will wipe out your entire Han family. Previously, everyone thought that Ye Fu was just trying to show off his eloquence and that it would be impossible for him to achieve his goal. After all, the Han family was a martial arts family, and their foundation was so powerful and terrifying. But now, everyone knows that the Han family has hit a wall this time. They are in trouble. They have provoked a group of geniuses who should not be provoked, and they are a group of lunatics. Long Xiaobao died. So what? 3 evildoers with a basic strength of more than 80, plus 10 geniuses with a basic strength of more than 70, their weight is no less than that of Long Xiaobao. In fact, they are more powerful and more terrifying than Long Xiaobao. After all, they are 14 geniuses, 14 lunatics. Moreover, after what happened last time, things like Long Xiaobao being attacked and killed will definitely not happen again, and the War Department will never allow it to happen. The Ye family has enough protection. The Ye family has enough time to grow. They must be powerful. Of course, no one would care about Han Nuo and the Han family. Now, everyone was thinking about how to make friends with the Ye family. After all, this was a rising transcendent family and a giant in the future Shenwu continent. Adding flowers to a mountain of brocade is far inferior to providing timely help. The Ye family needs support now. Unfortunately, the Ye family didn't give us a chance. From the death of Long Xiaobao to the time when the Ye family members showed their prowess, no matter before or after, the Ye family members remained silent. Even after they advanced to the condensation stage, all they did every day was practice. Everything in the outside world has nothing to do with me. This is a silent beast. This is also a ferocious beast that is growing rapidly and is about to awaken. Young Master Feng, these crazy people in the Ye family do nothing but practice every day, just like dumb and deaf people. They don't pay any attention to anyone. What should we do now? Chu Yuan looked at Chu Xiaofeng and asked in a deep voice in the tent of Chu Xiaofeng and his entourage. The others also looked distressed. The 3 martial arts academies were not as peaceful as they seemed on the surface. The major families competed for resources and fought secretly, which was even more cruel and tragic than the imperial family's fight for the throne. The existence of a family like the Ye family was naturally the target of the various martial arts academy families. Now, Luoxian town is under seal, and the news about the Ye family cannot be spread out at all. So, except for the War Department, no one else knows about the existence of the Ye family. This is an opportunity for Chu Xiaofeng and his team. The one who is closest to the water sees the moon first. If the Ye family's affairs were to spread, I'm afraid other martial arts academy families would also take action, and even the martial arts academy would intervene. Unfortunately, no matter how Chu Xiaofeng and his group tried to show goodwill, the Ye family was like a closed secret room that people could only approach but not enter. Chu Xiaofeng sat cross-legged on the bed, his right hand supporting his forehead, his brows furrowed. After a moment, his brows relaxed and he said in a deep voice, "Perhaps, our method is wrong." Upon hearing this, everyone in the martial arts academy was stunned. Chu Yuan was puzzled and asked, "Mr. Feng, what do you mean?" "Think about it, what are their identities?" Chu Xiaofeng said softly. After a pause, he spoke again. "They all have the surname Yi and are from the same family. Compared to them, the Yi family is more mysterious and more powerful. Instead of trying to win them over, it's better to befriend the Yi family." Yi family. Everyone was slightly stunned. Chu Yuan said, "But Master Feng, we know nothing about the Yi family, and now Luoxian town is under closure, we can't leave at all." Everyone nodded. Luoxian town has now been sealed off and is firmly controlled by the War Department. Not only is it impossible to enter or leave, but it is also impossible to pass on information to the outside world. After all, the aura of the mother and child true essence stones could not escape the perception of the strong men in the divine Yuan realm. Wang Xuan had made it very clear before that if anyone dared to pass on the news to the outside world, the War Department would directly regard him as a criminal and kill him without asking about his identity or origin. Everyone can see clearly that Wang Xuan is not a joke. He really knows how to kill people. He also dares to kill people. Why do we have to leave Luoxian town and the war camp? As he spoke, a smile appeared on Chu Xiaofeng's face. Forehead. While everyone was puzzled, Chu Xiaofeng continued, we don't know the Ye family, and we can't leave Luoxian town, let alone pass on the news to ask the family for help. However, in this war department, you seem to have forgotten one person. Who? Chu Yuan asked instinctively. Others were also very curious. Young master of the Ye family. Young master of the Ye family. That's right. Chu Xiaofeng responded, saying meaningfully, in the past few days, I have learned about the Ye family's affairs after they entered the War Department through the soldiers of the War Department. When the Ye family first came to Luoxian town, there was another person, that is, their young master, who was also the reason why Han Nuo targeted and retaliated against the Ye family. However, after he came to Luoxian town, he left again and has not returned yet. Mr. Feng, what do you mean? Instead of befriending everyone in the Ye family, it is better to win him over directly. But he's not here. Not here. So what? Since he has come to the War Department, and the people of the Ye family are all in the War Department, he will come back sooner or later. So what about us now? Wait. Yes, just wait. But the War Department can't blockade Luoxian town forever. If the young master of the Ye family hasn't returned before the War Department lifts the ban, what should we do? After all, once Luoxian town is lifted, news about the Ye family will inevitably spread. At that time, other martial arts academy families will inevitably get involved, and our advantage will no longer exist. No rush. The War Department will not be able to lift the seal on Luoxian town before July 7th, and he will definitely come back before that. Chu Xiaofeng said confidently. Others were puzzled. Shuang Feifei asked curiously, Mr. Feng, how do you know he will definitely come back? What if he doesn't come back? He. Chu Xiaofeng smiled calmly. Because he and those people from the Ye family have an agreement that on July 7th, he will come back to challenge the general and seize the military power. Ah! Shuang Feifei exclaimed, isn't he a new soldier? He doesn't even have a high enough rank, how can he challenge other generals? The others were also stunned. Everyone in the Ye family is extraordinary. Do you think the young master of the Ye family can be so simple? In fact, I think he is more evil than that Long Xiaobao. Since he said so, he must have something to rely on, and he knows that he can accumulate merits to the level of a one-star general before July 7th. Chu Xiaofeng said solemnly, and he couldn't help frowning while speaking. Call. Everyone present couldn't help but hold their breath. Even more evil than Long Xiaobao. Is it possible? Chu Xiaofeng ignored it and frowned, saying, now is not the time to think about these things. What we should think about is how to win him over. This. Everyone came back to their senses and hesitated again. How to win him over? Suddenly, Chu Yuan suddenly said, Mr. Feng, the conflict between the Ye family and the Han family is now irreconcilable, and the two sides will inevitably fight to the death. Although the Ye family has many geniuses, they are still unable to compete with the Han family with their current strength, let alone revenge. What if we help them? Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Chu Xiaofeng and his party were waiting for Ye Bufan's return, but they didn't know that the entire Tianfeng combat unit was now searching for Ye Bufan all over the battlefield. The Qin family's reward is just a cover. In the marginal town, countless free warriors rushed into the battlefield to look for Qin Yao for the generous reward. What's more, many free warriors have entered the demon clan's territory. At the same time, the War Department's shadow guards were also searching in secret. Unfortunately, still no results. Not only is there no news from the human race, but Zi Qinhao has also confirmed from the demon race that Ye Bufan and Qin Yao have not fallen into the hands of the demon race. No one is seen alive, and no body is seen dead. The two of them disappeared like Long Xiaobao. Time passes quietly. July 7th, the day of the military department competition and military rank change is getting closer. In addition to searching for the traces of Ye Bufan and the other man and secretly investigating the bloody massacre in the Han family's combat department, the Tianfeng combat department has also begun preparing for this year's combat department competition. 13 days before the battle department competition, Hao Peng advanced to the condensation realm. At this point, the Ye family's 3 people, Ye Fu, Ye Shuang, and Ye Wang, 10 people including Ye Long and Ye Wu, 8 guards including Tai Chi, and Hao Peng, a total of 22 people, have all advanced to the nascent soul stage. 10 days before the competition, Ye Bufan and Qin Yao are still missing, and the War Department's investigation into the Han family massacre has not made any progress. On the 5th day before the competition, the 2 things were still fruitless. On the last day before the competition, the Tianfeng War Department temporarily gave up the search for Ye Bufan and Qin Yao, and suspended the investigation of the Han family, and began to fully prepare for tomorrow's War Department competition. At the same time, in each major battle camp, all members with the rank of general, whether they were officers or soldiers, rushed to the fortress where the 3 generals were located. Fight for a year, wait for only 1 day. The change of military rank will take place today. July 7, Philongtai. War. Chapter 270 Uninvited Guests. Sky Fortress, Central Square. This is a circular plaza with a diameter of 500 meters. The ground is made of special materials and is indestructible. Even a strong man in the Divine Yuan realm cannot destroy it, let alone leave the slightest trace on the ground. Every fortress has such a square. The human race's combat department calls it the Flying Dragon Terrace, and all previous combat department competitions were also held on this Flying Dragon Terrace. This has been the case in previous years and it is also the case this year. Surrounding the Philong Terrace are the stands, previous years and it is also the case this year. Surrounding the Philong Terrace are the stands, with neat rows of seats extending outward and upward, exactly 100,000 seats. In the War Department, under the command of the general, there are 3 5-star generals, 9 4-star generals, 27